tradition by seeking the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and our esteemed guests, I request you to come forward and light the ceremonial lamp, signifying the auspicious start of the day. Let us begin with reverence and purpose. May we all rise together for the Saraswati Vandana. As we take the inaugural session forward, it is my honor to introduce the guest of honor for this ceremony, Shri Srivats Jaipuria, Vice Chairman, State MR Jaipuria Schools and Jaipuria Institute of Management. To welcome him, I invite our Director, Sir, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, to present him with a green certificate and stone. I take pride in introducing the chief guest of our inaugural ceremony, Shri Karan Behel, founder, Happy Tune. To welcome him, I invite our Dean of Student Affairs, Professor Baneshwar Sharma, to present him with a green certificate and stone. Sir, Green Certificate is a unique tradition of Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur, where we plant a tree in different locations across India. This time we have chosen Nainital as our place of planting the tree. We can track its progress to the geotag number given at the bottom of the certificate, and the e-copy of the certificate is shared on our screens. We are privileged to have with us our keynote speaker for the session, Professor Shishir Arya, founder Know Thyself Happiness and My Heal Consulting. To welcome him, I invite Dr. Ramzan Sama to present him with a green certificate and spoon. Sir, along with our media and relations team, we have put together a short video clip on happiness culture at Jaipuria, Jaipur. Before we take the inaugural session forward, we wish to share this beautiful clip with all of you.
only just management education, but the true happiness culture is what Jaipuria Institute of Management Jaipur delivers. The Institute, which over the years has been credited with continuously evolving to provide excellent management education. Over the years, the approach not only to academics, but also to student holistic development has changed. Let's hear what the director of the Institute, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, has to say about why teaching happiness is important.
Seeking happiness is an important milestone for the Jaipuria Institute of Management. The first question we confronted was, why should we seek happiness? It is important to have a positive evaluation of life, and we know that more than 50,000 thoughts are products every day, and out of that, 80% of these are negative. So we are actually, our mind is actually tuned to negative thoughts. After teaching happiness in our campus, we found that the students who have gone through the courses, they are more energetic, they are more enthusiastic, they are more purpose oriented, and they are able to find their goals better.
Uses a lot of happiness nudges in this process of cultivating happiness on the campus. Students find themselves involved in many actions, fulfilling their state of mind for overall betterment. The Institute also focuses on happiness mandalas as a framework that it follows for happiness on campus. Aesthetic, intellectual, and ethical in all processes.
Happiness has to be holistic in nature and it depends on the learner's acceptability. So we have oriented our campus on happiness model, which has got four cores. We call it happiness mandalas. And the outer mandala you can see is the green mandala, which enables the learner to accept the fact that this institution belongs to them and they are able to learn here. So these instruments like the prayer code of conduct or five habits, where our people are thinking that cheerful disposition, which means be happy, be grateful, be enthusiastic are the part of our.
Let's now hear what the dean of students, Dr. Dan George has to say about the campus and its activities directed towards cultivating happiness and well-being on the campus.
Happiness, they say, is not only a destination but a journey. And this journey continues not only inside the classroom but also outside the classroom. Through various activities, quizzes, competitions, we continue to discuss this wonderful concept of happiness.
Is also working with Yogesh Ojha, World Happiness Ambassador at the House of Lords and founder of the Year One Life Happiness. With his expertise in the field of mind management and happiness, the campus is adapting towards a more enhanced culture of happiness. Let's now see how the Institute has made efforts to design a well-being group on the campus premises where students and faculty meet for informal conversations, meditation, fireside chats, and to discuss topics related to well-being and mental health.
In this course, we try to look at a science-based approach to well-being. And when I say science-based, I mean it in the broad sense of the term. Part one of the course talks about diagnosing your level of well-being through various questionnaires, psychometric instruments, observation from others, and so on and so forth. So that is part one of the course. In part two of the course, they try to enhance their well-being through different kinds of approach.
Hi, I'm Priya Mathur. I'm enrolled in a course of Science of Wellbeing, and I'm learning all the dimensions of well-being and happiness for my personal growth as well as for my surroundings.
The use of technology helps calibrate the left and right hemispheres of the brain and create a balance between mindful and mindful activities for the students. We have developed a happiness laboratory where we have an electrophotonic imaging camera that captures the energy flow in the body through a scanning process. It produces a report of the stress profile of the students, their energy flow, and the positioning of the seven chakras. Students are scanned at the start of the module, and again, they are scanned at the end of the module. And this actually gives us an analysis of how they have progressed in balance in the mind. The Institute provides education not only to adults, but has also been actively teaching and spreading kindness to the underprivileged sections of society. The Institute, under the aegis of its Social Responsibility Committee and Center for Sustainability and Happiness, has successfully conducted many flagship programs for the welfare of weaker sections of society. Let's hear from Dr. Bharat journalist, Social Responsibility Committee and Center for Sustainability and Happiness.
In this respect, we have certain flagship programs. We have adopted a government school nearby the campus. Omuja, where we are teaching the rustic kids nearby our campus. We have the WISH program, wherein our students are working with NGOs. Comes the academic year, the secondary program. And we also have Sarati, wherein we have adopted certain villages in Jaipur, where we are working for the development of those villages. Primarily, we are targeting 3 sustainable development goals, that is Sustainable Development Goal 1, Poverty, Sustainable Development Goal 4, Quality Education, and Sustainable Development Goal 12, Responsible Production and Conservation.
There has been knowledge and research between the Royal School of Management, Bhutan, Royal Thimphu College, and Jaipuria, Jaipur. The campus has also played an important part in consultancy projects for the government of Bhutan, and this relationship between the two is getting better by each day. The Institute, with its work on happiness, has been closely praised for its advances towards society and its students receiving many national awards such as UN India Rankings, Institution of Happiness Award, and the National Unicorn of Happiness Award by the All India Council for Technical Education.
Happiness is a greater good, and Jaipuria is committed to making it available to everyone. Namaste.
Moving further, before I invite our director sir for the welcome address, I wish to take this opportunity to introduce him. Dr. Prabhat is a postgraduate in economics and a PhD in applied economics. He obtained first position in the university in graduation and a university gold medal in post-graduation. He has been teaching economics at postgraduate and undergraduate levels for about 30 years in the universities and B schools in India and abroad, including 7 years in Bhutan. Dr. Prabhat obtained executive education in management and leadership in higher education from Harvard University, Boston, USA. He has published 5 books, more than 30 research papers, and writes articles in Times of India and Economic Times. Dr. Prabhat is the architect of Happiness Program at Jaipuria, Jaipur. He is an international researcher and a resource person on the subject of economics of happiness. He was an inviting the World Government Summit 2019 Dubai by the Ministry of Happiness, UAE. Recently, Dr. Prabhat received the title of National Unicorn of Happiness by AICTE Government of India for his initiative of teaching credit course on happiness and cultivating a positive education environment through nudges and intervention at the Jaipuria Institute of Management. US India Global Ranking Agency awarded Jaipuria as the Institution of Happiness Award, and the award was handed by Shri Smriti Irani. Dr. Prabhat also delivered an invited keynote address at AACSB's Asia Pacific Conference at Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, on teaching happiness in these schools and institutions of repute, such as World Trade Center at St. Lucie, USA, NSBM University, Colombo, IIT Bombay, and has conducted workshops for corporates such as Novo Nordisk, Bangalore, Awas Jaipur, IOC, AU Bank, Canara Bank, etc. In the last few years, Dr. Prabhat has delivered happiness sessions for more than 20,000 attendees. He runs a blog in the name of the Learning Corridor, and he has created a happiness laboratory at the campus. Sir, I request you to please come on the dais and address the audience.
Very good morning, everyone. So we thought of celebrating International Day of Happiness, which happens to be on 20th, declared by the United Nations, and be a part of this wonderful happiness goal, which is adopted by the United Nations finally as a legitimate goal of development. There are many countries in the world which has actually adopted as part of their public policy, and we know about that. And happiness is actually now a part of, largely a part of the sustainable development goals also. So there is a very rising awareness about the need for happiness, both at the public policy level and also at the institutional level. So things like happy country, happy nation, happy city, happy organization, chief happiness officers in many companies. A lot of things are happening. HR is also started looking at happiness as very seriously, or a serious business. And it's all encompassing. We all know that I had this opportunity of staying in Bhutan for about 6, 7 years. So this whole consciousness of happiness actually grew in me with the project which I did with Bhutan government. There is a country which actually talks about gross national happiness as the legitimate goal of progress. Interesting thing is, in way back in 1969, when Robert Kennedy was fighting for election, he made a speech on GDP, which is the income-based measure of progress. And what he said about GDP was very interesting. He said, GDP measures almost everything except those things which make us proud to be an American. Look at the quality of life. When we talk about the quality of life for you and I, we consider all those subtle aspects of life, which is not part of the GDP measurement. Say, for example, the beauty of poetry is not measured by GDP. The strength of family is not measured by GDP. Our relationships in the neighborhood is not measured by the GDP. Anything which is which actually enhances our life quality is not part of the GDP. But in another conversation, I remember in Alice in Wonderland, Darcy is a rich fellow, and Elizabeth is a sensible lady. And Elizabeth is not looking for sensibilities. She's not after material things. But Darcy wants to marry Elizabeth. In one of the conversation, he gave up everything in this conversation. He said to convince Elizabeth, he said, "Look, Elizabeth, I understand that money cannot buy you happiness, but I can assure you that money can buy everything that will make you happy." Look and behold, I mean, there is a contradictions in our mind, right? Contradiction is that whether the pursuit of happiness is about achievement, money, big houses, is that the pursuit of happiness that we should be looking forward to, or is something else? This debate is not so easy to settle, because we have also seen that the countries which has higher GDP per capita, or people with greater income, higher income group, they are living a better life because they have more access to clean drinking water, medical facilities, education, good infrastructure. These are the part of quality of life. But what is happiness then? What is the role of happiness if the matter ends over there? The matter doesn't end over there. So that's exactly the purpose of why we are here together, to talk about where does it go? What are the other factors? And especially when you're looking at the educational institutions like ours, it's very necessary that we all get together and put in our brains together and understand what is happening in the life of the students, what is happening in the life of the faculty. The life of the students is tough. There is so much of demand on their time. They have to fulfill assignments, they have to write exam, they have to get grade, they have to work for placement, they have to have this peer pressure, they have to actually shine, they have to get recognition, get onto the stage. There's a lot of happening in their life, and life is not so easy for the students. And look at the life of the faculty. It's not equally very, very difficult. I can understand. They have to assess, they have to change the pedagogy, they have to cope with the AI, they have to change with the every year they have to sit down and talk about curriculum. It's not so easy. I mean, life is very tough, right? So is the case everywhere. So what is happening in the educational space, and why it is important that we talk about happiness? I have just prepared a couple of PPT to show to you as part of my inaugural address. Before that, I would like to welcome all of you to the Alliance of Happiness for Academics in Academics. And very interestingly, it comes to like AHA, which is AHA. So, we want to have AHA feeling for all of you, right? So that's the reason why we are all here together. And the purpose is that at the end of the day, we should join together, create a platform, and share our ideas of how we can take it forward for the academic institutions, how we can make the life of the students better, how we can make the life of our faculty better. So this is the precise objective of this whole meeting. I would like to welcome, we have a wonderful panel today, and hearing from the expert is very important. So all of you will have this special opportunity to hear from a very, very profound experts that we have in this whole day deliberation. So we have Sivas Jaipuria Vice Chairman. I'm really privileged that with his presence over here. He has been supporting this activity for a very long time, and whatever I have asked him for in order to pursue this agenda of happiness, he has given to me. So ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to join us? We have Karan Behelji, he's the founder of Happitude. I was telling him that your courses are getting traction and it's being talked about. It's one of the finest resources for the corporate happiness available today. Well, of course, when we say corporate, it's not different from the human being, right? So he's actually talking about the happiness in the human being, human's life. So let's join hands together to welcome Karan. Sisir Arya, when I met him this morning, he said that, I offered raising to all of you in my last interaction, but today I got in return some chocolates. I said, oh, this is what the life is actually. So when you offer raising to somebody, you get a chocolate in return. And that is the meaning of giving, right? And giving is a very important part of happiness. If you really want to have happiness for yourself, start giving happiness to others. And that's the reason why, and that's the way you can get happiness. So I remember Khalil Gibran in his very famous dissertation about happiness. He wrote this one single line. He said, "I'm so happy in your happiness," and that's the end of it. Period. Right. So this is what happiness is in one single word. If you can understand happiness. So ladies and gentlemen, join hands for Sikirai. We have a galaxy of people like Dr. Ashish Pandey from IIT Bombay, Raghav Prakashji, Puriskar College, a very dynamic personality of Jaipur city. Dr. Amit Jain is going to join us, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Seema Agarwal, Principal, Kanoria College, Major General Rohit Bakshi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all of them here. Dr. Saab has a special interest and he's a good singer and he actually looks at a finer aspect of life, right? And one of his regret is that, in every mehfil like this, he's asked to sing. But I will say, I'm not going to spare you at the end of the day, so you have to sing here also. So this tragedy is going to go with you, sir. But such a wonderful personality. If you have the final aspects of life, like, you have interest in music, you have interest in hobbies, you pursue that. I mean, that's what happiness is. So we should not leave it at any point of time. Our Anand is going to join. Anurag Gupta is a business coach. He's among us here. Vivek Sharma ji from Avas. Kavita Khandelwal is going to join from Golden Aura. She's also going to be part of the workshop. She's going to talk about the pranic healing system. Anurag, Mahindra World City. He's going to be here. Anil Bachani my friend Anil is here. He's a naturopath and he talks about the fact that if you know how to eat, you don't have to go to the doctors. And that's such a profound statement. He has mentioned it in his book. And the entire book that he has written is about the doctor within you. He said, you are the doctor of yourself. You don't have to go to any doctor. All you need to know is how to eat. That's all. So, I mean, this is so profound. So, of course, I was also told that Surana ji is going to be here in some time. He's the founder or chairman of Raj Mandir in Jaipur. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have galaxy of people in this seminar. Don't go anywhere. Each one of them are very, very profound and worth listening. So let's go back to the PPT. I'll just take another 5 to 10 minutes because our chairman, vice chairman, Sivas Jaipuria ji, he has to catch a flight. So he will leave at around 11. So we need to hear him message. So I'll just take about 5 to 10 minutes. Just quickly go through my. Learning to be happy. So what are the failures of well-being and learning in the educational institution? So if you go by the research, there are 3. One is called the attention deficit. Attention deficit is a big issue with the Gen Z students. And this means that there is a loss of learning focus. When there is no focus on the learning, there is no learning. So this is the biggest culprit in the educational institution we can see. And then the loneliness. We talk about networking, but networking is also creating loneliness. So networking is not friendship. And the Gallup survey has asked this question, do you have best friend at work? And only 30% of employees have said that they have best friend at work. And those who are having the best friend at work, they are more engaged, they're less likely to leave the organization, and they're more productive. The engaged employees are those who have a best friend at work. So there's a concept of, 2M friend, and I'll talk about that in a while. Lack of teamwork can be because of the fact that you're not feeling connected with your friends. You have friendship, but it's not friend as such. So then you have to understand that what is happening over there. Absence of social fitness, lack of trust, social capital, leadership, lack of resilience. All these can be the result of this if you're not socially fit. These are three I have picked up from the research, right? And this is creating stress, anxiety, and loss of purpose. And this can create havoc in the life of students, in the life of faculty, both. Attention deficit. Look at this guy. He's on the mobile, but he's not noticing the big event which is happening. Right? So that's the kind of attention deficit. So we are here, but we are not here. Our mind goes in hundreds directions, 1,000 directions. So our ability to be present where our body and mind is present, is very critical for good life. Right. So wandering mind is not a happy mind. So if your mind keeps wandering, definitely you're not going to be happy. That's what research says. This is a Harvard paper. This was written about the BlackBerry, the demise of BlackBerry. He talked about the human moment, and he said this whole BlackBerry went down because of the lack of human moment. And he said the good people might leave if there is no human moment, and those who will remain unhappy, and they are likely to leave the organization. Therefore, happiness is so critical. And what is this human moment? They said all you have to do is to turn off your BlackBerry when you're talking to the people, and then close your laptop when you're talking to the people, look into the eyes of the people you are talking, and then end your daydream and pay full attention to the person. That's exactly what is needed. And this is as simple order, but it looks like a tall order. I mean, how difficult it is to talk to a person with full attention. And that makes a lot of difference in the quality of relationship that you have, right? And the difference between happiness and sadness is this. So we have to understand how subtly this works out. And this is the big thing. Loneliness is now considered as one of the epidemic that is happening to us. So look at this US Surgeon's report 2023. It says that it's almost like an epidemic, loneliness. And when we talk about loneliness, it is as powerful as cigarette smoking, half packet per day. The kind of harm that is going to do you to your body, smoking, is a similar harm that you're going to get if you feel lonely. And what is happening in the world of work, you have half of the CEOs who are reporting lonely, right? It's a Gallup survey. And look at only 30% employees have the best friend at work. And they are better, those who are having best friend, they are better engaging their customers, producing high quality work, less likely to get injured in the work, less likely to leave the work. So loneliness actually, I mean, how you create that kind of relationship and friendship relations is very important. This is one of the largest, longest longitudinal studies have been done on happiness by Waldinger. I had this opportunity of meeting him personally. So what he says is that a strong correlation between deep relationship and wealth, right? So teamwork, foundation of teamwork is this, deep relationship and wealth. The question is, how does a person nurture those deep relations? So teamwork is one of the biggest failures in our. You give a project to 5 students and see what happens. You give a task to 5 faculty, see what happens. They're not even able to talk to them properly. They're not even able to sit 5 times to discuss the matter together. So that's the state of the affairs. How can you ensure well-being? That's the problem. And look at what is happening to the well-being in the era of progress. US, we take the example, the GNP per capita has increased by a factor of 3 since 1960, when the average happiness has actually essentially remained unchanged or maybe have fallen. So 3 different surveys, if you look at the students' work, in all the surveys, they found that the happiness has actually reduced over a period, a very long period of time in years. So what is happening to the pursuit of happiness? And it's not without reason that when Yale started this course, it becomes one of the oversubscribed course, right? It's the most popular course on happiness. There is a high demand for happiness at the public policy level. The Bhutan is doing UAE has a Minister of Happiness, Ministry of Happiness. In India, in Madhya Pradesh, we have Anand Vibhag, which has the slogan, "The state of happiness matters in Madhya Pradesh." So problem is that, we have this cognitive bias of mind, neurologically speaking. Cognitive bias is about the fact that mind, if you don't do anything about it, to train it, then it will have a tendency to pick up negative thoughts by default, right? That's called the cognitive bias of mind. And what is the probability is 80%. 80% probability is there that mind is going to pick up negative thoughts. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Don't do it. Why are we doing it? These are the narratives that can come up from your mind if you don't do anything about training your mind. So this is the problem. And it happens because there is amygdala hijacking that happens in our brain. So amygdala is the brain here, the second brain that we have, brain inside the brain. Amygdala will give you the response like fight or flight. Either you go and fight, that's the only response you have under your sleep, or you move away from there. Don't say anything. So you have this, silence protest going on in the education also among the faculty, corporates. They have sulky face. They are not saying anything. They are not coming forward and talking. Believe me, he is about to leave. Right? Right? Yes, amygdala hijack has happened. So this is very interesting. So if your life is guided by amygdala, it will create impulsivity, narcissism, short-sightedness, us versus them. But what we have to do is to, actually make our prefrontal cortex active, which is the frontal part of the brain. It's a neo brain. It's going to help you in planning complex behavior, suppressing socially unacceptable urges, decision making, understanding difference between good and bad, planning for the future, empathy, compassion. Empathy and compassion cannot be actually developed. Whatever you do, you teach empathy and compassion, it's not going to develop. It's going to develop only when the basic behavior of human being will change, and they will understand the significance of waiting, talking, working together, and relationships. Then only the empathy will work, otherwise it will not. So here is the scan, you can see. So you look at the negative brain. There is amygdala glowing here, and there is a positive brain. There is no amygdala activity in the positive brain, and this is an ambiguous brain, right? So this is a scan I would like to show you. And this is a very interesting example I would like to show you. Strange brain of this guy. His name is Alex. Now, Alex actually climbs with his hand. He doesn't actually carry an implement with him. And look at the way he is standing. Can you imagine? If you go to YouTube and see his video, you will be surprised. Some people have actually vomited out of fear looking at his video. Now his brain is scanned. So what kind of brain he has? He has no fear in his brain. So what kind of brain he has? So look at this is Alex's brain. And if you look at the crosshair, there is no amygdala activity here. It's inert. And the other climbers, those who are the risk minimizers, there is the amygdala glowing. So the difference is if your brain is hijacked by amygdala, you're gone. Right? You're ruined your life. And this is the difference between the growth mindset and the fixed mindset. And this is exactly what we actually are looking at, right? So this is what happiness is going to do. Happiness will change your mindset from here to here. So that's what. So can happiness be learned? Of course, it's like a skill. It can be learned. You are not knowing mathematics today because you have not given time to mathematics, right? And you don't have the biceps because you have not gone to the gym. You are not happy because you have not paid attention to happiness. That's as simple as it is. You can learn happiness, right? And then it can be learning. This is a model that comes from positive psychology. So look at the positive emotions and build it. Engagement, create engagement, work on the relationship, work on the meaning of life, work on the achievements. So these are the 4 pillars Martin Seligman has suggested. And he said that just as the good life is something beyond the pleasant life, the meaningful life is beyond the good life. So you have to make people understand what is the difference between pleasant life, good life, and meaningful life. These are 3 different dimensions of life that we talk about. This is what we do here. Electrophotonic imaging camera, we have energy field analysis, we do 7 chakras, balancing the left and right brain, and stress profile. This is the result I would like to show, share with all of you. On average, the result is that 73% of my class, students in my class, they have actually witnessed a reduction in the stress after the program, right? And the reduction is about 23% overall. and their mind balance has happened about 13%. So that is what some of the examples you can see. This was before and this is the after. You can see that before the course, after the course, before the course, after the course, before the course, after the course, before the course, after the course. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm looking forward to the release of that.
A wandering mind cannot be a happy mind. And the recent statistics coming out from a Harvard study are scary. It says that 47% of the time our mind wanders. So while the situation is scary, but I believe there is also a lot of hope that we can turn around things. And today is one such day full of hope. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wonderful insights on the theme of happiness. We take this session forward, and I would like to introduce to you our guest of honor, Shri Srivas Jaipuria ji. Shri Srivas Jaipuria is Vice Chairman of St. M.R. Jaipuria Schools and Jaipuria Institute of Management, Jaipur, Jaipuria Institute of Management. Jaipuria has emerged as one of the foremost players in the education sector in India under his leadership. The first St. M.R. Jaipuria School was started in the city of Lucknow in 1992. It has been consistently ranked among the top 100 schools in India. In the last 9 years, Jaipuria schools have expanded from 1 to 50 campuses under Mr. Jaipuria's vision to provide access to high-quality, national-level education in towns and cities across India at an affordable cost. Jaipuria Institute of Management is a chain of premier business schools offering MBA programs with campuses in Lucknow, Noida, Jaipur, and Indore. All of its campuses have been ranked amongst the top management institutes in all India rankings published by the Government of India. Currently, there are close to 42,000 students and 2,200 plus teachers associated with Jaipuria. He is a graduate with the highest honors from the prestigious Stern School of Business, New York University, US. Mr. Jaipuria is also active in policy making in the education sector through various industry associations as well as entrepreneur networks, some of which are he is president of the Education Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce. He has been past president of North India Education Committee, CII. He's a member of the steering committee, FICCI Arise. He's a member of Young Presidents Organization, Delhi chapter. He's a board member at Entrepreneurs Organization, Gujarat chapter. Sir, I request you to address the gathering with your words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about this topic. It's of course very hard to go after a happiness researcher because I'm not an expert in this topic. So I asked Prabhatji last couple of days ago when he invited me that please write some comments for me. But I'm going to dish those comments because I think I can never do justice to them and share my personal experience. So bear with me if it is not fully in line with what your research, but this is just the personal experience that I want to share. I think I've had a complex relationship with happiness, and I'm confident in here enough to say almost 5 years ago, I went through a period of 6 to 12 months where I was in depression. And I've tried post that as I got over that to learn more about happiness and to learn about what makes people tick. In my mind, there are 4 aspects to happiness, and your happiness is actually not the sum total or the average of these 4. It's actually the bottom of these 4. So if you are doing excellently well in 3 of them and doing very poorly in 1, your happiness would be the lowest one, not the average of the 4. Like we calculate GDP, we say average of everybody. It's actually you have to look at the lowest person and how they are doing on income. So what are these 4? The first is of course material. Are you rich enough to feed yourself? Are you rich enough to have a house over your head? And as educational institutions across the world, in India and abroad, as business schools, we focus tremendously on this, right? We focus tremendously on making people capable enough to earn a living, to support themselves, to support their families. The sort of interesting part with this is, though it is very important, you can't talk about anybody, you can't talk about anything to a person who doesn't have food in his stomach, a person who doesn't have access to healthcare, a person who doesn't have shelter, a person who doesn't have a sense of where his next meal is going to be, who cannot feed their children. Nothing else makes sense. So of course it has to be the first one. But there's a marginal utility of material well-being keeps reducing, and I believe I've read research to say that it almost levels out after a point. In India, they say at a income level of 30-40 lakhs a year, you can be as happy as, the Ambani can be. So just post that material well-being, you can have more material well-being, but it doesn't have a direct correlation to happiness post that point. So teaching people to be materially well off is extremely important. It's one of the causes of educational institutions. But if we want to create happy citizens, happy students, a happy society, it can't be the only pillar. It's the first pillar maybe, but not the only pillar. The second is physical well-being. If you're not physically healthy, how does material well-being almost matter after a point? As long as you can afford to go to the doctor, how much money you have in the bank doesn't matter if you're not physically, well. One of the things I read that has always stuck with me is think about having a cough or a cold or an itch in your throat, and now put yourself in the shoes of a billionaire sitting on his yacht, in the Mediterranean, and think about having that itch in his throat. Do you think he's thinking about how much billions he's making? He's only thinking about so, and this is such a small health, like this is almost something we take for granted. What if you're not taking care of your physical health and you have a lifestyle disease, which we are seeing more and more of, not only in the developed world, but in India, we are called the diabetes capital of the world. So somehow it's very important for educational institutions to educate people on physical well-being, on nutrition, on exercise, because this will have a compounding effect on their overall happiness and on their material well-being as well. Because if you are physically fit, if you have more energy, you are going to likely to be happier at work. You're likely to be focused on what you are working as well. The second one is physical well-being. The third is social well-being. I think Pramad spoke about this. What is the status of your relationships? The closest relationships we all have are with our family, whether it's with your spouse, whether it's with your parents, whether it's with your children, with your siblings. But outside of that also, with your friends, are you engaging in some sort of activity with them? It may be a sport, it may be some deeper discussions. And here social well-being is not directly proportional, or I would say it's inversely proportionate to what you call network, because it is not measured by the quantity of the so-called relationships you would have or so-called networks you would have, but by the quality of them, by whether you can actually talk about deeply personal issues, whether you can share things that are important to you, and vice versa. Whether your 2 a.m. friend is actually your 2 a.m. friend only to go have a drink at 2 a.m. or to share your personal issues at 2 a.m. So, there are two different kinds of friendships, and we must not think that because we have the first, we have the second. I always felt that I have a large network of friends, but could you really talk about it? And then the fourth is mental health. So this I think is different from physical, social, and material. Are we really thinking about our mind as a muscle that we need? Are we thinking about what am I doing in the 24 hours that I have each and every day to make my mind healthy? Does it come from doing meditation? Does it come from going to therapy? Does it come from having a structured conversation with a group of friends, colleagues, and talking about what am I ashamed of in my life? What are my challenges? What are my fears? And what are my failures? Because that will exercise the mind. And eventually the mind is a muscle. If you don't exercise the mind in that way, it's very hard to keep that muscle healthy. And if the mind is not healthy, I believe that the mental aspect of happiness is something that you are not able to find. So again, I would say that as educators, it's very important. Though our focus, maybe 60-70% is going to remain on making people capable of material happiness, that we should not forget the other three aspects, and we should educate students about keeping themselves physically, socially, and mentally well, because otherwise it is not only not possible to achieve material happiness or material well-being, but even if you achieve it, you'll not achieve a 360-degree overall happiness, which eventually has to be the purpose of educational institution. And as I look back at my education at some of the top institutions in the world, I wish that I was talked to more about I think another aspect of what we should teach, how we should teach, and when I spoke about mental happiness, is about talking about failure. We live in a society that more and more magnifies success, that more gives a bigger loudspeaker to success. When you look at your social media feed, you only see whether you are seeing a celebrity on vacation, a celebrity celebrating a big wedding, or you are seeing your friend going on holiday. You're only seeing one aspect of their lives. And as our friendships, as our networks become larger and larger through social media, we see less and less of each of those people's lives. And we see not only less, but we see a very selective portion of that person's life where they are looking better, feeling better, eating better, relaxing better. And we feel that that is the normal. But that is not the normal of the life of the person you are seeing through that feed. So it's very important that we form communities within educational institutions. We encourage students, faculty members to share failures, to be able to say, look, I'm not feeling healthy today. What should I do? Look, I'm having these thoughts that are relevant to me. What should I do? And be able to normalize these and say that this is something that probably each person goes through at some point in their lifetime. We are very quick to say that I have a cough or a cold, but we are very fearful of saying I'm feeling depressed today, or I'm feeling that I don't have a purpose in life, or I'm having poor relationships at home or poor relationships at work. So I think we need to create an environment where failure in different aspects is safe, is normal, because there is no straight path to success in anybody's life. I think another thing that we need to improve on doing as educational institutions is getting people used to uncertainty. If you look at assessment, there's too much certainty, I believe, in assessment. You always, as educators, try to make assessment more and more perfect. But life is not perfect. You may have worked extremely hard, talking about different fields to get a customer order. You might have done everything wrong, but something outside your control goes wrong. And the education we give, I'm not talking about only Jaipuria, but the field of education doesn't prepare you to deal with that. Because for every exam, there is a set curriculum. You know how the exam paper looked at last year. And you can be quite certain that, if I studied my curriculum, if I'm an A-grade student, I did some mock tests and I got 80%, that in the final exam, if I got 80 in my mock test, I'll get between 75 and 85. But life doesn't work like that. So we are not preparing students to say that I worked really hard, but I failed tremendously. And I have to get up again and work hard again. And then maybe second time I'll succeed. I might fail the second time, I'll succeed the third time. We are not training students or our youth to deal with the uncertainty of life. We are training them to deal with very, very predictable parts in our assessment. I think some of the ideas of having peer assessment, making people work in teams. I always talk in our internal meetings about how we should have more team-based assessment. And I'm always pushed back upon by how it's imperfect, how one person in the team will work harder and the other person will free ride. But in life, that's how life is. Sometimes you're the free rider, sometimes you're the guy working hard. Sometimes you did very well because your teammates failed. So the project failed. And you have to be used to sharing the blame with that. So I think making assessments more realistic is more important than making them more and more perfect that we try to do sometimes as educators. So I'm very happy that happiness is coming into the curriculum at Jaipuria across the board. I'm very happy to have people from IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Bombay, so many other institutions. I read recently that the most popular course at Harvard Business School is the course on happiness, is the most highly oversubscribed course. So it's very important that we deal with this issue head on, learn about it. And I'm so grateful that we have Dr. Prabhat Pankaj here, who is becoming one of the leading researchers of teaching happiness, especially in the context of management education, and bringing this topic to Jaipuria. And thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views on the multidimensional and multi-pronged approach not only to happiness and well-being in one's life, but also integrating it in the school curriculum. So the day's deliberation, we will look forward to gaining more insights, especially through the panel discussion one. We are very privileged to have with us Professor Shishir Arya as a keynote speaker with us. Professor Shishir Arya, founder of My Health Consulting and Know Thyself Happy, is a postgraduate from IIM Ahmedabad and a graduate and institute medalist from IIT Roorkee. A certified mindfulness practitioner, Shishirji works towards developing structured well-being interventions for colleges, corporates, and government institutions. With a vision to make happiness mainstream in academia, he has created and taught multiple happiness courses as a visiting professor at IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Jammu, and IIM Bodh Gaya to audiences that range from BBA students to executive MBAs with over 20 plus years of work experience. Recently, Shishirji has also been instrumental in designing and delivering customized trainings for educators and civil servants in the Delhi and Bihar government, building assets and content for stress reduction, emotional intelligence, and mindfulness. Outside India, Professor Shishir serves as the director of the Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction MBSR teacher training program with Imagine Mindfulness, a registered worldwide NGO, which he's associated with even as a founder. Prior to his happiness endeavors, Shishirji has worked with several multinationals such as Deloitte, Unilever, Schlumberger, Nestle as a part of different managerial projects. We are very privileged to have him with us. Sir, I request you to please come and share your views.
Before the presentation sets up, so thank you everybody for conducting and organizing this wonderful event. Thank you so much, Prabhat sir, for inviting me and to Jaipuria as well. He started by saying that please don't expect too much academic rigor in what I said, and now he's paved the way for a lot of academic rigor with what he said. So it's a tall order again. I must also congratulate Professor Prabhat on the name that you have chosen for this, which is AHA. AHA brings together, in some sense, the insightfulness of AHA moments and the joyfulness of HAHA. Like in a way, if I think of it, it's a combination of insight and joy, perhaps Vivek and Anand. So he would have really liked that as a nickname, perhaps, since that was. So one thing that I really like with what Professor what Jaipuria ji mentioned was there is a movie Dil Dhadakne Do. Anybody seen it here? In that there is a dialogue which says that यहाँ पे सब ऊपर ऊपर की बातें करते हैं, अंदर की कोई बात करता ही नहीं. And he's paved the way for doing that talk, which is actually a heart to heart. What's the inner secret, or what is it that is not spoken about? And once again, I think this alliance is going to be extremely helpful to bring out those issues. Beyond the forces and their popularities, what is it that those forces may want to have, or how to be structured in academy? So, starting off with this quotation, which is by George Bernard Shaw, the youth is wasted on the young. And this alliance possibly may ask the question, can we change that? Can we find a new way? So I was walking through one of the top IIMs, one of the corridors of the top IIMs, and this is a notice board which had a list of New Year resolutions about what they want or what their expectations from life is. Right? Now, to give a close-up, which possibly may not be close-up enough, but I'll read out to you. This may come across as a surprise to some of us as to what a top IIM student is actually feeling in life. There is one right at the corner which says, some of us feel inadequate, lost, and feel pretty hopeless. Hope I can get over it and find some happiness. There are others which say, I really want to master the art of moving on. I want to keep faith in God and I will keep. So one of the foundational things that struck me was it doesn't matter where we are. It doesn't matter which institution it is. It doesn't matter how well off a person may think they are. Everybody is facing the same crisis or has the same aspiration that whatever is happening right now, kuch to missing hai. There is some place that everybody wants to go. Of course, there are also comments about accept my love. So relationships is one of the foremost things in these schools. And somebody saying, I wish in this new year I find a bench where I can be on my phone without catching anybody's attention. Those are some other resolutions. I've also sort of taken a snapshot so that the other ones which are not permissible in a group setting to be conveyed don't get. And so the question is that how
can we discuss this not just in terms of addressing this, but in a structured way? And this small address that I'll have will actually be focused on these three words: alliance, academia, and happiness. So part one, which is recognizing how crucial the role of academia is. Now, of course, at the outset, we all understand and appreciate. Now, if I look back at my days at IMA, honestly speaking, the happiest I was on the day of convocation. It was done. I don't have to be in this environment anymore. And that's about it. Like, this is again that under ki baat that nobody might talk about. And I could see a lot of faces looking to each other sympathetically that day. So I'm assuming there would be more sympathy. Now, part of the reason was because I thought MBA was that crucial time where I had gained enough life experiences to start to question life. But at the same time, I wasn't getting answers beyond profit and loss and balance sheets to evaluate my own life. In fact, I would go so far as to say that profit and loss and balance sheets case studies become so intrinsic to a B school that unfortunately we have no other option but to start to evaluate our life on those parameters. Relationships happen and breakups happen basis fayda nuksan. Placements happen not basis purpose and meaning, but basis what's the eventual P&L upliftment that I will get. And within this, these are some photos of some of the courses I've taught. Now you will notice there are numbers there at 20, 25, 30, 35. That's the average age group of each of the course batches. Right? Now the reason this photo is also significant is because I've also seen a stark insight when teaching all of these courses, that the younger I teach them, the more it gets imbibed or the more curious people are. It's kind of like me telling my grandmother at 75, ki, Nani, please, if you sort of don't eat sweets, it will be good for you. And she's like, I'm 75 ki hui, tu aap batayega. Because there is this whole idea that the younger we are, the more our capacity to develop and changes. And that's where higher education seems to be that sweet spot of bringing in curriculums on happiness in a very, very organized way. Now, this is a graph that is not there in any book. I just drew it out of my creative self, maybe not creative enough. But we all know neuroplasticity, or we may be acquainted with it, which is our brain's capacity to change. Now, it's been seen, of course, that as age happens, our capacity to change declines, which is why a lot of people may have spiritual realizations at 55, but now they're too deep into habit patterns and the capacity to change is not that fast. On the other hand, the other graph with age which goes up is life experiences. The more I age, the more experiences I get. Now, what happens before that certain age when people enter colleges, there is capacity to change, but I don't have enough experiences to base my change on. And at a later age, there is a lot of experience to base my change on, but I don't have the capacity to change. And that's where this sweet spot in between of this age group of 18 to 28 I have seen from interaction with 18-year-olds to civil servants is probably the place where most effective change can happen. There's also reference of it in some ancient texts. For example, Apastama Dharma Sutra relay this bracket of 12 to 25 as a good point of initiation. You also talk about how neuroplasticity itself peaks at 12 and keeps on happening till 25 with a capacity to do so. An excellent age group and an academic age group where things can change. The second unique thing with higher education institutions that can happen nowhere else, these were the first couple of workshops that I did on this pathway. Now, workshop is nice because 3 hours, it's done, everybody claps, wow, wow, fun, right? And that is it. A 3-hour workshop never creates instrumental change or alignment. And higher education is the last place where you can have people for a structured program where they are inside a place where you can monitor it. Once again, higher education institutions have this propensity or this capacity for long-term interventions, which can be best easily applied here. So this idea of AHA and academic relevance is so significant because the more we go away from academia, you may have great intentions, but change doesn't happen. The second part is the mystical question that Professor Prabhat also talked about is happiness. One is we know change, we know academia, but how do we bridge the happiness barrier? Somebody says pizza makes me happy, the other person says owning a pizza company makes me happy. Somebody says meditation makes me happy. The other person says meditation makes me unhappy. There are all sorts of spectrums in it. And part of the reason and part of the divide is something that I've again and again seen in academic circles is this Western psychology, ancient Indian wisdom divide. So when like around 7 or 8 years back, I wanted to get deep into quitting consulting. I thought, I want to know what this happiness is. Because IIT is done, I am done, consulting is done, but happiness is not there. So where do I come from? And we're always reared in the Western psychology mindset to a large extent that look to the West, look to scientific evidence, and also automatically I went to Western psychology. If you go to Western psychology and even just search for scales of happiness, these are some of the various scales that exist. One author will say Oxford Happiness Inventory, somebody will say subjective well-being, somebody will say eudaimonic well-being. And by the way, this list isn't stopping here. As many researchers, as many scales. Right? On the other hand, if we talk of things around purpose of life or happiness, then ancient Indian wisdom is quite unanimous or synchronized in what it sees as the purpose of life. They may call it differently and there may be nuance changes, but this purpose of life being enlightenment, moksha, nirvana, mukti, all of that is a very, very grounding place. And I think that was really important for me to be able to assimilate happiness and then look back at Western research saying, okay, what is it that's really speaking to each other? Now, this going or coming more towards a fusion of the two is important for two reasons. First, the amount of depth, and we open also speak me and Professor Ashish, the paper that he's written on this. Ancient Indian wisdom is a great platform, but unfortunately, in class, when I've spoken to students about ancient Indian wisdom on its own, MBA is a school where you only debate or you learn the art of debating, and fortunately or unfortunately, in this realm, you can debate out just anything. That's where the right fusion of seeing what's there in the West and that's there in the East is a significant part of bringing together a curriculum that will speak to a student. I may understand Bhagavad Gita or Mahabharata or Ramayana in some sense, but I could translate that in a language that this person has been brought up into. And that divide is a significant one, potentially one where collaborations can really, really help from different spaces. Okay, the second thing, this is an ugly photo of me, but since we're talking about non-judgment and happiness, why not? This is me after a 10-day Vipassana course. For some people who may not be initiated, 10-day Vipassana is really 10 days of 14 hours of meditation every day. So if it's scary, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have broken this news, I'm now realizing, but I have. And a lot of people have it as a life transformation time of their life. For me, nothing. Why? Because every time they told me to meditate, my mind was like, why should I do it? Why should I do it this way and not that way? Right? Who are you to tell me, isn't this preaching? And I'm scared you'll take me into some zone that I'm not aware of because there's so much spiritual cynicism that's there generally. Right? And that is where also I think some of the problems have happened. When I was in class with, anybody had moral science in their schools as a subject? Almost everybody, right? Notice when there is emphasis on being honest, honesty isn't put up in a story as an end to itself. It is always shown at in the end, the person who was honest, they gained something out of being honest materialistically or something, which is the perception of virtues itself became very, very contingent on the end. Mila kya mujhe? By the way. Nobody ever mentioned to me that kindness or honesty, the more you become part of it, the more you will feel at peace. Leave what comes out as a consequence in terms of money or reputation. But the more virtuous a person becomes. And that's what this whole ancient Indian wisdom that's talking of, let's say, Yam Niyam, or that's talking of in Buddhism around all of these tenets that one needs to follow. It's really trying to bring forth that idea. And that's where it's important. Again, potential concern is a lot of times it becomes about teaching that this is the way it is, rather than listening and interactive inquiry. So that is again a part within happiness itself that is required as an exploration. Now, we've covered academy and its importance, we've covered happiness and how do we deal with it. Finally, coming to the alliance, which is the big theme of it. Now, one of the foundational things that is probably the most critical in happiness is I was interviewed recently by a consulting firm that really wanted to know about mental health and well-being and how I can make it a part of corporate. If you ever sit in a PowerPoint presentation of a corporate, every PowerPoint presentation has some index which they have created, which is we have this thing called meter, or we have this for employees and all, which is seen as a good thing to show people, but it's really not intrinsic to the corporation. It's not foundation. In the same way in academia, I'll narrate a very small but an interesting anecdote. Some of you may be familiar with this small framework. Let's say when you go to a shopping mall, what is kept near the check-in counter for you to purchase without thinking? Chocolates, right? In the world of marketing, these things are called impulse purchases. You have an event, you see the chocolate, you have a thought, oh wow, that looks delicious. You don't think for long. You drool, probably not like the baby is drooling here, but somewhat similar. And you make the impulse purchase or you buy the chocolate. A lot of times realizing it wasn't needed when you came back home. Now, interestingly, the first time I taught a course on happiness, I was teaching this in a classroom of happiness, and there was a parallel classroom going on consumer behavior. Me and the professor sat after for lunch, and we were discussing what we taught in the class. Turns out we were teaching the exact same framework. He was teaching this is the way consumers react, find a smart way to make them react. I was telling them this is the way marketers are making you react, please be cautious. And this is a conversation that is an important one to have. I was having a conversation with the director at FMS a few months back. And we were like, we are taught the Kotler's way of approaching life, where you have a need that has to be fulfilled and wants and demands. Nobody taught me or acquainted me with the Buddha way of leading life, that you can gradually start to question needs itself and probably come out of them. And as a B school, it is probably the dharma to at least bring forth both those point of views to the student and let them choose. Now, like in marketing, the same principles can be applied in finance in different departments itself. And the idea, therefore, of a true alliance would essentially come down to, can we have every course with a foundation on happiness which relates to that course itself? There is a marketing angle, there is a happiness angle to marketing. There is a finance angle, there is a happiness angle to finance. And this is where I come to the end of this long monologue. This is where the alliance will have to be, like I'm seeing, it's a wonderful alliance here for the reason that it doesn't just have academics, it has people all around. We have Karan Banerjee who's into corporate. We have somebody I know who's from pranic healing and that sector. All of this coming together is going to become an important part of delivering on this alliance. And I just sort of will end at this note that we started with the youth is wasted on the young. Can we change that? We'll end with the youth is wasted on the young. Let us change that. Maybe just carry forth and this wonderful initiation phase.
Thank you, Shishir sir, for this mesmerizing talk. It indeed fills my heart with a lot of hope. This day is indeed a very hopeful one, and hopefully we achieve a lot out of the deliberations throughout the day. We have with us our chief guest, Shri Karan Bahl. Karan Bahl sir is the founder and chief happiness officer at Happitude, Asia's leading workplace happiness and well-being company. After graduating in economics and getting his MBA degree, he joined a multinational company, but soon realized it was not where his passion lay. At the age of 26, he quit his corporate job and started his own business. This made him travel around 21 countries and work with people from various walks of life, culture, and traditions. But very soon he discovered that success was not a guarantee for happiness. He could see people silently going through the ordeal. This made him question the idea behind success leading to happiness. With this curiosity, Karanji embarked on a journey to figure out what comes first, success or happiness. His intrigue took him deeper down the path of experiencing and dexterity to the point where he plunged himself into a pool of experiential journey from spiritual masters to science of happiness leading researchers in the University of California. It was a quest that transformed his life. The world around me started looking more brighter, just like a computer screen. He says, This personal transformation gave birth to Happitude. Since then, there was no turning back. Today, as a specialist in merging together workplace happiness with revenue, profitability, and business growth, he is famed among top global happiness and thought leader communities. He has been a speaker of happiness and mindfulness at conferences around the globe. He has worked with more than 50,000 people, 150 companies from 35 countries. Currently has been featured by BBC World, Sea Business, The Weeks Magazine, Indian Express, Midday, Times of India, The Hindu, and many other leading media platforms. When he's not working, you can find him either meditating, holidaying amid nature, or traveling around the globe to explore more cultures. Sir, we are indeed privileged to have you with us. I request you to please address the audience.
Good morning, everyone. Well, I wasn't aware that I have to give a keynote. I thought it's going to be a discussion session, but that's okay. Last 12 years, this is what I've been doing, talking about happiness wherever I go. So I started this in 2012, that was the time when we used to go and talk about happiness, especially to the corporate. They would think we are some comedians and come for some, stand-up comedy show. And this is what they were expecting from us. And even at one point of time, I thought, that's a better career option for me. But then, good thing happened. UAE formed Happiness Ministry. And that was about, I think, 2015 or 16. They formed the ministry, and we got to work with them. Madhya Pradesh started Anand Vibhag, and suddenly, we were training the IAS officer who was heading that to help them plan and everything, and we were getting requests from other states. What can we do, structure level and everything. And before that, we were just a workshop company going to different places talking about happiness. Now, over the last few years, I have worked with I think more than 100,000, 150,000 people, but interestingly, now there are more than, I've worked in more than 50 countries. My programs are now, apart from English, we teach them in Spanish, Arabic, Turkish, Portuguese, and just now we are translating in Chinese also. So the best thing that happened to us over the years, till 2016, it was a very Western approach, like Shishir mentioned. When you want to work on something, you always look at the West. And this is what we did. We thought, they have the perfect model. I came across positive psychology. Wow, who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want positive psychology? And I said, I got the secret formula of now I'm going to make the world happy, starting with India. But I realized that it's a very incomplete formula. Positive psychology, and the first thing that I came to know about positive psychology was, they said psychology was from -10 to -1. If somebody is in that level, the purpose of psychology is to bring them to 0. But positive psychology say that it's, there are people who are at +2, +3, they want to go to +10. They want to flourish. How do we take them to +10? I said, that's a very beautiful way of, flourishing human being. And soon my journey started into spirituality, and I went deeper into that. I started meditating. Like, there were times when I took a complete break of a month and I was meditating for like 14, 16 hours a day. I got into some deep practices. I did almost all the courses with Sadhguru. I did Samyama, which is a very deep level program. I started going to Kashi, living like a bhikshuk without money, nothing. I was sleeping on the ghats of Ganga. I was going to, I was doing all the stupid things just to question myself. And that is the time when I realized that spirituality is not -10 to +10, it's infinity to infinity. I said, wow, that's an infinite possibility we have back home. And we are looking at the West thinking that they are going to give us something. Till that point, most of our audience was Indian. And that is the time when we started talking about Indian language, merging it with the Western language. And that's when we started getting a lot of mileage from the Western world. Today, in one of my batch, if I do an online program, I get people from like 20, 25 countries sitting in one batch with me. And I realized one thing, that as I'm working with all these people from different countries, different culture, different caste, creed, life situations, everything, one thing is that I realized that we are talking about diversity, but where is the diversity? They all are same. I don't see a difference. There's no difference. Just the difference that they have is the label that they're carrying. The moment you drop these labels, you feel that they're all the same. When I ask them to tell me your strengths, they give me the same 10, 15 words in all the different languages. If I tell them tell me your weaknesses, they give me the same 10, 15 words. And when I ask them, how do you know these are your weaknesses? They don't know. Somebody told them, somebody mentioned that you are lazy and that they thought they're lazy. And we have this RAS in the brain, reticulation activation system. If I want to go and find red car, which car I find more on the street? Red car. Does that mean there are more red cars? No. But my mind is focusing on the red car and all I see is red car. If I think I'm lazy, all I see is lazy. If I see I am not good enough, what do I see? I'm not good enough. Because that's the area I focus in my life. And I realized that and I was, like, I thought this is really beautiful. We want to merge it together. There was a challenge, and the biggest challenge was from the corporate world. They're not ready to accept the language, Indian language. You speak the methodology, the frameworks and forma and everything, they welcome you. The moment you start speaking about Indianness, they want to keep you a little at a distance. Thankfully, few very nice companies like HPCL and like L&T and Ultratech, some few companies, they were the one who really accepted this, and in fact, even in Ultratech, whenever they want something, they call us, do you have something from Mahabharata? Please bring it to us. हम लोग का leadership का वो है, आप महाभारत से कुछ लेके आओ. I thought, this is something very interesting, and we started working on it. And over the years, we have realized that one thing which we were trying to do, which we should have never done, and since we are talking about academics, and I think there also we may be making the same mistake to teach people happiness. We cannot teach happiness. That's a very hopeless job. Don't even try doing that. I'm telling you, after doing it for 12 years, you can never ever teach anybody to be happy because they already know how to be happy. Just that they don't feel the need to be happy. I give you an example. You go to a park and you sit there on a bench and you look around, there's nobody. And you look at your extreme right, there's a little child who's playing. And the child is happily playing with the mud and just, look at the child, there's a smile on your face. Then you look around, there's nobody. And then you look extreme on the left, there's another child who's crying. Seems to be like troubled a little bit. Tell me which of these two child you would approach first. The child who is crying, right? Keep this answer in mind. I'll give you another example, telling the answer. Let's say you work in a corporate, you are working in a corporate, you are a manager, you have a team of like 10, 15 people working for you. It's about 7 o'clock, it's your anniversary, you have to leave from the office. And suddenly you remember there's some little task that you have to complete, which you forgot to. But now you don't want your wife to get upset, so you can't do it yourself. You come out of your cabin, you look around, there are two guys. One who always keep on complaining because he's overworked, he's always stressed out and worried and things. There's another guy who's always jolly, like very happy, joyful, playful. Now you want to give this extra task. Which one you would approach? The happy one. Tell me the first one who got the attention. The crying one. Who got to work more? Happy one. So if I stay like that in the corporate, my colleagues will start training me. They will say, ज़्यादा कुछ मत रहे, ज़्यादा काम करना पड़ेगा. So I have to show that I am not happy, I am stressed. I go to companies and ask them, let's say if there is one person in your company say, I'm not stressed out, what would you do? The answer is, I'll give him more tasks. Because he's got no work, or he's not doing anything relevant probably. So I'll give him more because he's not stressed out. So stress is celebrated. When we were little kids, if my mother is working, she would take an off when I'm not well. But when I'm fine, she doesn't care much. She's like, okay, make sure that I do things on time, I keep my shoes on time, I'm on its place and everything. But When I'm not well, she takes care of me. Now I want people to pay attention to me, take care of me. What do I want? What do I create in me? I want attention. I create that in myself that I fall sick so that I get attention. I also very interestingly realized that why are we talking about happiness in India suddenly? Why are we talking about it? You see that after 2014-15, Modi has created this idea of abundance in our head that we are growing, and actually we are growing kind of. I normally tell people that if you ask any Indian, what was if somebody born in 80s and 90s, ask them what is the dream you had when you were growing up. They will tell you maybe having a car, going, taking a flight, or having my own house was a big thing. Ask anybody what the kind of life they are living is beyond their dreams. It's not something they could even dream of, right? That kind of life people are living today. But somehow we forgot about it, that that where we started and where we wanted to go. And now today, when we are at a place where our survival is taken care of, we started talking about these things, well-being and mental well-being and happiness and mindfulness and everything. When your survival is not taken care of, you don't have the luxury to sit on the bed and lie on the bed and watch at the fan for the whole day, because survival do not let you do that. So when we talk about emotion in the West, they talk about positive emotion and negative emotion. In my company, this is a policy, this is a rule that no matter which program we do, we never use this term positive emotion, negative emotion. We use in the Navrasa, there are 9 emotions. Our whole culture is based on Navrasa. I think somebody just mentioned some study. I think you mentioned that study from the Harvard University by Daniel Goleman, like emotional intelligence. I want anybody who knows Daniel Goleman, just Google it and see the first book which he had ever written. His first book ever, The Variety of Experiences of a Meditative Mind. He was a student of Neem Karoli Baba. He was living in the ashram. He was a junkie living there, and he had these experiences. He came up with the science of emotion. He studied Navrasa and he published this theory, which we are celebrating all over. So this itself, when we look at the Navrasa, there's nothing called as positive emotion and negative emotion. There are emotions which are absolutely needed for your survival. Absolutely needed. Like emotion like fear, your anger, your sadness. If you don't have those emotions, you cannot survive. Like the picture which sir was showing, this guy has no fear. You have no fear in your heart, you will cross the road. Somebody will hit you. You don't live in US where people will stop the car. People drive with their eyes closed. Even with the eyes open, you can't cross the road. Here you have no fear in your heart. What will you do? You cannot survive, right? So these emotions are not bad emotions. These emotions are for a survival purpose. But now once my survival is taken care, what do? Once my survival is taken care of, I look for the emotion which are beyond my survival. We call them emotions of blossoming or emotions of human flourishing. Love, joy, peace. These are like peace is a bridge between the emotions of survival and the emotion of flourishing. This is why we always, in our culture, we always talk about peace as something, like as the highest thing. Peace is not the highest thing. Peace is the prerequisite. Even to have this conversation, let's say your mind is disturbed currently. You are in some kind of fears. You have to submit your assignment. And your professor is sitting here after this talk gets over, he's going to ask you. You are sitting in a fear. You will not be able to enjoy this conversation, right? You are angry at somebody. Will you be able to enjoy this conversation? No. Because right now you're sitting here, you have this peace of mind, you can have this conversation and you can grow, you can learn from this. But when we don't have that, we cannot learn anything. So when we talk about happiness in academics at this point in our life when our careers are going to be decided from here, right? Peace is the only thing you should look for. Because once you're peaceful, joy and love is taken care of. You will go to joy. Have you seen somebody who's peaceful will anyways be joyful? Somebody who's joyful will be loving by their own nature. You don't have to teach them joy and love, in fact. You bring them to the level of peace, they will take care of the rest of the thing. But they also need to know that these emotions, the emotions of anger, fear, and everything, these are not the emotions which are my enemies. The problem with the world today is the Western world, they have made us
people in a way that everybody just want positive, 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 which means they want to look at half of the picture and make the full decision. If you look at the half of the side, it say life is 50% positive, 50% negative. You look at half of the side and take a decision on make a decision on the basis of this. Are you going to take the right decision? Because you don't have a full information. Now, do you really know what is positive and what is negative? I say, even if you know, okay, if you know you've not lived your life enough and you still think there is something positive, something negative, because those who have lived their life enough, they know that something that was the most positive thing, like getting a job at your point in today where you guys are sitting, the students are sitting, is the most positive thing. Tomorrow you're going to regret that itself. Once you get the job, you will be regretting that job, right? Today, I think if I don't get married to this person, my life will be ruined. I'm telling you, tomorrow you will be grateful you didn't get married. Yeah, it looks like end of the world. In fact, what is positive is negative, what is negative is positive. It's like all is mixed up, right? Now, even if you say that you still know what is positive, I want you to close your eyes and not think of monkeys. What will you think of? You don't want to focus on negative. What will you focus on? So the idea is that somehow this positive and negative, we are a culture of yoga. Yoga does not mean bending your body. Americans can think that. But if Indian thing is bending the body is yoga, that's nonsense. Yoga means union. Now there are 4 levels. Like in your thought, once this positive and negative become separated, then you're not in yoga. You're not a complete human being. You are half human being, right? Now, as a person, if you start living with labels and identities, do you think men can be happy or women can be happy? Which one is easier? Who can be happy, men or women? I like to tell you, men cannot be happy, women cannot be happy. Old cannot be happy, young cannot be happy. Old people cannot be happy, young people cannot be happy. Man cannot be happy, women cannot be happy. Only when you drop this idea, because when you're happy, you're not a man or a woman. You're just a complete human being. Only then you're happy. Because when you are a man, you are living with the burden of being a man. It's too much. Too much of a burden. When you're living like a woman, thinking like a woman, sitting like a woman, you carrying that burden of being a woman is too much. There are only 2 places where gender is very important. Kids are grown up, I can say that. And no, we're not in the school. It's only in the bathroom and the bedroom. Nowhere else. Everywhere else, you can live like a complete human being. People will treat you differently because based on your gender. But why are you treating you differently? I was invited as the only male speaker in the Arabic Women Conference. And they asking me, what is a man doing in this? I said, if you're talking about a man and a woman, I'm not the right person to be here. But if you're talking about masculine and feminine, I come from a culture where the highest god we have is Ardhanareshwar, man and a woman. I thought I'm the right candidate here. I can talk about it, I can speak about it because I'm very much in touch with my feminine, right? Like sir was saying, poetry. Sir thinks he's from the army, very masculine, but if he's only masculine, he will feel burdened with it. It will be a dry life. He needs something to bring out a feminine side. And what is feminine? Poetry, you're singing, you're dancing. My request is if you really want happiness, and I love the presentation which we played at the beginning of it, like where you're celebrating everything else, like even painting and dancing and everything. Don't think these are useless things. If you don't do this, later part of your life, you will realize that life is such a burden. Because, like Shishir was saying, when you become too much about what can I take, what can I give, how much I'm giving, how much I'm receiving, life will become pathetic. And that's when you really realize that actually life is sometimes it's okay to give more. And in fact, only give sometimes and not even thinking what you're receiving. And this is the whole idea that when in academics, when we're trying to bring happiness, if we can bring this idea that at least for some part of the day, you can drop that idea, what about me? Just maybe 15 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day. Do something where you're not thinking about what about me, nothing about you. You're not going to get anything. If you're still okay with that, no matter which profession you take, which job you get, you are going to add value and you're going to blossom from there. So I think this is from my side. Just one last, I want you to give a feeler of it. That, what I'm saying is, most of the programs that we do, we don't talk about for the first 2 weeks. Our program is like 6 weeks, 8 weeks on happiness and mindfulness and other things. For first 2 weeks, we don't talk about any frameworks, any models, anything. Only about activities and experiences so that you experience a shift in your own happiness. And one of the very simple exercise, if you can do with me, is I want you to just spread your arms if you have space. Just spread your arms. Look up. Look up. And try to be sad. Now bring your arms closer. Look down and try to be sad. Tell me which one is easier. Second one. Second one. So when people ask me, why are you talking about happiness? You're going everywhere talking about happiness. I say, I don't care about happiness now. Maybe there was a time when I started without caring about happiness, but now I care who you become when you're happy. Because when you are happy, it's not just your body that expands. Your dreams expand. Your imagination expands. The things you can do in the world, that expand. Your impact expand in the world. But when you are unhappy, it's not just your body that shrinks. Your dreams shrink. You don't want to talk to too many people. In fact, you don't want to talk to anybody. You don't want to try out new things. You just want to be in your shell. Everything. So it's not just your body that's shrinking. Your life is shrinking. But when you're happy, it's not your body that is shrinking. Your life is expanding as well, right? So happiness, you need to care about happiness only because when you're happy, you will expand your life. When you're not happy, you will try to, just hold on to something which gives you safety and security. So this is it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this very touching speech. Every single line that you were speaking was so authentic. It was coming straight from your heart and reaching to our hearts. Taking the session towards its last lap. Every hour is a grace, so gratitude is must. As a token of gratitude and remembrance, we wish to present mementos from our side to our esteemed guests. I request Dr. Prashant Gupta, sir, to please present the memento to our chief guest, Shri Karan Banerjee. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Swati Soni to please present a memento to our keynote speaker for the day, Professor Shishir Arvind. Thanks, ma'am. Coming towards the end of this inaugural session, it's an honor for me to place on record a vote of thanks. We are indeed very grateful to Srivat Jaipuria ji for taking out time from his busy schedule and participating in this inaugural session. His motivation towards the Happiness Laboratory, Happiness Program, and this conference has been phenomenal. We are also very grateful to Shri Karan Bahal, founder Happitude, for accepting our invitation as a chief guest for this event. So your message about normal, natural emotions being classified as positive and negative emotions, it really was a takeaway for a lifetime for most of us. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Shishir, every single slide which you presented on the Alliance for Happiness framework, we are going to incorporate it in the action plan that we are going to release after this conference for the day. Thank you. Thanks to our beloved director, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, sir. He has not only been an architect of the happiness program at our campus, but he has also been instrumental in conceptualizing this roundtable on Alliance for Happiness in Academics since scratch. And he has been a motivating force for all of us to take this forward. We now take a break of 15 minutes and join at 12:10. I invite all the audience and guests for high tea, which is arranged outside this auditorium. Next session will be panel discussion one, moderated by Dr. Aparna, on the theme of why and how of teaching happiness in academics. See you at 12:10 at the same venue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. Moving further to our Alliance for Happiness in Academics conclave, this panel discussion is based on why and how of teaching happiness. When we talk about education, it's not merely about imparting knowledge. It's about nurturing the human spirit and equipping individuals with the resilience and intent to pursue happiness amidst life's inevitable challenges. With this, I'd like to introduce our today's panelists for the session. Our first speaker is Dr. Ashish Pandey, sir. Dr. Ashish Pandey is the Associate Professor with Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, where he teaches courses related to organization development, human resource management, self-management, and leadership. Dr. Pandey regularly engages in consulting and training work for the organization and leadership development with the organizations across industries with many institutions of higher education. Dr. Pandey has published more than 40 research articles in the field of yoga and positive psychology, spirituality at workplace, mindfulness, business and society interface, and the best practices in the management in globally reputed journals, including Journal of Management, Journal of Business Ethics, and Personal Review, etc. He has co-edited the volume on indigenous Indian management published by Palgrave Macmillan. His research is recognized with awards and fellowships at forums held at Indian Academy of Management, Academy of Management USA, Fowler Center of Case Western University, and Indian Institute of Sciences, etc. We welcome you, sir, and as per Jaipuria's tradition of green welcome, we present you a green certificate. And I would also like to invite Dr. Ramzan Sama sir to honor Dr. Pandey with the story. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Raghav Prakash. He is the chairperson of Sarupar Society, which runs Parishkar Group of Colleges. He is the director of Parishkar College of Global Excellence, Parishkar International College, Parishkar Institute of Education, and Parishkar Coaching Institute. He is well-known name in the field of Hindi grammar and literature with PhD in Hindi and gold medalist in MA. He has mentored thousands of students for competition exams like IAS, RAS, PSI, and teachers. Along with managing, teaching, and coaching, he is also a prolific writer. He is keenly involved in a lot of research from the last 51 years in teaching pedagogy. He also has to his credit more than 25 books on literary criticism, Hindi grammar, drama, and interview techniques. We welcome you here, sir, with the green certificate. And I would like to call Dr. Aparna Mendiratna ma'am to do the honors. Our next speaker is Professor Amit Jain. Professor Amit Jain is currently President and Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Rajasthan. Prior to this, Professor Amit served the university as Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dean Faculty of Management and Director at Amity Business School, Director International Collaboration, and Professor Tapni School of Business at Manipal University, Jaipur. Professor Amit has been a visiting professor with University of Technology, Sydney, Australia, Hungary, and St. Janos University, Slovakia. Professor Amit holds a PhD from Sardar Patel University and has completed FPP from IIM Ahmedabad. So has designed and conducted training programs and sessions for executives of various organizations, including IDBI Bank, Bank of Baroda, JK Tires, JK Lakshmi Cements, and many more. He has several publications to his credit and has presented research papers at national and international conferences. His professional associates include life membership of Indian Society of Training and Development and is currently a National Council member. Dr. Amit is editorial board member of Indian Journal of Training and Development. He has served as chief editor of Anti-Management Review. We welcome you here, sir, and I would like to invite Professor Prashant Gupta, sir, to do the honor. Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Seema Agarwal, ma'am. She is the principal of Kanuria PG Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Jaipur. Ma'am has done her Masters of Commerce and PhD from University of Rajasthan. Dr. Agarwal also holds a gold medal in Diploma in Management from BMO University, Kota. She is also the author and co-author of textbook of income tax, direct taxes, goods and services tax, management accounting, auditing and advanced accounting. She was also member of BOS ABST in University of Rajasthan, Jaipur from 2017 to 2020. Her notable initiatives for her college includes the establishment of Basic Flight Training Center in collaboration with WHO and AIMS Delhi in college campus. She also got B++ grade for the college in NAAC second cycle in April 2023. We welcome you here, ma'am, with the green certificate, and I would like to call Dr. Akash Dubey, sir, to do the honor. Our next speaker is Dr. Kavya Saini, ma'am. Dr. Saini is an associate professor in marketing at the International School of Informatics and Management, Jaipur. She holds a degree in MBA and a PhD in management. Dr. Kavya has published numerous academic articles and case studies in referred journals and books of repute. She is an ATL mentor of Change by AIM, Atal Innovation Mission, Global GD member for the Wadhwani Entrepreneur Programs and practicing training leader. Dr. Kavya has over 17 years of experience in academia, startup training, and mentorship for students. She is an avid reader, a curious person with a clear conviction in imaginative and inventive thoughts, and has a keen interest in research on recent trends in marketing. Her love lies in teaching marketing management and service marketing. She has an impressive number of research papers and articles to her credit. We welcome you here, ma'am, with the green honor, and I would like to invite Dr. Swati Soni, ma'am, to do the honor. Our next speaker is Major General Rohit Bakshi, sir. Sir is serving with Indian Army at the Sakta Shakti Command, Jaipur. The officer has 35 years of rich experience in operational and various admin positions. He has had 3 tenures in insurgency areas of Kashmir besides serving in extreme high altitude regions of Kargil. He holds several commendation cards from the Chief of the Army Staff for rescuing and saving lives during the Mumbai floods of 2005, besides other distinguished service assignments. With military assignments, the officer has the experience of dealing with the sound administration of Army public schools and KVs. Being a senior training officer at Premier Training Establishment of the Indian Army, Sir holds a master's in military science and master's in defense management. He also holds an MPhil in strategic defense management and is currently completing his PhD in management of higher education institutes in India. We welcome you here, sir, with the green certificate. And I would like to invite Dr. Lokesh Vijayvargiya, sir, for the honor of our guest. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Pandey, sir, for the keynote address.
नमस्ते मंच पे उपस्थित सदस्य और मंच के सामने उपस्थित सबको मेरा प्रणाम since this workshop was on happiness, I thought minimally what can I do is not to show the PPT. That is my contribution to not enhance your pain. And in that process, maybe I can help you to retain and balance your equanimity. If not, I make you happy. So I decided not to bring that. And I knew that some students will be present and they have enough of PPTs happening in their life. So it is also to them. So I'll share a few of the things which I have kind of work towards understanding wellness and what is guiding it. That's when somebody says that this drives happiness or something else drives happiness, what is that? What is happiness? Mind you, I'm a social science scientist and empirical researcher. Very early in my career, I decided not to be an armchair theorist, but an empiricist and action researcher. My guide takes pride in saying that I am an armchair theorist, but he keep throwing the probabilities of the propositions, and we as students keep picking up few and then try to kind of empirically examine that, and that's how the wonderful complementarity is kind of is happening. I was always interested in the wellness of the students. It was in 2011. Had an opportunity to coordinate the committee to restructure the MBA program. And in that, we were thinking very afresh, what can be useful perspective, knowledge, and skill. And one of the things came out very clearly that their ability to manage self. Because you can be in a great organization, you can be part of a very good institution, so everything else is taken care of. But those who are able to take the real benefit of it are those not who are in the better institution and who have the better facility. The people who are able to take the benefit are those who are able to better manage themselves. How can they manage their time? Can they manage their body? Can they manage their mind? And that is the ultimate thing. So we introduce a course on managing self and relating with world. And if you are part of an institution like IIT, and if you are saying anything which doesn't have any empirical evidence, people will not tolerate you for a long time. So you have to have some empirical evidences. And as a researcher, as a social scientist, you would also like to know more about the phenomena a little more definitively. Though it is the p-value is always not 100%, certainly not 100%, and it is always between the 9, but at least it has to be some 95%. With that perspective, we were thinking, okay, we need to examine some fundamental. One thing is that happiness is not the goal of life, which many times people perpetuate. I would like to pose a simple kind of a thought experiment. Which is the movie you like to watch? आप वैसी मूवी देखते हैं जिसमें हीरो की लाइफ बहुत ही कोजी है, सुबह उठता है, he's born with a silver spoon, वो आराम से काम करता है, उसकी लाइफ में कोई स्ट्रगल नहीं है. क्या हम ऐसी मूवी देखना चाहते हैं? क्या हम ऐसे हीरो देखते हैं? हम वैसे हीरो नहीं देखते. हम किन हीरोज को पसंद करते हैं जिनके जीवन में संघर्ष है, जिनको देख, और किस मूवी को अच्छा पसंद करते हैं जिस मूवी में लगता है कि यार ये विल ही एबल टू मेक इट और नॉट। हम कहते हैं हाँ सस्पेंस था, struggle tha, and then we appreciate if the person puts in his best effort, if he puts his weight or he puts his knowledge, and then turn the things against the tide. तो हमें तो हम हीरो को वो हीरो पसंद करते हैं जो स्ट्रगल से आता है, और अपने जीवन के हीरो तो इस फिल्म का हीरो कौन है? इस फिल्म का हीरो तो हम ही है। तो हैप्पीनेस तो सिर्फ नहीं हो सकता ना इस फिल्म का हीरो। अगर हम ऐसे हीरो को पसंद नहीं करते जिसकी लाइफ में सिर्फ हीरोशिप है, सिर्फ ग्लैमर है, स्ट्रगल नहीं है, तो हमारी लाइफ में हम कैसे अपने आप को हीरो समझेंगे अगर हमारे जीवन में स्ट्रगल नहीं है? और स्ट्रगल मतलब ये नहीं कि सब कुछ इजी हो, उसमें अनसर्टेनिटी भी होगी, उसमें चैलेंज भी होगा, उसमें फेलियर का डर भी होगा, उसमें डर भी होगा, उसमें रोना धोना भी होगा, उसमें एंजाइटी होगी, उसमें फियर होगा। तो विजन एक्सरसाइज हम लोग करते हैं, और अगर इफ व्हाट यू हैव रिटन as a vision for yourself and for the organization, if it is not making you little afraid, यार ये कैसे होगा, then you have not reached to that level. It should inculcate some fear कि ये हो पाएगा। तो रियल लाइफ में तो हम फियर को, एंजाइटी को और सेंटिमेंटालिटी को हम अप्रिशिएट करते हैं in the right amount। तो हम कैसे उसको अपने जीवन से निकाल सकते हैं? तो सडनली हैप्पीनेस इज नॉट द अल्टीमेट थिंग, इट इज समथिंग मोर। It is looking at reality, looking at life in a holistic way, where we put it, where you look at the impact of all role of all emotions, all situations in its own totality. और त्रिगुणात्मिका तो प्रकृति है ही, तम के बिना और सत्व के बिना और रज के बिना कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता, तीनों चीजें आवश्यक है। द्वंद्वात्मिका भी प्रकृति है, हम अंधेरा समझते ही तब है जब हम कुछ उजिला जानते हैं, हम सुख समझते ही तब है जब हम दुख जानते हैं, हम विश्राम समझते ही तब है जब हमको थकान का अनुभव होता है। तो ये तो साथ में चलने वाली चीजें हैं। तो अगर साथ में चलने वाली चीजें हैं तो उनको साथ में ही देखने की आवश्यकता है। तो अब वो साथ में न देख पाना और उसको अप्रिशिएट ना कर पाना, ये लैक ऑफ वेलनेस है, जिसको हम लैंग्वेजिंग कहते हैं। आपके चेयरमैन कह रहे थे, और आई रियली अप्रिशिएट हिम एज अ हीरो, एज अ लीडर ऑफ दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन, देयर ही इज शेयरिंग द वल्नरेबिलिटी। I was in that valley and then I crossed. Then you consider him the hero. I have not seen the valley. That is not human situation. That is not human life. That is not total experience of life. So, languishing, flourishing, and moderately flourishing. So we looked at happiness in this term, and I really wanted to get rid of this question, what can be the useful input, what actually drives us. So, and since I work with the youth, so naturally I looked at what are the situations in their life, what can impact happiness, wellness in their life. So what comes to our mind? Academic engagement. If they are enjoying academics, and that was also the time when some very unfortunate incidents happened on our campus. It's one or two students committed suicide, and there was a very rigorous vehement debate on the academic rigor and all that. So we thought that academic rigor, that can be the cause of the lack of wellness. Family engagement, how family is cohesive, that is self as well, and what can be a good determinant of the self as a determinant, as a predictor of the wellness, the value system. We always say it is individual value, and value is a very beautiful concept because it is as exterior as it is interior. When you look at behavior, it is exterior. When you look at belief, it is more interior. Value is that which kind of exterior, interior, it's somewhere in between. So we looked at the values, and what we found, and then the students have the social engagement. They have. So we looked at whether you have social connectedness with the other than your immediate family and peers? Are you engaged with some external social circle as well, network? Are you part of the bigger network as well? You contributed to that, and we looked at it. And for that, we have not just did the data collection. This is another thing which I kind of actually try in our research, that we do not just collect the data. I'm in a stage, and by the way, the resume which was read out was not, it was kind of a couple of years old. Now I'm a full professor, and I'm also visiting faculty at Ahmedabad, and there are a couple of few things. Maybe this is a time I should rewrite it and send it to the where I'm speaking. So this is not the thing that I just collect the data and write my paper. It should be something where I can also be offered something to those who take that assessment. If my respondents are 500 people are spending even 10 minutes, they must get something. So we, instead of conducting just collected data, we conducted workshops in all over India, from Mysore to Assam to Ajmer to Guwahati to Mumbai to Lucknow, and looked at this whole thing, how it is, how these things are connected. And can you imagine what is affecting wellness? Nothing. Socioeconomic background is not affecting wellness. It is not explaining more than 10-20% cases of languishing flourishing and moderate flourishing. Family cohesion has a special role, which I'll tell you, and suddenly it is not determining flourishing. Gender is not determining anything. Your academic engagement, how well or badly you are doing in academics, is also determining. And we stayed with that data for some time, and we felt really puzzled. And because the simple regression, nothing was coming out. And then I talked to my guide, Professor Rajan, and then then he said, "Sir, ये ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे flourishing को define करने वाली सिर्फ जन्म कुंडली है। शायद आपके ग्रह नक्षत्र ही हैं जो define कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि बाकी सब तो हमने देख लिया और उसका कहीं कुछ connection आ नहीं रहा." So then we did the polynomial regression, which categorizes the data. So we looked at the categories. So languishing group, moderately flourishing group, and flourishing group. And we had enough data, the 1500 around data. We removed the adult population also, because some of the adult people also, the senior people also attended those workshops. So we removed that. About 1200 data we had from multiple. Academic background also doesn't matter. Means whether you are in IIT Bombay or you are in some small college in south of Mysore is also not determining. And when we categorize and again looked at this multinomial regression, we found that what is defining the flourishing cases most is your social engagement. More than 85% cases were explained with the social engagement, and how this. It is not only one thing. You need to look at corroborates. By the way, there are different values: emotion, ambition, accomplishment, happiness, family security, self-preservation related values. The Short's value scale, lot of values, 16. No value is determining the wellness, except one, and that is, any guesses? Anybody who has studied values, which value you think might be determining the highest cases of the flourishing? There is one value in the Short scale, that is self-direction. Self-direction. And self-direction is actually, neither it is talking about social engagement, nor it is talking about spirituality, nor it is taking wisdom, and it is encompassing all. So what it means, if you are doing what you truly value, that is the self-direction value, and that is determining the highest cases of wellness. So that was one interesting thing. In order to check the values and its impact on the different level, languishing, flourishing, and the moderate flourishing cases, only assessment of the value is not good enough. because I might be having certain values, but I might not be able to live those values. So this is called espoused value and the lived value, which is called engaged living. So if I'm engaged living, meaning I'm able to pursue what I'm willing to pursue, which I've got a value, that is also another indicator. And engaged living is deeply connected to the self-direction as a value, and that was explaining the highest cases, more than 85% cases of the flourishing, and which is the 33% of the total population. So about 1/3 of the people were flourishing, and 50% people were moderately flourishing. And here comes the role of family. Family was explaining, family cohesion can explain more than 80% cases of moderately flourishing. What it means, family can help you to slip into languishing, but it cannot guarantee you to move to flourishing. So that gave us confidence that what need to be worked upon is self. उद्धरेत आत्मनात्मानं आत्मानं भवजायते आत्मै आत्मनो बंधु आत्मा वै रिपुरात्मना। आत्मा ही आत्मा का शत्रु है, वही उसका मित्र है। जो भगवान बुद्ध कहते हैं अपको दीपो भव, भाई अपनी नाव तो आपके ही हाथ में है। So that gave us confidence that the course which we are offering in IIT as a core course, it deserves to be a core course because ultimately it is the self which is going to drive you towards flourishing. Family at best can prevent you to fall in the languishing zone. Then we conducted experiments year after year. First, we looked at moral reasoning. The role of moral reasoning, we have two sections. So in one section, we used to conduct this mindfulness and yoga-based practices, plus all other reflective practices. And yoga-based practices clearly had the impact on the experiment group in terms of the moral reasoning. They were able to look at the think about the issues more clearly. That was one. That was the first study, and then we looked at two things: flourishing and psychological capital. These are the two variables which are most applicable in the personal life and the professional life. So, psychological capital is useful in the work life, which is the combination of hopefulness, optimism, resilience, efficacy. And at the workplace, we talk about, and the general life, the flourishing, meaningfulness, engaged living, positive emotions, etc. In the science, it is not only sufficient to tell, okay, this impact the outcome. You need to trace the pathway. So in next few years, we just looked at the pathway. What is the pathway? What connects positive psychology with the yoga-based practices? Can it bring something additional? What positive psychology do not have? And we found the pathways goes through four things: subjective vitality and self-transcendence. And that subjective vitality is correlated to the pranamaya push, which we later on worked upon. Self-transcendence, little bit of experience of self-transcendence, little bit of being away from our self-entanglement and being experiences of the transcendence has a very strong implication on the positive psychological capital. So the person who popularized the psychological capital in the world, their group, they have never found the impact effect size more than 15, 16, 17%, and we had the effect size of 30%, 32% to 28% kind of batch after batch. Without that, Indians cannot publish in the FT50. Indians, if they have to make it to the FT50, they have to be really, really rigorous. Additionally to the Western counterpart, I am saying this after a lot of failure, not after some success. And then the self-regulation. This is one thing we confuse, and I am so glad that Pankaj showed that statement of Seligman. It is not the pleasurable life. It is not the pleasure which takes us to the flourishing or the well-being, and certainly not happiness. It is self-restraint, self-control, and self-control is also a pathway, very strong pathway for the flourishing. That's what we found here. And then, so one of our students did the impact on the Karma Yoga. It is not only the Ashtanga Yoga, but Karma Yoga also reflects at the flourishing and psychological capital. That person was first appointed in IIM Jammu. As a faculty, he started a center of Anandam, Professor Ajinkya Navare, and then he was called by SP Jain to head a center for spirituality in management. SP Jain is one of the oldest institutions which has a spirituality and management center. They have a core course. So he was coordinating the research and the kind of a head of that center. And a couple of weeks back, he was appointed as the chairperson, the vice chairperson of the PGP program. And I said, wow, this is fantastic. Because now the Karma Yoga has become a mainstream. So the person who has done the PhD on the Karma Yoga is now leading the PGP program of the SPJ. That's a statement in itself. And the another scholar, very bright, Chirag Dagar, he worked on the flourishing and their pathway is being appointed in the XLRI. So to the young scholars, if you take up this path in the research, you will not be compromising on your career, because the very definition of dharma is that which brings abhyudaya and nishreyas both. Second sutra of Vaisheshik says that which brings abhyudaya, material resurgence, and nishreyas, spiritual evolution. जो दोनों होंगे वही धर्म. और we are really fortunate in our group, we have seen that happening. So inspired by that, we thought that can it be scaled up? And then 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. So when this has to be scaled up, we created a platform, panchakoshavellbeing.in. So probably one card you might have seen on your desk. That is the operationalization of these concepts. And I know skill is not the best thing, but the skills are useful to scale up things and to give a glimpse. And my simple objective is to reach to the 100 crore people with the one insight to enhance their values. That's it. So for that, we asked this support from the HDFC Algo. And they liked this idea and we created this portal. And we thought that, okay, this is good enough. We can reach to a couple of 100,000 people, because I have good fortune of offering an NPTEL course on yoga and positive psychology for managing career and life. It's an NPTEL course. Everybody, I think, must be familiar with the NPTEL course. Every semester it is offered and about 8,000-10,000 people register, and 2,500 to 3,000 people appear for the exam. And it's not an easy exam, by the way. It is not a Coursera kind of exam. It's a really, every week you have a test, and there is a final exam. You have to go to the center. So about 2,500-3,000 students, and half of them happen to be the working professionals that take the exam. I said, this is good enough for a teacher. But then when HDFC took it up, in 25-28 days, it has reached to 1.5 lakh people. So what researchers need? Researchers need data. And when we analyze this data on the Panchakosha, different aspects of the wellness, and on this about 1 lakh respondents, what we found was something which could be found. वो हमारे दादा नाना कहते थे, लेकिन हमको कुछ बड़ा फिगर चाहिए और कुछ बड़ा नाटक चाहिए. People are enamored not with the fact, they are enamored by the drama. So it is kind of that drama. What is determining intellectual well-being? Any guesses? Is the physical well-being. Your food habits is a biggest determinant of your intellectual well-being. That's what we are finding in the data. And what is determining the pranamaya kosh, the pran shakti? हम कहते हैं ना, emotions से social relation बनते हैं. No relation is coming. What is coming out? Social wellness is determined more by subjective vitality, my sense of energy. And last thing, wellness has their own path. Subjective vitality, physical well-being, emotional well-being, social well-being, and which is reflected in the workplace wellness and well-being. They have their own path. Anxiety, dependence, sentimentality have their own path. They don't have very strong negative correlation. There's hardly any correlation between these. That means what? I can have wonderful life in one aspect, but I can still be feeling anxiety. So there are two different pathways. They may interact. And what is that which connects this and that is subjective vitality. So these are some of the findings. There are a lot of XLRI, I am Ahmedabad, SPGN, I am Jaipur, and so glad to see that happening in Jaipuria. Many good courses are being offered. This is time we kind of work together. One simple thing I can offer is Panchakosha Wellness Platform, as I have shared with the HDFC, I am willing to share with this alliance. You can use it, and different players, different group of us can actually build, can contribute whatever, whosoever can offer contribution. So the assessment can be a bedrock, and then others can offer the contribution. They can have a supplementary assessment, intervention, all that can be created, and we can really create something for the larger academic world. So this is what I am looking forward, and that's what kind of makes me excited to be part of.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts over happiness and wellness derived from your own experience. Now, I would like to hand over the session to today's panel moderator, Dr. Aparna Mandiratna ma'am, Area Chairperson OBHR at Jaipuria, Jaipur.
Happy afternoon to everyone. So, yesterday when I got to know 2 days back that I'm a part of this panel, earlier generally what happens, we have a lot of anxiety and stress, to prepare questions, coordinate with the guests. But when the subject was this, and I really felt, taking clues from, Dr. Pandey, that I really felt that maybe I'm playing a role of my dharma, that yes, other than, giving a material fulfillment to students, it is important, it's a very big responsibility of the academician sitting here, that let's talk about the other aspects of students, wherein maybe they are not getting those things from any other settings, but maybe we can be really a very good input. And taking this session forward now, my apologies to this, to the panelists. I had shared a full list of questions yesterday, but after hearing people from the morning till now, I've rephrased, I've changed everything, because I really feel that let's make it much more relevant and much more contextual for all of us. So first question, so we have 3 segments. The first segment, we are going to talk about one question being posed to everyone. Would like to know your take on that. Second segment, we'll have different questions from different speakers. And the third would be the Q&A segment. If anybody has any questions, we'll take up that. So starting with Amit ji. So Dr. Amit, would like to know what is your, concern. The panel discussion primarily is about how do we integrate happiness or mindfulness into academic settings. So my first question to you is that what is your concept of happiness? Because since morning, and of course we know that happiness is a very subjective term. A pizza can make me happy, and for someone a pizza company would make him or her happy. One of the speakers told us in the morning. So what is your concept of happiness? And are you willing to integrate this in the academic settings, and how?
Right. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Prabhatji, for giving this opportunity. And probably the only qualification I have to justify my presence in this forum is that I'm infected by the contagious smile and calm and composure of Prabhatji. So he brings happiness wherever he is. And that's what motivated me. In fact, I wanted to attend this as a participant. So when I got the invitation, I filled up the form, and somehow Prabhatji observed it, and he said, Dr. Jain, if you are coming, why don't you be part of the panel also? So my idea was that fine, I'll go. It's a wonderful theme and a wonderful initiative because we are talking about AHA. Now, my understanding with AHA goes back to a case study that I have been teaching for many, many years, the AHA effect, where a multinational company trying to sell noodles and fast food in India, case study dates back to 20 years, and not able to compete with desi aloo parathas and paneer parathas and poha and upmas. And that's what the case study was, that how to create that AHA effect from global to local. That was the title of the case study. And when I saw the title of this seminar, which is AHA again, so I said, fine, there is again an AHA moment in my life, so let me go and attend. So that's the preface and the context. Coming to your question, ma'am, I will not try to define happiness because that has already been done, a lot of theory being shared. Dr. Pankaj also shared, Dr. Ashish also shared about that. Why actually to define happiness? Because as I understand, with the deliberation so far, happiness varies. It varies for everyone. So something that makes me happy might not make you happy. Something that makes you happy might not make me happy. Right? But there are a lot of correlations and associations that I find. Example, a question that was coming to my mind is that does success leads to happiness, or a happy mind achieves great success? Is there a regression, sir, or a correlation? Now that is what I started wondering when I was listening to all the experts here. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that I believe holistic development and the holistic well-being is something that leads to happiness. And I'll share one last point, one example. Probably as an academic institution, Amity, we were very early to realize that. And we started in Jaipur in 2007. And 2009, we set up a Center for Positivism and Happiness at the university. And we did 2 international conferences. And as an outcome of this international conference, there is an Amity Positivism and Happiness series of books. So on Amazon, if you go, you will find the Happiness Sutra by Dr. Rick Levy, where there are articles and concept notes on happiness by various experts. So we invited experts from global academic world and practitioners, and we tried to understand that how to create happiness for our students. And since we are talking about happiness in academics now, probably we also need to look at happiness for all the stakeholders. So why only happiness of students? What about happiness of my teachers? What about happiness of the parents who are sending their kids to us, having trust and faith in us? What about the happiness of my board of management members and my owners and my founders? We need to look at it in a holistic way. And that's the approach that we have created in terms of our way of looking at the happiness by creating a Center for Positivism and Happiness and working to develop holistic personality of our students. Thank you.
Great to know, sir. It's happy knowing that already your university has started up with such interventions. Coming on to you, Dr. Kavya. So your take, your concept of happiness, and how do you feel that it's important to have this mindfulness or happiness in academic settings?
Thank you, Aparna. For me, happiness is completely different because we are, as an academician, we are dealing with a generation which is, as sir said, 2 minutes noodle generation, and I am also one of the part of that generation. And a generation which have a focus point of only 30 seconds, but holding of any regret, any insult, any pain is lifelong. They never let go things. And that's the biggest thing which we are facing as a challenge in our university as well. I'll share one story of one of the student, and she came to, she's not a university student. She was in school and she came to her teacher and she said that, ma'am, my mother is not a good mother. And definitely as an academician, teacher was that why this girl is saying that my mother is not a good mother. And then she read her name. Her surname was Urian. As we know that there is an NGO where these orphan kids stay, they give their surname Urian only. There is no other surname for those kids. And then when she said, why you are saying this thing, I never say this thing because mothers are always good and parents are always good. She said, no, ma'am, my mother promised me that she's coming to meet me tomorrow. And when I called her up in morning, I waited entire day. She was not there to meet me. And when I called her up, she said, I was so busy in shopping. That's why I could not meet you. And she came here to meet her kid from Dubai to Jaipur. The lady was blessed with 3 daughters. One daughter was living with her nanny, and 2 other daughters were residing in that orphanage. Both parents are alive. Kids are in orphanage because of their divorce case going on. definitely that teacher took very good care of that girl to inculcate the happiness and positivity in her attitude towards the parents and believing in the relationship of parents and kids. But when farewell came and that teacher congratulated her and she said that I'm very happy that now you are staying with your mother. She said, now it doesn't matter, ma'am. I have learned how to live all alone. At the time when I needed my parents most, they were not there. The lady got married to someone else and now all the kids are living there. Point is that you have to meet these psyche every day in your classroom as well. And turn the psyche towards the positive point is very, very difficult for teachers these days. And at Triple IM, what we are doing is we have every college have a mentee and a mentor culture every time. But herein, we need to validate. For example, in this entire case, the kid was 100% correct. Story was true. And we also know that students are very smart. They play on their pains as well. They take that question as a privilege to get some privilege in attendance or any other thing. But how to change that psyche and how to make these kind of kids very, very positive in their life is the biggest challenge we face. And what we have started that every day, any one teacher makes student write. You are thankful for what 5 things today. And when we start this practice, students are not at all thankful for anything. But we should always be thankful for one thing, that is the entire body. That is a blessing given by the God. And when they start looking for this thing, for example, happiness is a fleeting thing. Right now, any student in second year, if that person gets a 12 lakh package, that would be a biggest happiness for him as well as his family as well. So how to change this happiness fleeting and set things and seeing things very positively in their life? That's what's the challenge is. I will be sharing more how we are doing it in the campus and what benefits students have achieved later in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for talking primarily about student-teacher relationship and bonding, which should go beyond the classroom, and that's very important. And here at Jaipuria also we focus a lot on this. So coming on to you, Dr. Raghav Prakash. So
प्रभात जी के प्रति बहुत आभार मुझे घसीट लाते हैं यहाँ पर इस ऐसे कार्यक्रम में मैं हैप्पीनेस के सोशियो साइकोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट पे बात करना चाहता हूँ मैं स्टूडेंट हूँ इंडियन फिलोसॉफी का इंडियन लिटरेचर का वेस्टर्न फिलोसॉफी का और मैंने देखा कि हमारे जितने भी लोग हैं इस दुनिया के हजारों वर्षों से उनकी सर्च एक रही है हैप्पीनेस वो कोई भी हो चाहे वो वैदिक लिटरेचर हो चाहे उपनिषद हो चाहे वो राम ने हैप्पीनेस ढूंढी वन जाने में हैप्पीनेस दूसरे लोगों ने हैप्पीनेस ढूंढी अपने अधिकार के लड़ करके भाई को मारने में औरंगजेब ने हैप्पीनेस ढूंढी दारा शिकोह को मारने में तो ये अलग अलग हैप्पीनेस और हमने देखा कि सभी कल्चर्स में हमारे जो कल्चरल लीडर्स थे और उस जमाने के रिलीजियस लीडर्स कहते हैं हमको उनकी बात की जनरेशंस ने उन सबको पलट दिया उन्होंने हैप्पीनेस ढूंढने की कोशिश की और बाद में उसका एग्जीक्यूशन दुख को बढ़ाने में हमने वेदों में हिंसा की बगैर हिंसा के यज्ञ नहीं करते थे बुद्धिज्म और जैनिज्म आए उनके रिवोल्ट में और उन्होंने जितना अपरिग्रह की बात की हमने सबसे ज्यादा जैन्स ने परिग्रह किया बुद्धिस्ट जो आए बुद्धिस्ट ने और ज्यादा हिंसा में मंदिर बनाए मूर्तियां बनाई उपनिषद ने कहा कि सारे सब एक हैं सब उपनिषद ने कहा और ब्राह्मणों ने उसको पूरी जातियों में बांट दिया सब एक कहां हुए ये सब सारा हुआ ऐसे ही वेस्ट में हुआ वेस्ट में भी वेस्ट के बारे में हम लोग थोड़ा कम जानते हैं लेकिन वहां भी यही हुआ ईसा ने जो कुछ कहा उसके खिलाफ चर्चेज बने उसके खिलाफ बिल्कुल एक जकड़न पैदा की, और जकड़न पैदा की, उसका रिवोल्ट हुआ, रेनेसां आया, और तब जाकर के लुई को जो है फांसी पर लटकाया गया। ये सब सारा हमारे इस दुनिया में हुआ है। हमें बहुत गंभीरता से विचार करना चाहिए कि हैप्पीनेस की दिशा में ये अब तक के बहुत से फेल्योर्स सारी कल्चर्स के हुए हैं। जो नया फेल्योर है वह है कॉर्पोरेट इकोनॉमी। इट इज द बिगेस्ट ट्रेजेडी ऑफ दिस ह्यूमैनिटी। मैं उस कॉर्पोरेट हैप्पीनेस की हम बात नहीं करता। इट इज नो मोर ए हैप्पीनेस। आप कॉर्पोरेट लोगों को हैप्पीनेस सिखाएंगे, उससे कुछ नहीं होगा। इसका जो सोशियोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट है वो एस्पेक्ट है इक्विटी का। अगर इक्विटी का सेंस नहीं है किसी भी कल्चर, किसी भी परिवार में, किसी भी क्लास में, किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट में, तो फिर बगैर इक्विटी के आप कभी पीस नहीं लाएंगे। इक्विटी नहीं है तो कंफ्लिक्ट है, और अगर कंफ्लिक्ट है तो अनहैप्पीनेस, वहां हिंसा है, वहां अन्याय, अनजस्टिस है। इसलिए इक्विटी के सेंस के बगैर हम इंडिविजुअल हैप्पीनेस की बात नहीं करेंगे। इंडिविजुअल हैप्पीनेस की बात करने वाले लोग और अपने ही भीतर अपने ही स्वार्थ में मोक्ष तक सिकुड़ जाने वाले लोग पॉलिटिकली गुलाम हुए, इकोनॉमिकली गरीब हुए। इसलिए हमें इक्विटी के सेंस में जो जो हमें आधुनिक युग में पिछले खासतौर से 200 वर्षों में, 200 वर्षों में, चाहे वो हमारे यहाँ पर हमारे यहाँ के अपने लीडर्स हों, चाहे मार्क्स वगैरह दूसरे लीडर्स, उनसे इक्विटी को सेंस में रख करके हमें हैप्पीनेस को ढूंढना चाहिए, वरना बगैर इक्विटी के हम लोग इसको सस्टेन नहीं कर पाएंगे। ये मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ। दूसरी जो बात कहना चाह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि आज सभी को बोलना है, दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि हमारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस में कंटेंट के लिए, ये कंटेंट पार्ट है हैप्पीनेस का, मैं उसकी पेडागोजी का पार्ट अभी दूसरा आ रहा हूं। ये कंटेंट का पार्ट है कि अगर हमने लेने को केंद्र में रखा, छूटने को केंद्र में रखा, लूटने को केंद्र में रखा, तो हम बर्बादी की ओर है, चाहे वो पॉलिटी हो, चाहे वो बिजनेस हो, और चाहे वो फैमिली हो, चाहे वो कोई भी सोसाइटी हो। अगर हमने गिविंग को, देने को पार्ट में रखा, तो फिर जाकर के हम हैप्पीनेस की ओर जाएंगे नहीं। ये गिविंग छोटा काम नहीं है। गिविंग से ही सेंसिटाइजेशन होता है इक्विटी का। मेरे से कौन कमजोर है, इसको मैं क्या दे सकता हूं, अगर ये हमें सेंस है तो भी हम लोग उस हैप्पीनेस की ओर जाएंगे। हैप्पीनेस लेने में नहीं है, हैप्पीनेस देने में। उस क्वालिटी, जो हैप्पीनेस की क्वालिटी, जो देने की क्वालिटी है हैप्पीनेस, वही रियल हैप्पीनेस है। बाकी तो छोटा मोटा शरीर का सुख है, कुछ गाड़ी बंगले हैं, बस और कुछ नहीं। तो एक तो गिविंग एंड इक्विटी, इन दोनों को मिलाकर के अगर हम हमारी एजुकेशनल सिलेबसेस को बनाएंगे, तब जाकर के हम लोग इस दुनिया को बेहतर बना सकेंगे। यह हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हम हमारे कोर्सेज को और हमारे बच्चों की तैयारी को इस दृष्टि से तैयार कर रहे हैं या नहीं, या पैकेज वाले बच्चे तैयार कर रहे हैं। ये एक इंपॉर्टेंट फैसला है। जो दूसरी बात है वह है क्रिएटिविटी। मित्रों, ये जो ह्यूमन माइंड है, इसकी सबसे खूबसूरत बात यह है कि औरों से भिन्न है। तो इक्विटी एक अलग कॉन्सेप्ट है, लेकिन इक्विटी के साथ साथ क्रिएटिविटी का अलग, इट इज प्योरली इंडिविजुअलिस्टिक प्रोसेस। क्रिएटिविटी, जब मैं कहता हूं बकरी, बकरी एक शब्द बोल रहा हूं, तो वैसे तो कॉमन है, वो भेड़ से अलग है, कुत्ते से अलग है, और घोड़े से अलग है बकरी। लेकिन हमारे सब लोगों के दिमाग की बकरी का कॉन्सेप्ट अलग अलग है। कोई बकरी आपके आपके लॉन के पत्ते खा गई तो आपकी बकरी अलग है, और कोई बकरी के दूध से आपकी जिंदगी बच गई तो वो बकरी अलग है। तो बकरी का कॉन्सेप्ट हर दिमाग में अलग अलग है। यही ह्यूमन माइंड की खूबसूरती है, और ये खूबसूरती इनहेरिट करती है उसकी क्रिएटिव कैपेबिलिटी। हम अगर बच्चे को उस क्रिएटिव कैपेबिलिटी को पहचाने, उसको पहचान करवाएं, उसको डेवलप करें, तो निश्चित रूप से हम उसकी खुशी की ओर ले जा रहे हैं। एक व्यक्ति जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा खुशी एंजॉय कर सकता है, सेलिब्रेट कर सकता है, वो अपनी क्रिएटिव अचीवमेंट, वो अचीवमेंट जो उसका अपना है क्रिएटिविटी की वजह से। तो अगर एजुकेशन प्रोसेस में क्रिएटिविटी को लाते हैं, और उसी से जो क्वेरी की बात हो रही है, क्वेरी के माध्यम से क्वेरी और क्वेरी के साथ है उसका आंसर, उसको रिजॉल्व करना, और उसके बाद वो अचीवमेंट, और उस अचीवमेंट के बाद में खुशी नहीं है, आनंद है, सीधा आनंद है। क्रिएटिविटी का सीधा जो रिलेशन है उसके आनंद से। अगर हमारी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस उस क्रिएटिविटी को इग्नाइट करने की हम कोशिश करें हर लेवल पर, सिलेबस डिजाइनिंग पर, उसके एग्जीक्यूशन पर पर्टिकुलर, और सबसे ज्यादा इवेल्युएशन पर। अगर इवेल्युएशन पर, आई मस्ट से, इफ यू हैव ए क्रिएटिव इवेल्युएशन, क्रिएटिव असेसमेंट प्रोसेस, तब आप देखिए कि सारा जो भय है, डर है सीखने सिखाने का, और क्लास में आने का, और परीक्षा देने का, और डिप्रेशन का और एंजाइटी का, वो कितना खत्म हो जाता है अगर हमने हमारे इवेल्युएशन को क्रिएटिव बना दिया। हमें इस पर बहुत सोचने की जरूरत है कि हम उसको कितना कितना क्रिएटिव बनाते हैं, इसकी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मुझे लगता है आपने जो ये कुछ दो बातें कही कि समानता का भाव बहुत जरूरी है और लेना नहीं देने का भाव रखना बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू सो मच सर। इसी आनंद के भाव को लेकर आई विश टू कम टू डॉक्टर पांडे। सो मे बी ओके ओके फाइन। सो डॉक्टर सीमा, क्योंकि बात आनंद की हो रही है, सो आपसे जानना चाहेंगे मैम दैट व्हाट मेक्स यू हैप्पीएस्ट एज अ पर्सन। सबसे ज्यादा आनंद आपको किस में आता है, एंड आपको लगता है दैट इन एकेडमिक सेटिंग्स, स्पेशली इन अ कॉलेज लाइक योर्स व्हिच हैज इट इज फुल यू नो गर्ल्स कॉलेज, क्या लगता है आपको इस चीज की कितनी ज्यादा या कम जरूरत है?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो आपके इंस्टीट्यूट को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि हम इस तरीके की एक चर्चा कर पा रहे हैं यहाँ पे। एंड वन मोर थिंग आई हैव टू मेक इट क्लियर दैट our college is a very old college established with some unique vision like outreach of education. Still in my college, we have first generation learners also. So we are totally different from all the premium institutes where most of people belongs in this hall. Raghav Prakash sir can understand what kind of challenges we are facing in our college. We have mixed sort of students like there, all girls it is there, but again we have diverse stakeholders. Many of students are coming there because their parents have choose that college. They wanted to get admission in Maharani's college and they don't get admission, but parents pressurize them, so they come there. Many of them coming from outside as the first choice that yes, they want to study in this college. So we have some other kind of challenges, and we also have our limitation. We know that ours is the university affiliated college. We do not have any freedom in syllabus, curriculum, courses to be offered. Everything is as per the university norms. But still we have to make the student happy. So what we do, and we make it a practice, that we have created many clubs for co-curricular activities. We do not want to depress the students that you have to go through this kind of monotonous 3 years graduation period. We mentor the student, though we have strong mentor-mentee relationship and platform in our college. We mentor the students that this is the basic curriculum. You have to invest 3 years of your life, not one day more, not one day less. You have to invest 3 years, then only you will achieve the targeted graduate degree, which is actually a degree for the students, most of the students coming to institution like us. Because they want to pursue something else. Most of them, they wanted to prepare for the competition exams where graduation is mandatory. Many bright students come to the management institutions. I think in Jaipuria also we have many of our bright students in other management institution also. But they also know that for preparing MBA, they need graduation. So the challenge is that most of the students are taking very casual the 3 year graduation course. So what we have to pretend them that we are very happy with all the curriculum of university, we are just pretending with them. Otherwise, if we say that no, it is that kind of, we are not happy with this, then how we can make our students happy? So we have to make them happy, and we have to create some other platforms which will add on in their personality development, whatever is the capacity building we can do with those clubs or co-curricular activities we do with them. And the other thing is that what we do, we highlight the new things which will motivate them. Like NEP 2020 asks about, or we can say boldly, they say about creativity, then experiential learning, problem solving, conflict resolution. So when we motivate our students, we use these kind of words. So they will feel happy. Yes, we are pursuing some kind of curriculum which is based upon these things. So I think as an academic, it's my responsibility because I'm working in an institution where some kind of foundations are there. Because we are not the private university or autonomous college, we are affiliated college. So what I feel that it is our duty as a teacher, as an academician, that we have to nurture the students who are coming to us just passing their school. In schools, there are different kind of atmosphere. They are taking all the school preaches, school teaching in a different manner. When they come to college, they have another kind of mindset with them. They are thinking, yes, now they have enough freedom. It's upon them whether they want to come to the college, they will come. If not, because there is no attendance, as we know, it is some other things which we will not discuss here also. So in that set of their mindset, we have to nurture them, because we know that after passing out or after losing these 3 years, they will realize the importance of these 3 years which will not come back. So this is our responsibility to prepare them in some playing modes. Like we teach them how to be resilient in many other ways. We conduct some sort of workshop for the students, because the purpose is that we have to grow them with the good, happy person, good as a happy person. Because we know that there are many kind of distraction is in the surroundings. We know people are going out of way. Some students who are not with their family, they use this kind of freedom in such other manners. So this is our responsibility to teach them to become resilient, to accept their failures, to be compensate about the others, to be very polite, and to evaluate yourself on daily basis. Whenever we teach them in their classes, we also tell them that how do you grow day by day, that is very necessary. How your friend is growing, you cannot measure your happiness on her growth. You have to measure your own parameters, what you did yesterday, which make you happy. You have to repeat it and you have to note down in your diary that these things are making me happy, so I will try to repeat it. See, because whenever randomly you ask what makes you happy, they are answerless. Instantly, they will not be able to answer you that these things are making them happy. Like small things, if I will go to see the movie, I will be happy. Then it's our responsibility to explain them that there is a difference between pleasure and happiness. And we, as I was mentioned, that we make arrange many kind of workshops for them, and we invite our successful alumni to share their stories with them. See, because we know we cannot make them more influenced by our preachers, teachers. They said कि भाई teacher है, so they will preach us every time. But when they see that senior, 5 year senior to them or 4 year senior to them is leading a successful life, and that alumna is placing the gratitude to the college. So then they understand, yes, this life, all these activities, all these events are good for you. See, because when we are talking about the management institutes, we have limited number of students are here and they are entered with hard preparation and with a huge amount of fees. So they have to be sincere. They have to be as per your curriculum. But when we are talking about a 12th pass student who is just because nowadays it happened that they are doing graduation just for the sake of graduation because it is also like a mandatory education. So we have to teach them to be happy with what they are doing. So that's why we are doing MOUs with, like recently we did an MOU with WHO and AIMS, where they have established a basic life support training center in our college. Initially, they conducted a TOT of teachers, then almost half of our students have been trained with that. So in that training, they have been trained how to help accident victims or some kind of mishappening occur in their front. Then how do they can help the people? Being a human, everyone want to help, but one is not confident about how to help. We resist to help. So these kind of things we do to make them happy, to feel them happy. And our motive is that the 3 years or 5 years they spend in our academic institute, they should remember those 3 or 5 years as a good years of their life.
Thank you so much. If I, put my feet into your shoes, I can understand what challenges you are facing at this moment and would like to compliment on that, how the university is actually, how your institute is helping those students. Thank you so much for your inputs. Coming on to Major General Bakshi. So you are not directly related to the education world, but what is your overall view on the subject theme as in, yes. So your take on this theme?
Yeah. Firstly, Jai Hind, and a very good afternoon to everyone out here. And being a man in uniform, I am not going to sound philosophical. The rest of these people have been doing. And I must start on a very light note that about 2 days back, when Dr. Prabhat gave me this invite, and he told me that we are having this round table conference, and this is the theme, and you must come over. And I told him, sir, मैं तो एक फौजी हूँ, भारतीय सेना में मेरा काम एयर डिफेंस है, जो कि दुश्मन के फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट को गिराना है. So you think I am going to fit into this panel like this? But the way Dr. Prabhat is, he was very insistent, and he said, sir, you must come over. And so I can tell you that today when I'm here, and I'm sitting here, and when I look to people on my left and the people on my right, and I find that I'm in the midst of such a distinguished, professionals who are hands on the job. And for an army officer who early in the morning is used to facing a military audience, suddenly I'm finding, a charming and a very colorful audience, a very charming moderator. So if I've already made put smiles on the audience, and I'm sure Aparna is also happy with the compliment. I think the happiness quotient, is already on, and I think the seminar is on the right side. Now, coming to the concept of happiness, I won't get into, the definition. A lot of people are very learned out here, but the way I understand is that I should be in absolute harmony with my environment. I must be aware, and I must be in control of the things around me. And I must reach a stage where I'm thankful to God for the little things in life, and that is life itself. That when I get up in the morning, I can feel that I'm alive. I can, feel my breath. My eyes can see that the sky is blue and that the trees are green. So in short, I look at happiness as a kind of contentment and a kind of fulfillment from the very basic things of life. That is what should be the concept of happiness. Now, uh, how to integrate happiness into academic, I think there's a very distinguished audience. I won't get into that. But I would just extend that question of yours. From the discussion in the morning that has taken place, I'm very clear that stress in academics is not just related to these institutes. Even an organization like the Armed Forces, which has got a very high level of stress coping mechanism, we also have a problem even there. So I would say that what causes stress and what are the remedial measures? It's not something new. It's there for a number of years. And if I ask my distinguished panel, I'm absolutely in the little research that I did for the last 2 days, talking to some of the professors in the academic world who are my friends, they said everything is documented. We know what to do. We know the reasons of stress. We know how to overcome them. So when I've come here for this conference, if I want to take away something from here, I want to know why is there still that unhappiness. That means there is a problem of implementation. And I see it as a leadership issue. There is a weak link somewhere. Now, I won't relate it to an institute like Jaipur. You've got a dynamic leader out here. You got the lovely infrastructure, good staffing. But I'm looking at institutes across the country. In the armed forces, in our training curriculum and in the education that we impart, the difference is that if there is no stress, we ensure that stress is put, right? And it is there by design. But once the stress is put, there are enough measures to overcome that stress. And if the stress is still there, we look at it as a command failure. It is a failure of the officer at every level if people are stressed. And therefore, even in the academic world or the corporate world, if people are not happy, what we have to understand that there is something weak in the leadership and the implementation. And therefore, in the course of this discussion with such a learned panelist, I'm sure that I'll be able to take away the major part of this theme as to what are the impediments. Why is it still happening when everything is in place? You are aware of it, you say. You have the measures, then why aren't you implementing it? So that is what we hope to take away from the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Though you are very much, you've very much spoken just like someone who is a profound academician. So thank you so much for relating it so well. Now, coming on to Dr. Pandey, so we would make a swift, change from the segment 1 to 2. So my first question to you would be that what is your concept of happiness? And the second question, again, when we enter into the second segment, we'll start with you. Second question to you would be that we always say that growth and comfort never coexist. How do we make students comfortable in this discomfort? So first question is your take on happiness.
I think the response can be, both of the questions can be responded with the three things. And since I am an academic, I would like to be purist and I'm a student of the Indian culture. So this is my duty to quote the right references. So in our system, there are three things: Sukh, Shanti, Anand. Sukh is something which is related to the senses. When senses are comfortable, we are Sukhi. सुखी का आशीर्वाद देते हैं, सुखी रहो, ये बेसिक लेवल है. Second is Shanti. The word Shanti, the Kha is related to the Indriya, the sense organs. Su is comfortable, right, pleasurable, that thing. Shanti word comes from Shama. When there are turbulence, that is opposite to Shama. So let there be no turbulence. That is Shanti. Shanti at what level? Shanti at the level of physical self, Shanti at the level of Sukshma Sharir, Shanti at the level of Karan Sharir. स्थूल शरीर में शांति होती है जब वात पित्त कफ और 7 धातुओं उनका समन्वय होता है, उनका जब उनमें साम्य होता है तो वो पहली शांति है। दूसरी शांति जब सूक्ष्म शरीर में शांति है, हमारे मन बुद्धि चित्त अहंकार, ये सूक्ष्म शरीर का पार्ट है, उसमें अगर शांति है तो वो दूसरी शांति है। और तीसरी शांति जिसको हम कहते हैं कारण शरीर की शांति, कर्म बंधनों से मुक्त होकर के जब जो शांति प्राप्त होती है वो है कारण शरीर की शांति। ये हमारा शास्त्रीय प्रोसेस है, डेफिनेशन। और इसलिए हर मंत्र के बाद हम ओम शांति 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 कहते हैं 3 बार। आनंद may not have sukh and shanti, but it is the expression of our true self. And how Anand is derived, that's where I would, so this is there is an algorithmic progression given in the Taittiriya Upanishad Anandvalli. If you are interested in the Sukh and happiness psychology, please refer to the Taittiriya Upanishad Anandvalli. Anandvalli provides the algorithmic progression of Sukh. So what is the basic? The basic is the one who is fully in the youth, has all the prosperity of the world, has a very happy, very healthy body and happy relationship. That is unit 1. 100 times of this unit is the wellness of well-being at the Gandharva level. And then 100 times of Gandharva level is happiness of the Pitra level, etc. There is a beautiful ornament is given. And what is at the last? 100 times of that 6 is his wellness, his happiness, his Anand, who has realized himself. Self-direction and engaged living. If I am doing what I truly value, and if it is in harmony with self and the world, that is the ultimate. This beautifully connects with the authentic happiness research which is going on. And Seligman and his team suggest that there are 3 levels of happiness. The first level of happiness is sensuous pleasure. I eat good and I feel good about it. And I इसलिए chocolate बहुत दिखते हैं. But that is a very limited shelf life. Second level of happiness is social recognition. I got into IIT, I got a BMW, I was able to purchase a flat where I always wanted to purchase. That is a second level of happiness. All that is not need of this body. All this is, but this we chase because it has certain value, social value. So that is the second level of happiness, which is based on the social value. Third level is what? The third is that I'm doing what I truly value in connection with myself and the world. This again beautifully connects with the Karma Yoga, chapter 3, Bhagavad Gita, talks about Bhagavan talks about 2 things, Swadharma and Lokasanga. Finding out what I'm good at, that is half of the Karma Yoga expression. What is the other half? Other half is Lokasanga, offering it to the well-being of the whole. So this is like a West-East synthesis based on which I would like to kind of define happiness.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us these 3 words, making us realize again that yes, Sukh.
Just 1 minute, two sentences only. How do you make peace with the comfort with struggle? That dynamic balance is reflected in all yoga practices. All yoga practices, if you see, there is one stretching and then bending. Then stretching, there is comfort, there is a constant. And why yoga has to be done? Because every morning I am stretching a little bit more than I am able to do it.
Yes.
And why I need to do it? Because that is my Swadharma and that is for my Lokasanga. If I am stretching myself for the level 2 happiness, it will not last for very long. But if I am taking discomfort for the level 3 happiness, which is actually Swadharma and Lokasanga, that will be long lasting.
Thank you so much. Thanks. To us, to many of us, these 3 words would sound synonymous, that Sukh, Shanti and Anand. But aisa nahi hai. Thank you so much for, making us realize this once again. Now coming on to Dr. Kavya, because you have an unavoidable professional engagement, so you have to leave, shortly. So one question to you that how to address, the academic pressure. There is so much, students are pressurized a lot with assignments. They are into so many things at the same point of time. It is important because people are talking that by design, the management studies like this. But as a faculty, as an academician, how you feel this can be addressed?
Aparna ma'am, thank you for the question. And I always share one thing with my students, that all the submission, all the dates, all the rules, all the regulations are like runway. Runway, we have lights both the sides, right? And we have to follow each and everything. Means we have to land somewhere in as career, as the question you asked for the submission of assignment and coping with the examination. So when there is good amount of pressure, don't go to the extreme parts of the runway. Walk in middle. You will sail through, you will land perfectly, and majority of times when students fail. Why? Because they took a lot of time to be perfect. And perfection will come once you start at any academic beginning. Students are always pressurized and stressed. So when they are pressurized and stressed, at that time, this runway concept will help them to cope with the stress. And one more thing which I want to share this thing, that as a mentor, I completely agree with Seema ma'am as well, that affiliated universities have their hands tied up. But there are certain things which I always do. I always bend rules in the university. I take my classes the way I want, but my courses are complete. My students do academically very well, but definitely there is a good amount of hand holding with the students. And as Narendra Modi asked in one of his session, कि शिक्षक को कितने इनविटेशन आए अपने बच्चों की स्टूडेंट्स की शादियों के, that also give you a lot of appreciation. But yes, invitation nahi, but still we are very proud to tell you that in each batch almost 35 students are still engaged with the teachers in our institutes. We are very well aware about what they are going through, whether they are happy, they are sad. We are connected with the students, their routine life, and that's the achievement. And one last thing to this thing, which I learned from Dr. Prabhat in the, when I commenced my career, I attended a lot of FDP, and one of the FDP, Dr. Prabhat said, whatever you want to teach your students, practice that thing in your class. If you want them to read books, bring books to the classroom and make them read. And that's how we practice. If I want to make my students smile, I bring that smile to the class. If I want my students to be stress-free, I tell them the strategies and I'll practice those strategies, that how could you be stress-free. There are a lot of academic engagement with the faculties, which are time-bound. Work extra for that time period. Don't go with the time things, like 9 to 4 के जॉब में इतना ही काम होगा, इतना ही कर सकते हैं, वो चीज आपको लाइफ में कभी भी किक नहीं देगी. If there is a requirement for more time, put time there. That's how you manage your work-life balance, not by saying 9 to 5 का job है, अब laptop बंद और हम चलेंगे. Give extra time. Sometimes also give laptop band and family time more, but you need to focus on what is your priority. Once you set your priorities, you know where to walk. Thank you, Aparna.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Now taking some quick comments from Dr. Amit. So, would like to ask you one simple question, sir, that do you really think there is a need to change the way we assess students, and how can we incorporate mindfulness, in that while we are doing it?
Great. I'll give an example. In fact, I talked about the way we created the Center for Happiness and Positivism, and there were a lot of academic deliberations. Now, how to fructify that academic deliberation into actual practice? So what we did, we created a booklet. This was almost before 20 years, 15 years, 17 years or so. 101 attributes of an elite, Because what we realized, as in morning, Professor Arya and Mr. Bahal also said that you can't teach happiness. So what you can do is you can create an environment, you can create a culture, you can create systems by which you help people to achieve happiness. Because it is very difficult to teach someone in a 35 hour course. And what we did in these 101 attributes, the reason I got this here is that through visibility, you'll be able to find it on the internet today. Everything is available on the internet in PDF form, which our students have done. And we work with students, actually 101 attributes are mentioned. And I just mentioned 4 or 5, I mean the broad categories that what we are focusing on and how it relates to happiness, probably you will be able to understand. So the first part here is personality, where we are working on their physical appearance, dress sense of responsibility, discipline. So these are some of the aspects. Then we are working on their values and ethics, right? Because as Sir said, happiness comes from giving. So we try to inculcate all these attributes in all our courses, an entire curriculum. Each and every course will have some or other element of these 101. And after that, we created an assessment and evaluation methodology for these 101 attributes, which are also mentioned in this book. And that was our effort to bring happiness to the institution, to the classroom, to the students, and to the family.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, sir. Coming on to Raghu Prakash ji, sir, आपकी quick comments on, you talked about creativity among students. So any one strategy, which is, you know, very an easy takeaway for all the academicians here, that how can we really have this, you know, how do we really instill this innovation among students? Some quick comments, sir.
देखिए मैं 2 बातें कहना चाह रहा हूँ यहाँ पर, जो मैं स्टूडेंट्स को कहता हूँ. आई एम रेगुलर टीचर. आज भी 8 से 9 बजे मैं पढ़ा के आया हूँ. सो इट इज मेरा सबसे बड़ा सौभाग्य है. वो मेरी प्रयोगशाला जैसे हर टीचर की प्रयोगशाला है. मैं उनको कहता हूँ इस मामले में, क्योंकि इन दिनों ये बहुत समस्या है. पिछले 4-5 साल से बच्चे बहुत डिप्रेशन में, एंड सोसाइटी इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर दैट, नॉट द चाइल्ड, नॉट एट ऑल. मैं उनको एक बात कहता हूँ, देखो 2 चीजें आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं है. एक जो हो चुका पास्ट, और एक जो होने को है फ्यूचर. इन 2 को अपने हटा दो दिमाग से. ये दोनों आप अननेसेसरी स्ट्रेस करेंगे. ये मैंने नहीं किया, वो मैंने नहीं किया, वो मैंने नहीं किया. यू आर स्पॉइलिंग योर प्रेजेंट. ये होगा कि नहीं, वो होगा कि नहीं, ये ऐसा होगा तो फिर क्या होगा. यू आर स्पॉइलिंग योर प्रेजेंट. ये बेवकूफी, बेवकूफ मत बनो. रियलिटी ये है कि जो तुम्हारे पास इस समय जो क्षण है वो तुम्हारी जिंदगी है. इस समय तुम क्या कर सकते हो उस पर फोकस करो. इसके अलावा जिस पर फोकस करोगे वो बेवकूफी है. इसलिए अपने वर्तमान के क्षण को फोकस करके और उसमें जो मैक्सिमम जो कर सकते हो, एफर्ट डाल सकते हो, मेहनत कर सकते हो, वो करो. और वही तुम्हारे आनंद का विषय है. तुमको फ्यूचर आनंद नहीं देगा, आशंकाएं पैदा करेगा. जो पास्ट की खराब स्मृतियां वो तुमको आनंद को छीन लोगी. इसलिए वर्तमान में जो अच्छा काम कर सकते हो वो काम करो. दूसरी बात यह है, देखिए मैं नियतिवाद में विश्वास करता हूँ. भाग्यवाद अलग चीज है. नियतिवाद मीन्स डिटर्मिनेशन. वो हार्ड रियलिटी है लाइफ की. इस दुनिया में आप एक प्लेयर है, आप दुनिया नहीं है. दुनिया में बहुत प्लेयर के बीच में आप एक प्लेयर है. आपके पास अपना एक रोल है, दुनिया के पास में अपना एक रोल है. उन विभिन्न रोल के इंटरेक्शन में आप अपना रोल अदा करते हैं. तो आप उसकी अपनी जितनी स्ट्रेंथ समझते हैं स्ट्रेंथ समझ लीजिए, लेकिन उसकी जितनी लिमिटेशन समझनी है वो भी समझ लीजिए. अगर आपने लिमिटेशन नहीं समझी अपनी तो दुखी होगे. और उसमें अपनी जो स्ट्रेंथ है, जो लगाना है वो लगा दीजिए. वो आपकी खुशी का मामला है. अगर आप खुश होना चाहते हैं, आनंद होना चाहते हैं, तो इस दुनिया में अपने रोल को पहचानो और उस रोल को अदा कर दो. दैट्स ऑल. क्या होगा वो आपके हाथ में है ही नहीं, किसी के हाथ में नहीं हुआ. किसी के हाथ में नहीं हुआ। मुहूर्त तो निकाला था राजपथ देने का और मुहूर्त निकल गया वनवास का राम का। राम के हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में क्या है? बिना बात क्या मतलब। लेकिन राम को जो रोल अदा करना था बाद में, वो उसने अदा किया। राम को ऐसे ही बनना था। राम को राज गद्दी प्राप्त करके राम नहीं बनना था, उनको वनवास लेकर के राम बनना था। वो उनके हाथ में था, वो उनका रोल उनके पास में था। डू दैट।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सुनना हम काफी चाहते हैं आप लोगों को, बट बिकॉज ऑफ paucity of time, Dr. Seema, maybe just 30 seconds, your quick last comments that what you feel in a nutshell can be really executed in educational institutions for spreading or for inculcating happiness. 30 seconds.
And we know that students are in stress due to some examination or peer pressure, whatever. So what I recommend that all universities should start open book examination. That can reduce the students. Sir, reason is that we are saying students are not. वो books नहीं देखते. They are concentrating on notes, and now the definition of notes has already been changed. Earlier, notes means what you write down in your classes. Now, what the typed material you are getting from your classmates or your teachers, that is notes. Chat GPT. So, to make us happy, to make our students happy, to make the entire academia happy, I think my recommendation is that, see, because that is practiced in CA, Chartered Accountancy examination also. We have Center of CA examination, and there are 2-3 papers in which they can bring maximum of 8 books. And they do they do not have a single time to go for cheating, to taking an eye on the student sitting nearby. So my suggestion is that we should go for the open book assessment, and that will produce more good students. And our books which are lying in library, they are not getting weightage by the students. So everything will change in some way. So that's what I would say.
I wish I done my PhD from your institute. Because I couldn't pass that research methodology exam. And because of COVID, somebody said it's an open book. So that's how I passed.
Thanks a lot for this, candid answer, especially being liked by all our students sitting at the back. Thank you so much. Now, my last question for today's deliberation in this panel comes on to Major General Bakshi ji. So, can we have some, takeaways from the military style, which can be emulated in the academic settings for both students as well as faculties?
And special request if you can sing 2 lines for that.
Sir. You can sing 2 lines which sums up all the deliberation.
Takeaways from the military, of course, the environment is absolutely different from the academics world. But I would firstly relate to what your chairman, Mr. Jaipuria said, that nobody talks of failure, Everybody talks of success. You get up in the morning and you see a WhatsApp message and there's a mantra how to succeed. I mean, it's something that was so pertinent. In the armed forces, there is no runners-up in war. We don't understand the concept of a failure. You either kill or you are killed. It's as simple as that. But even there, we are taught that sometimes you must accept failure. You must lose ground, to gain and fight another day. So therefore, I think for young people, and I tell a lot of young people, that failure is something that you must accept. Now, everybody has got a logical sense. If you fail somewhere, they will analyze what went wrong, what were the weaknesses, you have a time plan, and then you get back to succeed. But accepting failure is something more than that. And what I tell people, that sometimes in spite of your integrity, in spite of your honesty, in spite of your hard work, you will still fail. And when that happens, please accept it and don't be confused about it, because there are so many factors: luck, opportunity, the right time,
So therefore, one has to learn to accept failure. Another thing in the armed forces is a lot of, I hear in the jargon there today in the academic world, another experiential learning. This is something which was always there with the armed forces. Our concept is that you must have realistic training. When you train, it must not be theoretical. It must, and that's why a lot of people in the industry say that, 90% of the people who are churned out are not ready for the industry. In the armed forces, if there is a particular maneuver of war which has to be taught in a theoretical class, it must be followed up by taking the people to the ground and seeing the terrain. And then after by physical exercise where there is a complete movement of vehicles, communication, so that that man is able to see as realistically as possible how he's going to feel the situation in war. We also lay a lot of emphasis on simulators and simulated training. And the mantra is training must be realistic and it must be conducted in an area as similar as possible to the actual. Where I could go on and on, I think, but the time is less. There's so much the armed forces because a lot of training, etc., management issues which have all come from the armed forces. So maybe in some other forum, time is less. That's what I can offer. Thank you.
So one last input from Pandeji, and then maybe we can have that sum up. Till then, you can think of the song.
Yeah. See, one thing we teach a lot our students to analyze and calculate and all that, we must teach relaxation. We have forgotten how to, this is the art of relaxation, very, very important. We do it in yoga nidra, etc. There are many methods. Please teach student relaxation. What has really worked in the BTech first year's introduction to the management course, mind map. Earlier, I used to see the students who were writing their answer, hiding from the neighbor that he should not be able to see anything. But mind map opens up the possibility of creative expression, what sir was saying. Another thing which we have used this time is YouTube video. So instead of submitting the project report, I asked them to make a YouTube video, and we have created a channel for the class to make the video. Some situation, hold data, ask what chat GPT is giving answer, and then check with the real life answer. So that prompt them to think. Social projects, giving somewhere, working with the kids, going to some slum area, working with them. Peer review, when they are doing a group work, instead of just giving marks to everybody, similar marks, also introduce some 30%, 40% peer review, so that there is a common mark and then there is a peer review as well, and reflection paper. I'm guaranteeing none of these submissions will be similar to each other. So nobody can copy that, and that will make them to think.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, sir, for these, handy takeaways, especially for the academicians. Rohitji, are you
I must say I'm no singer. It is just that in a party where Dr. Prabhat was there, and typically just in Indian family में जब कोई gathering होती है तो everybody has to sing, so I'm not a singer at all. In fact, I'm a fraud. In the army, we keep changing places. So I'm among those people who for the last 25, 30 years has been singing only 2 songs, right? But the audience keeps changing. So nobody knows. So I'm not a singer, maybe just 2 lines but I request anybody who's making a video of me, please don't circulate it anywhere because I'm in uniform. समा है सुहाना सुहाना नशे में जहाँ है किसी को किसी की खबर ही कहाँ है हर दिल में देखो मोहब्बत जमा है Thank you. I hope this guy doesn't put it on some media or something and they find the major journal and giving conversation. Because I've told my bosses, I've gone, for a subject which is very similar to my thesis. So they allowed me to come here. Please keep that in mind.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
It is very much related to the. This is since your time.
I haven't spoken to the audience about I must tell this. I had a taste of academic stress. I was telling to the audience when I met them, the panelists when I met them on top. In doing this PhD, I'm up against a lady PhD guy who's so strict. Every time I submit something, she sends it back with 10 observations. Right? And I suddenly realized that वो कश्मीर में जो मैंने tenure किए थे fighting militant से, I think it's less stressful than facing her. And finally, I told her, madam, मेरे से अब ये नहीं होगा या तो आप इसको clear कर दीजिए, otherwise I give up. So I hopefully after this discussion and with more happiness, I should be able to complete my PhD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. So now I hand over to the student coordinator.
As we are coming to the end of this session, we would like to honor all the speakers with mementos. I would like to invite our director, sir, Dr. Prabhat Pankaj, to present the memento to Dr. Ashish Pandey, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Prashant Gupta, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Raghav Prakash, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Lokesh Vijayvargya, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Amit Jain, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Ajit, sir, to present the memento to Dr. Seema Agarwal, ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Shubham, sir, to present the memento to Major General Bakshi Rohit. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Aparna Mendiratna, ma'am, for the final vote of thanks.
Taking quick 2 minutes and putting the vote of thanks. So thank you so much to all the panelists. The thanks comes from the bottom of the heart because I believe that this topic is something which is very close to everyone. And we all are actually struggling every day, and the generation with which we are engaged, when we see them so much anxious and, loaded with stress, it is very important for us as academicians to really talk on such themes. So my special thanks to all the panelists. Thank you so much for sparing your time and being here. Special thanks to our director, sir, for creating an environment wherein we can talk about such things. And when I was talking to my family that this is the theme on which we are talking, everyone was surprised that, dude, is really things going this way? I said, yes, Jaipuria is going this way, and everyone was happy to know this. So thank you so much, sir, for, making us a part of an ecosystem wherein we can talk about things which are beyond academics. So thanks a lot, but it's relevant that we all, talk about this. Thanks to the conveners, Dr. Danisha Sharma and Dr. Niranjan Rajpurohit to please to facilitate all these things. Thank you so much, sir. Special thanks to the MRC team, the Media Relations Committee team, to the admin team, to Himanshu for planning all this. Thanks a lot, and many, many thanks to the audience, the people who have come from outside. Happy to see the students, because generally whenever we have any event, we struggle, we have to put in messages, ask students to come and sit. The students have their term breaks, and these 10-15 students, they're sitting on their own wish since morning. So I'm really happy to see this. Really, thank you so much. Some key takeaways from today's, deliberations. We had words like देने का भाव, सुख, शांति, आनंद, जो हम सबके लिए शायद synonyms थे, but आज के बाद शायद नहीं रहेंगे. We have talked about experiential learning, innovation. We have talked about student-teacher relationship, making education more realistic, teaching relaxation techniques to students, engaging them in activities like mind mapping, peer review, reflection papers. I think these are all, the major key takeaways and hands-on things which we as academicians would definitely be able to take this forth. And of course, we really hope and wish that all this is not only on papers and media, it really comes out in real implementation. That's what we wish for. Thank you so much. And I invite all the dignitaries to come and join for the group photograph. Thank you so much. Everyone is requested to proceed for lunch in the central lawn, and then we reassemble at 2:45 for the next session. Thank you.
We have to like build a AI layer. Camera बंद कर दे बेटा. I can change your photo का video
will take the interview, but you have it outside of your college. But then you look at the mobile first. I'll get back to you. I'll just get it.
You're part of that media courses or something? Second, one lesson, some lesson, one
नहीं बैठ जाए यार पानी पानी नहीं है
Because I've been now going to having also so I'm doing it. I've already done like maybe 300,000 because I've done that. I don't know if it was practicing. I've designed programmers to get about and creating the testnet another approach. And this after that. So I'm kind of making the technology there.
Solo jet to Punjab. I live in
I realize that all of it. Cannot play around. Cannot play around. The only thing is that you how to implement
पोज थोड़ी करना है
participants. Welcome to panel discussion 2 of our happiness conclave titled Happiness for Executive Excellence. As we delve deeper, let us also reflect on the words of Aristotle. Happiness depends on ourselves. Let us seek to uncover strategies, insights, and perspectives that can elevate our personal well-being and professional growth. In the series, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Anurag Gupta. An esteemed Harvard alumnus, Mr. Gupta brings over 25 years of comprehensive leadership experience in profit and loss management and operations across a diverse spectrum of industries, including BFSI, professional services, management consulting, and technology outsourcing across Australia, North America, Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and India. In his last 15 years, Mr. Anurag has distinguished himself as a CEO and president, playing a pivotal role in the inception of a venture backed by private equity investors that burgeoned into a company with the revenue touching $500 million in India. He also played a CEO and board member in co-scaling another enterprise to achieve unicorn status through an initial public offering. Currently, Mr. Anurag contributes his vast expertise as a board member and mentor to pioneering deep tech companies in the defense and healthcare sectors. He extends his mentorship to C-level executives and invests in promising early-stage startups, imparting experiences on growth hacking, orchestrating IPOs, navigating successful mergers and acquisitions, and fostering collaboration with private equity investors. A proponent of lifelong learning, Sir's educational credentials include an MBA from the TRIUM program, jointly offered by LSE, NYU Stern, and HEC Paris, and an engineering degree from HBTI Kanpur. I request Dr. Daneshwar Sharma, sir, to present Mr. Anurag Gupta a green certificate and an honor of stone. Next in the series, we have Mr. Nehal Jain. Mr. Nehal Jain is a seasoned media professional with 25 years of expertise in working with leading media houses like the Times of India and the Dainik Bhaskar. He is among rare talent in the country who understands the media business right from editorial to distribution. However, his strength is in space selling. Until date, he has sold millions of square centimeters worth the size of a mini metro city of India. His zealous endeavors have always landed him up with prizes and recognitions at national and international levels. He had been invited to participate in international advertising events like AdAsia and AdZolo. Sir's motto in life is everything is possible with hard work and perseverance. And to its belief, he continues to do better from the best and stands tall among the rest. I would like to request Rajdeep sir to present him with a green certificate and honor him with a stone. Next in the series, we have Mr. R. Anand. Mr. R. Anand is a Senior Vice President, HR, HCL Technologies, author of Happiness at Work. Shri R. Anand is a practicing HR leader with about 2 decades of experience. His keen study of human psychology and decision making, as well as his experience in counseling and developing hundreds of executives and thousands of professionals, have been focused to answer this single question: can regular professionals like us attain happiness? He believes that not a dogmatic approach, but a scientific approach to this question would help us achieve this. He is also an author of Job Readiness for IT and ITES and Happiness at Work by McGraw-Hill. He has received international and national acclaim for introducing social HR, alignment of individual drivers, and the employee life cycle with engagement and performance, as well as for skill and leadership development. He has spoken at various TV shows and has published and has been featured in national journals, newspapers, and magazines, as well as international journals. An alumnus of IIT Madras and XLRI Jamshedpur, Mr. Anand serves on the National Board of NHRDN, heading global people practices, integration of an acquired business, and hired to retire management of 27,000 professionals across 22 countries are responsibilities he discharged as Senior Vice President, Human Resources at HCL Technologies. He is transitioning to be an independent consultant on HR, organizational effectiveness, and in the development of a technology-assisted individual well-being protocol. I request Himanshi Ram to honor so with a green certificate and school.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Vivek Sharma. Mr. Sharma is Senior Leading and Development and Organization Enablement Professional with more than 2.5 decades of experience in the corporate and academic sector, having held senior leadership roles in the field of training, development, and best practice and quality. He has been head training and quality, national training manager, head best practices, zonal training manager, zonal sales head, among other roles in leading Indian business houses like Tata Group, HDFC, and Max India and the Birla Group. An engineer and masters in management from MNIT, Mr. Vivek is net qualified HRD from UGC and has completed his AGMP from IIM Ahmedabad. He is associated with leading B schools where he acts as a resource person for faculty development programs and also delivers occasional sessions as a guest faculty for final semester students. He currently works as a learning and development mentor and business coach with Aavas Financiers Limited, which is a Jaipur-based third largest housing finance company with 7,400 employees and a pioneering leader in the affordable housing segment. He has been associated with Aavas since May 2019, and during this period, Aavas has grown exponentially at 28% compounded annual growth rate to be a 16,000 crore AUM with 350 branches in 13 states. Sir has an abiding interest in happiness studies and positive psychology. Sir is also an active mentor in the startup ecosystem in Jaipur, where he serves as a mentor in 100 CF, a Jaipur-based incubator. He is also voracious and avid reader and is the founder member of Jaipur Book Lovers, which since its inception in September 2014 now has grown into a community of more than 3,300 online members, 265 active members, and was recently awarded as the best book club in India. I request Ajit sir to please honor sir with the story. Next, we have Mr. Anurag Vijay. Mr. Anurag Vijay, an accomplished author boasting over 18 years of corporate marketing expertise, recently debuted his self-help book titled Embracing Life's Unpredictable Journey, Navigating Ups and Downs. With a diverse background spanning enterprise strategy, integrated marketing, social media marketing, branding, and new business development, he has left his mark on prestigious companies nationwide. Previously, he spearheaded marketing efforts for Mahindra Industrial Businesses at Mahindra Lifespace Developers Limited and drove team leadership and consumer connect for the central brand at Future Group, achieving notable success through impactful marketing campaigns. Beginning his career at Lifestyle International, a premier fashion destination under the Landmark Group, Mr. Anurag excelled in customer delight and store marketing roles. Renowned for his keen market insights and adept marketing skills, he excels in devising and executing effective strategies, brand management, and social media prowess. Sir's strategic acumen and affable demeanor make him a standout leader with exceptional interpersonal finesse. Outside of his professional pursuits, he also indulges in his passion for travel and reading. I request Anvay sir to please honor sir with the story. Dear panelists, the Green Certificate is an initiative taken by Jaipuria Institute of Management as a tree has been planted in your names in Uttarakhand, and you can track from the tracking item. I would now hand over the stage to Niranjan sir, and he's our faculty in the area of HR OB at Jaipuria Institute of Management. So please.
Thank you, Anushka. So as the day progresses, we have moved into panel discussion 2. Panel discussion 1 was on how of teaching happiness and why to teach happiness. panel discussion two, panel discussion one was with eminent academicians, and here we are having industry practitioners. So we thought of keeping the theme of this panel discussion as, is happiness critical for executive excellence? Is it a necessary component for executive excellence? We have very distinguished panelists amongst us. I would like to begin first with Vivek, sir. Sir, now you have had more than 2 decades of experience in industry, and you have been a certified strength coach. You have been an appreciated inquiry practitioner. And from what I've known you, I remember that your interest in this field started in 2008, probably around that time when you read the pioneering work of Martin Seligman. Now, people like Martin Seligman, they have this proposition that happiness leads to success, whereas we all believe that success leads to happiness. And this correlation versus causation is quite confusing. What is your take on that, sir?
Thank you, Dr. Niranjan. As we heard, the audience is thinned out. So we have onerous responsibility of keeping the remaining August audience engaged. People discharge. No, absolutely. And it's a great question. Dr. Amit Jain in the last panel actually posed this question about correlation versus causation. And as any student of statistics will be taught that correlation is not causation. So what came before? Is success leads to happiness or happiness leads to success? I think that has been emphatically proved. There are some, I cannot do better than quote Dr. Sean Acor. He is a professor at Harvard. And in this book, The Happiness Advantage, he talks about the fact that there are so many studies, more than 200 scientific studies on more than 275,000 people, and found that happiness leads to success nearly in every domain of our lives, including marriage, health, friendship, community, and so on and so forth. But more importantly, happy executives are more productive, happy executives are more engaged, and happy executives are perform better at work. And therefore, organizations should care about people's happiness. But unfortunately, they don't. Because organizations obviously care more about productivity. There are some cooperative organizations, Dr. Pankaj talked about that there are some companies which have chief people officer, chief happiness officers. I have met chief happiness officers, but their term is short-lived. I have seen that after 2 years, they kind of move on. So the focus of organization may be misplaced. So who should focus on own happiness? I think the executive himself or herself has to focus. So no one else will care about your happiness, you yourself have. So as Dr. Niranjan mentioned, I got interested, I started reading Dr. Martin Seligman, Authentic Happiness, and so on and so forth. But the work that has really impressed me was Gallup. So Dr. Pankaj did talk about that, do you have the best friend at work? So that is a question from Gallup. They wrote a fantastic book after researching more than 80,000 managers and 2 lakh employees. First, break all the rules. And there is another very pertinent question in that 12 questions, which talks about these are what they were researching. So Gallup was researching how do great managers keep talented employees at work and produce their best work. That is what they were researching. And what they found very emphatically is that managers, first of all, managers play a critical role. It is the managers because of which the productivity can go up, motivation can go up. Therefore, we need to train our managers, not only military leaders, but managers. And that is exactly what we started doing. Because one of the another question which is there in that Gallup survey was that, are you doing the best thing that you are doing every day? And has someone appreciated you in 1 week? So when we started designing training programs, and I was heading training and development at Max, we started training our managers on how to engage their teams and how to make them more productive. Now the turnover, the attrition ratio on Max was lowest. Right management did a study, and in training and development, we had 42 employees and 0 attrition in 5 years. So 5 years later, I was head of training. They interviewed me and they asked me that, Vivek, why is it that no one in your team seems to have left? Now the point was, I had to answer, but I thought about it, pondered, and I thought that maybe because what I did was that there was another book from Gallup, Post Break, Now Discover Your Strength. So I made every team member take the strength finder. I knew their strengths, I knew their talents, and I started assigning work to them which was aligned to their talent and interest. Now, if you do that, If you give them work which is aligned to their talent and interest, they don't even want 20% raise. They will keep engaged and they will keep productive. I've been following that formula. Now, just one more point here and then I will kind of move on. So that is at the individual level. So at the individual level, we have to discover what works for best for us. The best book that I loved about Dr. Martin Seligman was not Authentic Happiness, but another book that he wrote, What You Can Change and What You Can't. In that, Dr. Seligman was very clear that there are aspects of our personality which we can change, but there are aspects that we cannot. And there is a lot of research in personality that many parts of our personality are genetic. Great managers, now first break all the rules, Gallup's research, great managers don't try to change people. They try to bring out the best in people. I've been training it for so many years. Productivity has been going up. And finally, I got trained in appreciative inquiry, which looks at an organization from that perspective. An organization, now the first thing is bad is stronger than good. I coach very senior leaders. I just did 20 leaders assessment. As soon as they get the assessment, leadership assessment, the first thing they ask when you go into coaching session is, what is wrong with me? What are my developmental needs? Where am I going wrong? Because that is the way evolution has predisposed us. We look at the back. Now then we have to train them, but that you have to focus on your strengths, to develop your strengths. And from an organizational perspective, every company that I enter, first I see what is already working, what is the root cause of success. Because from learning and development, you have to accentuate that rather than trying to get something else. This has been my formula for success. It has worked spectacularly, greatly in a couple of organizations. Thank you.
Indeed, sir, it has worked spectacularly. And what we can change and what we cannot change. I'm not sure. In Anand sir's book, there was this mention of inner and outer circle. But I'll come to you, sir. Before that, I have to probably go to Anurag Gupta, sir, because he has a flight to catch at around 3:30. You will have to leave the meeting at then. Now, Anurag Gupta, sir, Vivek sir was mentioning that happiness is a clear advantage. It has been proven beyond doubt. There is mounting evidence that happiness is an advantage. The title of the book says the happiness advantage. You have been a board member, you have been a CEO. A CEO is typically interested in P&L statements. He's answerable to stakeholders. Why the two words do not talk? The mounting evidence versus a day-to-day life of a CEO. Where is the gap and how do you see it?
Thanks, Doctor. First of all, before I start, I want to thank Dr. Prabhat. Thank you so much, sir. Couple of weeks back, we spoke and he said, Anurag, Ajo, एक happiness summit कर रहा हूँ, वहाँ के नाम से invited to come over. And I'm like, my instant reaction is, I'll come back to you. मतलब, a hardcore P&L guy, happiness, क्या करूँगा? Why would I be here? I wasn't too sure, but then after 2 days, I said, ठीक है, मैं आता हूँ. I was keen to meet him and be here. So thank you so much. Because AHA had a lot of AHA moments for me to start with. So I think, as you rightly said, I think I would describe a leadership in a certain way, the way I looked few hours before coming into this AHA moments, right? So leadership is not a title, right? I mean, you also realize that organization structure में managers होते हैं, senior manager, junior manager, deputy manager, general manager. You don't have a deputy leader, you don't have a general leader. Why? Just think about it, because leadership is not about a title or a designation or an organization structure. It's about a behavior, a person, right? So I still remember when I was writing my exams and my essays for Harvard and stuff like that. A very typical question comes: describe leadership, what it means to you. And I kept thinking, and I'm talking about 20 years back. And I wrote a very simple equation because I'm a left brain, right? Analytical, logical. So linear equation: y is a function of x1, x2 plus c, constant, right? I think we all know that. So the way I wrote was leadership is a function of, or equal to a function of thought and execution, x1, x2, with c is the constant is value system and your integrity. And I read and I was like, mera wo aha moment. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I kept deliberating and I expanded that. And I wrote that, and I think I remember when I did when I had to LSC Stern and then Harvard later on, the very question came every time to me, how do you write this equation? Dimag mein kahan se aaya? But okay, but I wrote that, right? So first of all, leadership is not a title. And I was talking to somebody today in the morning as well, and I said, leadership is all about stability. It's about consistency and it's about continuity, correct?
You want leaders who can have consistency of what they say. They have stability of their mind, not just the job itself, and they have a continuity. They are there to run a treadmill. It's not a velocity-based assignment. मैं आया, turn on किया और चला गया और चली गई. You need to stick to that place, right? And while I was spending time here today, right, I was thinking about this equal to, right? The leadership equal to, what does equal to actually mean? And I was thinking aloud, right? It is not equal to or equal to, right? We have equal to, not equal to. Actually, what I learned today was it is the happiness quotient that is equal to equal. So leadership is equal to happiness in an individual with the function of execution and thought with value systems intact. So for me, very simple is that happiness is about self-awareness. अगर मैं ही खुश नहीं हूं, मैं ही contented नहीं हूं, I don't think so I can make any difference to anybody in life. So बोलते हैं ना, when you fly, save yourself before you save others. So for me, happiness is all about myself, how calm, composed, sense of gratitude, and vulnerability. Very important, right? How should I be very honest and authentic when I express myself, right? I think that's to me is about, and that's what I would say. I agree with that. Yes, happiness leads to success. And last but not the least, I would say, because I have to leave, I think what I saw here, right, happening, I have spent 25, 27 years to the best of business schools in the world. I've never heard the happiness talked about, never heard the word. And it is sad to say that I'm sitting here, I'm saying today, I never heard this. And I realized that this is the last padao. For example, the higher education, right? The students are out there, right? Few of you. This is your last beta test before the product gets launched, or a UAT before the software gets launched, right? You would be entering the corporate or startup world. This is your last bit of it. And if you learn the happiness here, you can experiment here because the world out there is very different. So guys, you're in a controlled environment. If this institution, if this group of institutions, directors, sir, every one of you are investing time, effort, and the intent on happiness, please learn it, because as somebody said in the morning, the younger you are, easy for you to be vulnerable and mold yourself. At our age, it's not easy. So learn it as much as possible. Not just learn it, practice it. That's from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We have a lot to ask on that, and there are probably a lot of follow-up questions which audience might have, but we'll not hold you any further. I'll move on to Anand, sir. Now, there are two occasions where I really felt like immediately asking you the question. One is that deciding what is controllable and what is not controllable. And then, as Anurag sir was mentioning, that the ability to be self-aware. Is it possible to be self-aware or not? And I think both of these points are very well captured in the book. I want to share with the audience that R. Anand sir has written a book published by Sage Publishers. It's called Happiness at Work, Mindfulness, Analysis, and Well-Being. As I was going through this, chapter 2, the stress profile in this book, talks about the inner and outer realm, the inner and outer world. And I did not understand it much, whether it has got to do with this part or not. So, sir, I would want to you to throw some light on that.
Right. So, happiness, as sir said, is recently taken off everywhere. But equally, there are a lot of misconceptions about it. That so it is, for example, not a good idea to say whatever happens in the outside world, you can control yourself through some inner work only, right? That's not a very appropriate way to say. That will be, adding suffering to people who really need help and problems to be solved in their life. So there is definitely certain things that stress everyone. For example, being unable to take a break from whatever you are doing definitely stresses. 24/7, right? Unable to take a break. Cognitive overload stresses people. If you have too much information to assimilate before you do something, it stresses people. If you have a chronic health condition, something, a dull pain that keeps on going, that stresses people. Parenting stresses. Financial uncertainty about your future stresses people. So there are a set of external factors that stress people. And while every stress in our life may not be solvable, but to name and understand that these things are my biggest stressors in life, I'm trying to see if I can put my priority to solve those stressors is something that will take you to a better place. So that is the outer realm. But equally, given the same stress, two individuals react very differently.
Right? And that is because their internal predispositions are different. So some people have an excessive orientation to worry about what will happen in the future. For example, they have fear anchored, right? Fear of what will happen to me in the future, fear of what will happen to my near and dear ones in the future, and fear that I may not rise up to all that I wanted to, fear of falling short of my own expectations. Or some people may be stuck in a past, regret. Why I did not do this? I had to have done this. I did not do this. Or guilt, right? I did not do enough for somebody. Or bitterness. I hate someone from the bottom of my heart. I can't do that wrong. I can't undo it. So there are inner dispositions that we have. And in the stress profile, what I say is, unless you discover your own unique parameters over there, and empirically we have discovered that, a certain threshold, beyond a certain threshold and beyond a certain number of factors, people get that feeling of uneasiness, anxiety, that it is not where I wish to be, right? And a feeling of vacuousness. So that is something that people get. Therefore, one thing to look at is to be a little logical about it and say, okay, this is what I want to do, and make trade-offs intelligent. Suppose, I get more money, but I have to commute 2 hours extra for work. How much I should be willing to trade off money for not commuting 2 hours extra to work? So unless we are able to put that into these different buckets, we won't be able to pilot our lives to be in a better place. So that is the reason why both the inner and outer stressors are important.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this clarification on the inner world and outer world, inner realm and outer realm. We have another author with us, Anurag Vijay sir. And as I was going through your book, sir, the book is beautifully titled as Embracing Life's Unpredictable Journey. I read out a few lines from this book. It's on the chapter 9, which is called as happiness. There has been an unending debate on what is the true source of happiness. People of all age groups try to find answers in their own way. It makes a newborn kid happy to drink his mother's milk. A little boy feels happy to play with his toys. An adolescent feels happy trying to explore new and different things and wants to make a boyfriend or a girlfriend to be happy. A grown-up person wants to marry a smart, rich, and a beautiful partner to be happy. Then a man who is married wishes to provide for his family with a high-paying job, which provides him with some sense of happiness. A middle-aged person's definition of happiness is a life with less liabilities and lesser stress. And the same goes on when he becomes a grandparent also. What motivated you to come up with this beautiful lines, sir? Resonating so much.
I think with adversity, people come up with such lines. Before I delve into this, I would like to thank Professor Prabhat for inviting me. I think the 2 sessions, before lunch and after lunch, are really difficult ones because the session before lunch keeps you away from lunch, and the session after lunch keeps you away from sleep. I can see a lot of people yawning here. So pardon my ignorance. If you can focus on our panel here, it would be great. So, so the motivation was obviously my corporate job. I realized what it is about and how we go about navigating things in life. So I thought of writing it. Writing was my passion. So I converted it into a book. It took a lot of courage and a lot of time to actually come up to that. But finally, I decided to give it a go, and then it became all easy. So I will talk about happiness a little more. In this book also, I have covered what exactly is happiness. Is it money? Are wealthy people happy really? If that is the case, then why they were not able to save the life of the people during COVID? We all saw what happened during COVID. It showed human frailty, right? Then I move on to the next thing. What is it fulfillment of desire? Now, fulfillment of desire has many connotations. So if someone has a bicycle, he or she would want to have a scooter. That's not ending at one desire. Someone who has a scooter wants to have a small car. Someone who owns a small car wants to have a luxury car. And it does not end at that. Because there is enough for need, but not for greed. A owner of a luxury car would want to have a better car and will not be happy and satisfied with that. So that really led me to believe then what exactly is happiness? Is happiness success? Now, success has different meaning for different people. For someone, success is having enough money. When we were kids, we used to think that, when we grow up, we will have a lot of money and we'll be happy. But only when we grow up, we realize that having money doesn't really give us happiness. It takes away everything else. It takes away your friends, your family, your relatives, and your peace of mind above all. Then I thought, what exactly is success? Then success is power. So is powerful person really happy? With that logic, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, should be the most happiest person on this earth. Is he? No, not really. Is he able to save the life of his loved ones? Can he prevent any loss? No, not really. Can he give enough time to his family? Though he doesn't have a family, but so-called friends. Because the nation demands his duties. He cannot give that time. Yeah. So 140 crore, that's an ideology. Then the next thing which I thought about, is it fame? Not really. Famous people are the most unhappy most of the time. We saw the example of the yesteryear's actor Rajesh Khanna, who when he reached at the top, he thought that he will always remain at the top, and he refused to come at the bottom. And for a lot of years, he remained a mystery to many people. And then when he surfaced with a subpar roles. So then, what exactly is happiness? Is powerful person a happy person, or is it illusion of success? I'll give you a small story. I'll just take 2 more minutes. Let's take an example of a minister. The son of the minister was ill, and he was unable to walk out of his home. So the minister decided to call the doctor. And the doctor, when minister rang up, he agreed to visit the minister at home to see his son. And he kept visiting his son for a lot of visits. And he kept prescribing medicines. And his son was better after a few days. After a few years, the minister turned into an ordinary man, and he went bankrupt for some reason. And this time again, he himself fell sick. He called the same doctor to come over his home. But the doctor this time thinking that minister cannot offer him anything in return and cannot really of any help. And the opportunity cost of visiting him at home will not be equal to what he will get serving the patients at his clinic. So he decided to not to go. Is this really power, or is it temporary? Then I also thought happiness really has different meaning for different people. For example, I'll take another story of a Brahmin and a priest. An alcohol bottle is lying in front of a Brahmin and a priest, right? When a Brahmin looked at the alcohol bottle, he looks at with detest. He doesn't like it. The sheer sight of the alcohol bottle gives him unhappiness. It's a source of unhappiness. Similarly, an alcoholic person really loves it and he wants to consume it as soon as possible. So when there is no that when an alcohol bottle is not giving the same happiness to two different people, then how can be happiness same to everyone? So basically, then it led me to the belief that happiness is basically a different definition. What is this definition? The definition is having a comfortable state of mind, living in the present moment, having a positivity in life, gratitude for what we have, smallest of things, and being able to achieve our goals.
Anurag Gupta sir has to leave for airport. As we bid him adieu, I request Prabhat Pankaj sir to express gratitude from the side of Jaipuria Institute of Management. Sir, we request you to please present the memento.
Sorry.
Anurag Viraji was mentioning that happiness means different to different people. We have with us Nehal Jan sir. He is a media professional. He has been working for more than 25 years in this industry, but he also shares a deep passion for academics. He engages in visiting sessions, guest sessions, and so far he has interacted with more than 10,000 students. And invariably, as I know him, he begins each session by asking one question. What is it that you want to do in life? What is it that makes you happy? And there is a startling discovery, if we like, in terms of research, if we synthesize these 10K points, there is some startling discovery. So we want you to throw some light on that.
Sure, sure. A very lovely good afternoon to all my dear colleagues, respected faculties, and so on and so forth. See, I don't know, so many people have talked so much. मैं क्या है कि basically एक कवि बड़ी छोटी-छोटी कविताएं लिखता है, and some faculty said adversity gives you this. जब भी मैं दुखी होता था, तो बहुत अच्छी कविता है. तो happiness क्या है? It's an emotion, it's a state of mind. So what does it mean? It is a positive and pleasant session with you. Ranging, what does it give you? It gives you content, it gives you joy. We talk so much about happiness. बड़ी छोटा सिंपल सा वर्ड है खुशी. कब मिलेगी, कहाँ मिलेगी यार? इतना डिटेल में पढ़ते हैं हम. हर दिन मिलती है, 100 बार मिलती है, 1000 बार मिलती है. समेट के छोटे छोटे पलों को. बिकॉज बड़ी खुशी कितनी बार और कब मिलेगी नहीं पता. I tell you a very, very practical thing in life. And do we have roles to be happy? Yes, of course. We can learn to be happy. किसी ने कहा था, किसी ने I have a difference of opinion. क्या कोई खुशी सिखा सकता है? कैसे? एक बड़ा हिंदी में अच्छी शायरी है. किसी को माफ कर दिया, किसी से माफी मांगी और मेरी जिंदगी चलती. See, like there are basic things. Mahatma Gandhi said, well, philosophically a nice thing, but I use it in practice. So what is happiness according to Mahatma Gandhi? Is it very simple? What you say, what you do, and what you think, if they align in harmony to each other, it's happiness. यानी ये तीनों चीजें अगर आपके थॉट प्रोसेस में एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, बहुत बड़ी चीज नहीं है, बड़ा सिंपल तरीके से समझाऊंगा कैसे हैप्पीनेस लानी है. बड़ा सिंपल है. नंबर 1, बी कंटेंट. आज मुझे कुछ मिला है, ग्रजेस हमेशा रहेंगे यार. 7% इंक्रीमेंट मिला, 10 मिला, 20 मिलता तो भी कुछ नहीं होता मैं, क्योंकि किसी और को 25 मिला है. किसी और ने यार उसने टॉप कर लिया, मैं सेकंड आ गया, थर्ड आ गया. Believe me, I don't know if there are some students who are left without sleeping. All average students work and get much higher positions than the brilliant of ones. And I'm not saying it just for the heck of saying. I have seen in my life, and I started teaching when I was in 8th standard. 8th standard से आज तक मैंने घर से रुपया नहीं दिया, क्योंकि मेरा माँ बाप के पास पैसा ही नहीं था. So again, adversity gives you that, chance to become what you are today. तो संतुष्ट नहीं देगी, थोड़ी सी तकलीफ आएगी देगी. So now, how can you be happy or be content? And please believe me, it's a truth. Second is live in present. Some of the spoke this thing. पुराना भूल जाओ, आगे का कुछ पता नहीं. Yes, so simple word में live in the present. What you are getting. See, when we are watching a movie, what is your aim? Enjoy. Don't think that exam है, पहले क्या हुआ? Enjoy that movie. Third, be thankful. Thankful to your parents, thankful to your teachers, thankful to everybody. Third golden rule is to be thankful. What is the fourth one? Develop positive thoughts. If you don't have, try developing that. नहीं यार अच्छा होगा. I don't know how many of you see in stars on thing. There are hundreds of memes which are going on right now, which says daily use these 5 lines. I am the best. I do this daily. What are all these? These are techniques to develop positive thoughts. Please develop those positive thoughts. And the fifth and the basic golden rule is surround yourself with people who have those positive thoughts. Don't be with negative people. See, negativity attracts negativity, positivity attracts positivity. And when you are positive, you'll be happy. Happiness again is, those small moments captured. Choti cheezein. Now, everybody every day is happy. Everybody every day is sad. It's no golden theory. So अब हमें करना क्या है? जो happiness के moments है, इन्हें elongate करना है. उसके timings को बढ़ाना है. और number of happiness moments को elongate करना है. छोटी चीजें. If you do that, believe me, you'll be a much more successful person in life. What I was 10 years before and what I am, I was very angry person in my life. And I'm not giving a joke. मुझे बड़ा गुस्सा आता था. बहुत होती थी. यार ये झूठ बोलता है, ये करता है. I learned this to be happy. Whenever somebody tells a lie, I smile more. और बोलने में कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ना मेरी सेहत। तो क्या करता है सामने वाला इस पे मत जाओ। So that girl who was in the podium, I don't know her name, and she started Aristotle. Does anybody know what is Aristotle given? Which I also never knew it before yesterday. Because I ask all the students whenever I go in the class, what do you want? We get a power, we get a paisa, we get a fame, we get a beauty contest. And then I say, Acha, I make a fishbone diagram on the board. इससे क्या मिलेगा? Somebody says fame से मुझे recognition मिलेगा. What is the end result? End result is happiness. You want to be happy. खुशी मिलेगी मुझे. So why not we attract and towards this? And Aristotle said the same thing. He has given a beautiful ethics to it. It's known as Nicomachean ethics. I don't know how many people know about it. He said a very powerful line. Happiness is the end that meets all the needs. So basically, जितनी भी जरूरतें हैं, stand happiness. अगर मुझे खुशी नहीं मिले तो मैं काम क्यों करूंगा यार? And that is why 3 years में बड़ी प्यारी चीज आमिर खान ने कही. I teach with a lot of symbols through movies and things. इसमें कहता जो पसंद आए वो करो, तो जो तुम्हें चाहिए वो मिल जाएगा. It's a very simple thing. So being happy definitely is on yourself, which one of my eminent speakers said. So how do we teach in corporate world? So first of all, take care of yourself. If you are not wearing good clothes, who says a saint is only happy? I've seen hundreds of saints, they're never happy. And it's only a kind of a, hathi ke daant dikhane ka. So don't say, take care of yourself. Second, take initiatives. Initiatives for your fellow being. So that मजा इसमें नहीं है कि सिर्फ हम बढ़ेंगे, मजा इसमें है कि हम सबके साथ बढ़ें. So when you try to engage people, you become happy internally. Third is give space. Please start giving space to everybody. Respect others. When you do that, what is Hinduism? Hinduism teaches happiness in three basic formats. And I don't know how many of you know. Only Prabhaji would bring physical happiness. You have to be physically happy. जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं भौतिक सुखम. Be happy physically in the sense wear good clothes. I don't know how many people would have observed. I have observed when I go into a class wearing a tie with a nice coat, I feel more confident talking to students rather than going in a shabbily dressed jeans or something like this. So, what is this? Physical happiness. Second is mental happiness. That is mansik anandam. You have to be mentally happy. Be a little cool. Let's start avoiding things. And third is spiritual happiness. Adhyatmik Atmanandan. So that is the last stage. We can correlate. It's a Hindu. हमें क्या करना है? How to be happy? You need no rocket science भाई. इतनी बड़ी डिग्री वाली चीजों की जगह मैं जानता हूँ. I know many families, many people who are happy in their life. In spite of that, they are on CTCs of 15 lakh or 20 lakh. And I know people who are on CTCs of 2 crore, 3 crore, 5 crore, 10 crore are absolutely unhappy. So why? You always now. How does corporate world take this? Corporate world has to understand being a leader. Leader is to lead. And I don't know how many people know Apple's CEO who originated Stevie. He said a very fantastic thing. You may not be the most talented person on this earth, but if you have to lead the best of talented people, you must have those leadership qualities. So a leader must do few things to make the team happy. And happy team is engaged team. Produces fantastic results. See, why do in my organization we have happiness quotient? That means 20% of my marks are given on whether I'm keeping my team happy or not. So I take them on lunches, I take them on dinners, I take them to movies. Why do I do all this? No, because as a team we must be happy. There can be moments of arguments, there can be moments of differences. I'll rest my argument by saying every day is hundreds of moments of happiness. Elongate them, extend them, and make more moments of happiness. Thank you very much.
Just to build to what Nehalji is saying, today morning, Mr. Jaipuria talked about material happiness, so material things. So I think money is the elephant in the room. Let me address it. I've been working in organizations. I work in an organization where there are people who are worth 800 crores, 700 crores. Dr. Prabhat Pankaj knows personally some people, and they still work till 8 o'clock in the night. They are doing reviews at 7 till 7:30.
So when in training program, people say that if I get 10 crores, then I will retire. They are not retiring. They're still doing that work and they're still having that stress and they're going through. And I have seen people working on Sundays. People who are worth 900 crores coming on a Sunday and working on a month end. And I work with them because I work in an organization which is like a Lakshmika home. Exactly. George Soros है, Warren Buffett है, Mukesh Ambani. I worked in Mumbai for so many years. Every month, Mukesh Ambani in the morning 8:30 will be in office. 9 o'clock will be in office. So the point is what? So research is saying that $66,000 is the income. So you hit that income after there is no marginal utility. Then what leads to happiness? That is a bigger question. So when I was searching through my reading, one research that I found, one researcher is Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. So he has written, and Dr. Pankaj would know, a book, Flow, and another book, Finding Flow. I think that has the best answer. So what is flow? So Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi found that flow is a state where time stops. Where you are doing something, you are so much in the zone that there is no time, there is no emotion. And that is precisely the state that we have to strive for. Now, flow comes when the competence that you have is the task that you want to do is just above the competence that you have. If the task that you do is too much above the competence, then it will lead to stress, panic. If it is too low, then it will lead to boredom. But if it is just where you are striving, so the definition of happiness that I found for myself and that I have been teaching for so many years is happiness is the joy that we get when we are striving to achieve our potential. Now, if we start doing that every week, so as I said, the corporate doesn't care about your happiness, the world doesn't care about your happiness. We have to care about our own happiness. The way we can do it is that every week think about how we can create more moments of flow by leveraging our strengths and talents in doing something worthwhile. That's it.
I'll add a little bit to that. So one thought experiment is if if you were forced to leave your yesterday, right, exactly as it happened, would you be comfortable about it? If you were forced to live your last 1 week, again, exactly the way you live your last 1 week, would you be comfortable? And similarly, if you were forced to live your entire life from birth to now, exactly the way it happened to you again and again and again, an eternal recurrence. And if you are still comfortable with it, that is the thing. So it is, if you can achieve that, saying that I had adversity, it doesn't matter, but I faced adversity very well. In the way I could have done. I faced it courageously, virtuously. And I think this idea of eternal recurrence is something that Friedrich Nietzsche, a philosopher, sort of emphasized. He says that imagine as a thought experiment, you are forced to lead your life up to this point, exactly the way it happened again and again, infinite number of times. Then would you be okay with it? That is the. And to the point about incremental money not giving happiness or lot of crores of wealth but still working. I think the big idea there is our brains are trained to only notice differences, and that is the way we are made up. And that is why the 15th spoon of ice cream is not as tasty as the first spoon of ice cream. Same ice cream, same person, right? But the 15th spoon is not as tasty because our brains deprioritize something that is not changing. So that is why if you have one big great moment, it feels very good. But then your brain adjusts to it very, very quickly and you are back to it. And when you see that kind of momentariness, and you see, when somebody took a wicket and they are celebrating, or when they scored a six, they are celebrating. They scored a goal, they are celebrating. And when they ran their 100 meters and came first, they are celebrating. That celebration, that body language of celebration will only last 3 seconds. Because that is very transient. Your brain will get used to the fact that that's now done. Right? It's no longer as exciting. So you cannot be in a hedonic kind of rhythm. So the kind of happiness that you need to seek is a long-term notion that if you were to repeat your life exactly the way it was led, again and again, infinite number of times, and you have no choice on the matter. And if you can lead like that and live like that, and take the freedom that you have very seriously, to chart a self-direction, somebody said in the previous panel.
self-directed. I think that is a very, very good touchstone when you are in doubt to see like how will it look like 5 years later? How will it look like if it was repeated again exactly the way it happened? And if you are all right with it, then that's good enough.
So I will pick up from a left last. Another way of looking at happiness is, and rather what we should follow in our life is that we should avoid people who talk too much or gossip, because they have the tendency or the habit of doing it because they are themselves disturbed in their mind. And it is a way of unburdening and unloading their mind. So if you feel that you're helping them by listening to them, it is not really helping them, because they will go on doing it to other people. They will keep on unburdening and unloading themselves. When they speak, they don't speak the truth. They just speak their mind. So stay in the neutrality of your own mind. That is very important. That way we can ensure our own happiness. We can avoid negative people. Secondly, anything that we create leads to happiness. Any destructive thought, whether it is your bad memories of the past or your past some occasions where you were not very happy, if you ignore that and you only focus on your present to build something, to create something, I think that is another way to achieve happiness. Creation is very, very important in life.
Thanks. Thanks, sir. Now, as I'm having a lot of questions in my mind, especially I'm this how person, the how variety of questions really pop up in my mind very often. So to forgive and forget is to forgive is to set a prisoner free and realize that the prisoner was you. Sir mentioned of forgiving, and the question immediately came in my mind was, how do I do this? But my questions, I can get them addressed later. I think it's time for me to pick up a few questions from the audience, and maybe we can circulate the mic and people from audience can ask questions to the speakers here. Yeah, we have a question.
I just want to ask, how can we assess the level of happiness in our offices? In our offices, corporate offices.
Yeah, there are many methods to do that. So some very standard psychometrics are available. For example, the satisfaction with life scale is an instrument that can be used. And if people answer truthfully, then it can be used to assess happiness. And there is an affect balance scale, so which is about recent things. So you can use that to assess happiness. And if you are a very technology kind of person, you can look at facial expressions that people walk into it, process them at scale. And you can even see when people are coming in and going out, what is the sense of happiness that people have. And we want to measure it directly, just like your average sugar over the last 3 months can be measured. So the average cortisol that gets deposited in your hair as a result of stress can be measured. Two very scientific, nobody need to tell anything. To take a strand of hair, cut 1 inch, and that's typically for the last 1 month, and look at and you can even say relatively which month you are more stressed. So there are both, the stress leaves something on your body, so that can be measured. And so also people can self-report what they have said. So there are really many measures that one can look at. Yeah, and
so Dr. Anand obviously is an expert, and there are many measures, and most of them are self-report. But from an organizational point of view, one of the measures that I have seen deployed many times is the Gallup scale. Now, Gallup obviously is not directly measuring happiness, but Gallup definitely measures engagement. And each and every question which is there, these are 12 questions, and it's a rigorous research that they have done in many organizations. What are they actually measuring? They are measuring if your manager has he appreciated you in the last 1 week. Now that is increasing your obviously level of happiness and not the level of engagement. Are you correct? Are you doing the work that you're not doing every week, every day? So there are these questions which are the indirect measure. So maybe they are not measuring happiness, but they are definitely measuring engagement. And from an organizational point of view, I think that's critically important. So if we can train the managers, the leaders, and the organization at large, then how do you drive this, forward? I think that can be great. But the final point I will again add is, it is we ourselves. We have to take the charge of our happiness. Yeah, and do things which can enhance it. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. I'm Anushka Vasti, and my question is that there are certain misconceptions about happiness. I would indicate towards toxic positivity. So, what are your views on that, and how can we tackle and differentiate basically between both the virtues?
Okay, good question. Very good question. Actually, you have to clap for that. It's a very good question. So what happens, like he said, right, Mahatma Gandhi's view of it, what you feel inside and why, where you operate and what you do, they all have to be in alignment. So if you psych yourself to be sort of happy in that thing, that will feel hollow very soon. Because we are creatures of consonance, not dissonance. When we feel dissonant inside, we will be unhappy. So the first thing is when negative emotions arise, it is definitely not to ignore them, but to acknowledge them and to become familiar with them, right? To say that this is also my experience, and just like he said, watch a movie, like you are watching a movie in the moment. So be with those as you. So acknowledge and completely accept whatever is arising inside you. I think that is very, very important. Otherwise, you will feel unhinged or disoriented about this whole thing, and certainly will not make you happy. And negative emotions have very great utility, by the way. So what does depression do? Depression takes you away from the field of play when things are not going right for you. So depression is not a bad thing, right? Fear takes you away from harm. Anger makes you fight for against injustice, to stand up to injustice. So negative emotions have their utility, and definitely acknowledge them as they arise.
And just to add to Dr. Anand there, so during my sessions, I asked, so there is this relentless thing about be positive, be positive. If you go for an AIDS assessment and your report is positive, would you be happy? So it's not always positive. And there is research. Barbara Fredrickson is one of the foremost researchers in the area of positivity. And she has written a book named Positivity and Broaden and Build Theory. And she says that the ratio, what is the right ratio for flourishing? 3:1 is the ratio. Even in marriages, the ratio is 5:1. So when once in a while my wife and I quarrel or fight, I say it's good. Because you need, it's not 5:0. It's not 10:0. It is not 3:0. It is 3:1. Now, obviously, bad is stronger than good, which means that there are 3 positive interactions which have to counterbalance 1 negative. So, if your boss has given you a negative rating and maybe a negative developmental feedback, critical feedback, he needs to now have 3 positive interactions to balance that out. But every time when I train managers, I say that it's not as if that in one feedback session or coaching session, you have to be, 3:1 ratio. 3 interactions to 1. So it is good to have 1 bad interaction or 1 quarrelsome interaction or 1 fight. Negative emotions, another, Dr. Anand said and other people have said, they have their place, they are important, but the ratio is the critical point. How many positive emotions like joy, gratitude, pleasure, and so on and so forth you are finding, and how many negative emotions? I think that ratio is a critical.
I will also add a small point here. We have only one mind, and this mind works all the time. It has both positive as well as negative emotions. We have heard the Doha saying, "Kal kare so aaj kar, aaj kare so ab." For negative emotions, we have to follow the opposite of it. Abhi kare so aaj kar, aaj kare so kal. Because once it is postponed, that negative thought will vanish. I can tell you that. If you have the urge of doing something negative, you can almost postpone it, and trust me, believe me, that will be gone. That will vanish. So that is my point of view here.
Thanks. I think we have time for one last question. Can we? Okay, there are 1, 2. Okay, 2 last questions. Whereas because the panel is for Alliance for Happiness in Academics. So one question from Professor Akshay Mishra ji.
Happy afternoon to everyone. Let me say what happened and what made me to near this happiness concept. So, with your permission, sir, I wish to share one failure. November 2013, I have just what I can say, it's both in 9 point or 10, equivalent to 10-point earthquake kind of emotional trauma. The reason was my excess bhakti to someone with expectation of something. That was the one. So let me say to you that what I think about what my mindset. Then this time spirituality made me means it was great remedy. So I was reading means Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana, and Ramcharitmanas. I love this every time because every problem I got the solution. No doubt, nothing. So I was reading Bhagavad Gita. Udheratmatmanam Natmana Vasade Atme Vyat Mano Bandhuratma Vibudatmana. That means that no one is going to help me in any aspect. No one is going to take care of my happiness, as you people are saying. It's my mind. So here Atma is written, but it in yoga it is said Atma is representing mind. So it's my mind which is taking care of my happiness and my well-being. Another sloka in same Bhagavad Gita, it is saying, so who is someone that is someone I like, means Bhagavan Krishna says, I like. He said, who is equivalent in fire, who is equivalent in water, who is equivalent for enemy, he is thinking equivalent for friends. Who is near to me? But my question is, how can I take care of someone? You say, forgive. That's fine. But how can I forget that someone is creating problem to me? I am a man, mortal man. I'm not a god. If I match these two sloka, I will be near to Bhagavan Krishna, and I will be complete. What in Indian it goes with the mixing fusion that the moksha. I will be reaching to moksha. I need not tempt anything. But the question is, in practical life, how can we reach from one that talk about only one, my mind, my Atma, which is going to take care of me. I know that. My mindset is enlightened. I know no one is going to help me. So probably the answer there. So probably I'm not expecting real answer because no one has. I expecting no one has the answer for this. Okay. We have one answer. There is answer. We have an answer coming from the audience. So
yeah, I got your question. I am not yet God. I am a mortal human being. How can I forgive when God? How can I forget from what other person did to me? See, one of the biggest mistakes people make when they think about forgiveness is they think they have to forget. Forgetting is nonsense because you'll end up doing the same mistake again. You don't have to forget. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting. Forgetting is anyways not in your control. Now, what forgiveness means is you just have to cut the emotional connection with that incident. You still remember that incident so that you don't end up making the same mistake, getting the same harmed in the same way, but you don't keep that grudge in your heart, because keeping the grudge in your heart is like you're drinking the poison and waiting for the other person to die. Not going to happen.
Can I tell a small story just to augment that point? So there were two issues which were going, okay, and they had taken the war. And when they were crossing the river was flowing, and there was a beautiful girl which was standing on the side. And she asked the one boss Vishnu that, can you carry me to that side? So the one sternly refused, but the other one said, okay. And he actually carried that beautiful lady to the other side of the river and put her down, and both of them started walking again. After some time, this other Bhikshu was really puzzled and he was thinking. And he turned to him and said, Mr. Vijay, Mr. Bhikshu, how could you had taken the vow of sanctity of this and not touching and so on and so forth, and you carried that girl? I put that girl down there itself. You are still carrying her.
Sorry, question. I just wanted to say a few things about the discussion points. So the first point I would like to make is, of course, you have made it very prominent. So I'll talk about the CAR principle, right? That might be helpful to you. So CAR, C stands for change. There are 100,000 of things which you can change, and you have the control on it. You don't have to seek permission for anybody else to change it. And it's paining. It's giving you pain. Change it.
right? The tragedy of life is that something is bothering me, I can change it, but I'm not willing to change. That's the problem of life, right? But the tragedy of life, bigger tragedy is that I want to change something which I do not have in my control, right? And that is another tragedy. So we are interested more in changing things which we do not have control on, but we don't want to change things which are under our control. And therefore the formula is that change if you can. And then if you cannot, then accept. CA, accept. Pains are part of life. Happy people are not those who do not have pains in life. Happy people are those who understand that the pains are part of life. Part of life. So, you have to accept it. Yeah, I mean, autistic child, parents is in deep pain, but it's fine. It's my child. I will raise it. So you have to accept it. But the tragedy of life is, as you said, and it's true that, you accepted it, but still it is very painful. How to bear that? So, Karan gave a very good solution, cut off the time. But I'll give you a solution which is R. R is called the rise. So sometimes you have to rise in life. So what does it mean to be rising? So I was in Chicago, and we all know that Chicago is a city of, big buildings, skyscrapers. So I was standing near the Trump Tower. I was trying to look at how tall it is. And it was very tall. I was not able to see it completely, right? But when my flight was taking off from Chicago to New Orleans, I could see the Trump Tower. And the Trump Tower was looking this much. So when you rise in life, your problem starts looking smaller. And that is the clue of it, which is very. Now, one more comment I want to make is on the genetic factor in happiness. So there was an experiment, scientific studies done a lot. So there were twins, similar twins, and they were separated and they were raised at two different places. And in another experiment, the twins were raised in the same family. So they were together, and in one case they were separated. And this is the study. So they found that the twins which were separated, they actually picked up the same professor at the end of the day. They didn't actually meet each other. They didn't even see each other, and they had largely the same habits, right? So this goes on to prove that very genetic factor. But the twins, at the same time, the twins which were actually raised in the same family, they had a different habit set. They actually have picked up different professions. So, I mean, there is no conclusive factor, but the research indicates that about 25% of your habit, life, and happiness is determined genetically. So that means if you meet a person who has a very long face all the time, right? And then you crack any number of jokes, he's not going to laugh. I mean, give credit to his genetics, actually. Well, that's the second comment. Third I want to say is that about concept of happiness that we are confused about. Now, if I ask, there are three different questions that I can ask you to get your subjective happiness, right? The first question I can ask you, how are you? Right? And we generally ask this question. So if I ask you the question, how are you? You're going to look at the immediate factor. So just now you had a coffee spilled on your coat, and then somebody is coming and asking, how are you? So you say, your answer is going to be affected by that. You had a tiff with your boss, and you just came out of your boss room, and somebody, oh, how are you? Right? And so, you're considering immediate factor. But if I change the question, if I ask you another question, how are you these days? How is life? How are you these days? Of course, the coffee which is spilled some few days back is not a factor here. You're going to look at life in a broad perspective, like, how am I doing with my job, with my income, with my family, with my this, with that. A lot of domain factors will come into picture, and then you will say, oh, I'm doing fine. Life is going good. So if I change my question. But if I change my question still, and my question now is that, oh, you are 40, 50 years of your age. Now, look back your life and tell me, are you happy? I mean, what factor is going to govern my answer to this question? Remember that. So it's not about my job, that I became dean or I became professor, right? Or I earned this much, I made a house. This is not going to determine answer to this question. I'll give you something very interesting. I have a doctor friend, right? And he treats diabetics. and he is very successful. He has earned a lot of money, reputation, whatnot. I mean, whatever you can think about, he has. I have another doctor friend. He also treats diabetics, and he's equally successful. But when I was talking to my second friend, he told me that, well, look, in my life, I have made it a point and goal that the neighborhood where I'm living, I want to see that in the next 5 years, there is not a single patient of diabetics remain, right? So I'm working with the young, I'm working with the old. So what he said is as follows. He says, look, if I'm a doctor and I'm a doctor of diabetics, and if my neighbor gets diabetics, then what is the point in me becoming a doctor? I really wonder, both of my friends are going to be someday 50, 60, 80, 90. And at that point of time, it's $1 million evaluating question of life. So life has to be seen it from the affective point of view, affective question. The first two are the affective questions. And the last question which I'm asking is the evaluative question. So when you mix up these two perspectives, then you have a confusion. But these two perspectives are different. So when you look at this question at the age of 90, you look back your life and ask the question, am I happy? That's $1 million question. What is going to determine this question, answer to this question? Think about it. And I really wonder that two of my friend, doctor friend, who will have the answer, a better answer to this? Is of course the second friend, who has developed this purpose of life. So that's the reason why I thought that probably Martin Seligman is right when he said that meaningful life is different from good life. And the good life is different from pleasurable life. So it's a perspective that you take of life. And it's very important that we take this perspective. Now, another question that comes is that, should we actually give youngsters, like students, this long-term perspective of life? Should we give them what is going to happen at the 90 or the 100, or how does it matter to them? The answer to this question is again very interesting. So there are a lot of experimentation in medical science that is going. Harvard Medical has done this. California, there is a lot of work going on. So you can see all these papers. He's saying there are a lot of things which youngsters have to build now in 20s, in 30s, till the age of 50. If they miss that, it is irreversible, right? And one of the irreversible things is the cognitive competence. So early onset of cognitive decline. It can happen if suppose in 20s, if you're not taking a regular walk. I'm just giving an example to take care of your physical health. So when you take a regular walk for 30, 40 minutes in the morning, empty stomach, the maximum amount of endorphin you get at that point in time. And if your body lacks endorphin, if you're not taking this habit of walking in the 20s, 30s, 40s, what will happen to your mind if you don't have the endorphin? Think about it. And scientifically speaking, your mind will start getting, cognitive decline experiencing after 40. So after 40, all of a sudden you will realize, oh, I have started forgetting the names. I'm not able to remember my accounts number. Small things that is going to happen. Neighbor's name. Oh, आपको कहीं मिले हैं, देखा हुआ है, और बेचारा बाप पास में रहता है, तो इसका नाम नहीं याद है. हाँ, yeah, वाइफ का बर्थडे भूला. तो ये सारी चीजें होने शुरू हो जाएगा. That is going to be disaster. ये भूख हो गया. So, evaluative perspective of life, of course, is very important for the youngsters to understand. And that's why it is important that we talk to them about happiness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. With your lecture, various lecture of happiness, with you, means that incidents, I have no pain now. And I have talked to the dedicating that. But one thing is that Karan has said, don't forget. Many people have said forget, but he has rightly said, I'm not able to forget.
Thank you, sir, for these words. I think we can very quickly just have quick concluding remarks from each panelist, maybe like a minute for each panelist. And
can I go first?
Yes. All right. Sir has applied. I think it's already.
So I think the very fact that we are sitting together to deliberate on this topic is a very worthwhile stuff. And I would, the only thing I would say is question and reflect till you personally get convinced. And just because it is sounding right, just don't take it. I think reflect on it. Any reflection that you do on the science of well-being is a worthwhile reflection. And don't go by any dogma or anything. Test, experiment,
and then come to your own conclusions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, I would say that again, so there have been some interventions which are scientifically proven to enhance your happiness quotient.
I just request you to pause for a minute. Anand sir is leaving right now. He has a flight to catch. I request Shubha ma'am to hand over a moment as a token of gratitude and respect. No, actually, Nehal sir also has, maybe we'll have just one quick concluding remark. All right. I request Aparna ma'am.
See, I have already spoken what I needed to, and I don't know, everybody has their difference of opinions, and please keep those difference of opinion. What right now somebody said, don't follow the rule book always. So what I say, while you ask me sir, the question to the panel, it is not easy to. अभी मैं बताइए, अगर आप नहीं भूल पाएंगे तो क्या मारा नहीं उसको? क्या कर लेंगे? What will you be able to do? So it is better you leave it and live a peaceful life. If you keep it, it will not help you. You know, I have gone all through these stages. अब जब मुझे लगता है मैं भी पैसे लेकर के मैंने बहुत गलतियां करी, then you realize that इतना baggage लेकर के कोई फायदा नहीं. And those people were not worth of it. Anybody who harms you is not worth for it. So thank you very much. So,
concluding remarks.
Yeah. So my suggestion is that find your true calling in life, do what you love, and see God in every living thing.
Thank you, sir. Vivek sir.
Absolutely, true calling in life is very important. Once you discover that, I discovered training and development, and I have not worked a day in my life. But the point that I wanted to make is that there have been some interventions that what really increases happiness. You Dr. Seligman did it, number of things. But one thing which actually works is focusing on what went well. Because as I said earlier, our brains are predisposed to look at what is not working. So we have to retrain that mind and every day ask ourselves a question or ask others a question that what has went well. So by asking this again and again and every day, maybe writing in a journal, the level of happiness would actually increase. And second is actually keeping a journal. So when we keep a journal and we write down our thoughts and our emotions, and that also is something that really elevates our happiness.
Thank you, sir. And Anushka to conclude the session.
I would request Om Kumari ma'am to kindly facilitate Anurag sir. Now I would like to request Shrikant sir to facilitate Vivek sir. I request all the coordinators and everyone to please come up on the stage for a group photographer and also the faculty members to please.
Good evening, everyone. Moving further to Alliance for Our Happiness in Academics Conclave, this workshop discussion is based on happiness and well-being. For many of us, the pursuit of happiness is a lifelong quest. But what if I told you there are practical tools and techniques to cultivate greater well-being right here, right now? Today, we have a panel of esteemed experts ready to guide us on that path. Our first speaker is Mr. Anil Parchani. Introducing Mr. Anil Parchani, a distinguished naturopath, plant-based nutritionist, yoga therapist, and meditation expert. Mr. Anil is the author of the enlightening book, Doctor Within You, where he explores the depth of holistic health and self-healing. Join us in welcoming Anil sir as he shares his profound knowledge and experience in his workshop. We welcome you, sir, with a green certificate. And I would like to invite Dr. Rahul Meena, sir, to do the honor. Our next speaker is Ms. Kavita Khandelwal. Kavita Khandelwal is a pranic healing instructor and a trustee at Rajasthan Pranic Healing Foundation of the Golden Aura Pranic Healing and Meditation Center. She has been involved in pranic healing for the past 14 years and also is the businesswoman, mentor, and an expert in pranic healing, an energy healing modality designed to empower people with personal development skills for greater health and well-being, a deeper spiritual connection, and living a practical and fulfilling life. She was handling her diamond business before she was introduced into the world of energy. She learned to use pranic healing to accelerate the healing of her mother, and that was a turning point in her life when she realized the power of energetic techniques based on ancient spiritual principles that can be applied immediately to transform your life. We welcome you, ma'am. As per Jaipuria's tradition of a green welcome, we present you a green certificate. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Akash sir to do the honors. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Parchani to share his insights on that.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So can you come forward? Please come forward. So I will talk about the health perspective of happiness. So first of all, I would like to ask you a question. What is the powerful thing in the universe? Powerful system in the universe? Can anyone answer it? Laughter. Very good. Anyone else?
Yes, sir. Ultimate energy source.
Excellent. So, you are the powerful thing in the universe. Your body is the powerful thing in the universe. Nothing is more powerful than your body. And why is it so? Because there are thousands of operations and functions are happening in your body at this moment. You have taken high tea, you have elevated your blood sugar levels. And who is controlling your blood sugar levels? Beta cells. And when you are in fasting, alpha cell take care of this. So you have got a big storeroom in your body that is called liver. It is having everything, all the nutritions, all the fats, all the carbohydrates, all the proteins, all the minerals, which are being supplied when you are fasting state. Now, to just share it with you, if you eat less, you will be healthy. So this myth is wrong that we need to take 3 or 4 meals in a day. And generally in Indian diet, we take at least 3 meals, which is dangerous for us. Why I call it dangerous? Because a meal takes at least 14 to 15 hours to get it digested. So the breakfast you took in the morning, it is still being digested by your system. And after that, you have taken, I think, almost 2 little meals. So you can assume what is happening in your body. All your energy is being consumed for the digestion of all the stuff you took in. So to avoid this, I mean, and this is the cause of all the diseases. So India is becoming a diabetic world. Now we are having all the cardiovascular diseases and in young generation as well. So it is not like that the people who are beyond 40 are only suffering from diabetes or cardiac diseases. But young people are dying from this. And even they may be a vegetarian diet, but still they are suffering and dying. And some of them have died on treadmill. So it means they are active itself. They are not lethargic. So why it is happening? Because food is the cause of disease. You need to understand this. And why I say so? Because all the food is undigested in the body when you take frequently causes a lot of toxins in the body. And that is the basic reason of all the diseases. And you notice that all the diseases like diabetes, cardiac arrest, and thyroid are excessive of nutrition in the body. So this is malnutrition. So we need to take care of this. How we can take care of this? Skip meal. Starting from tomorrow, skip any meal as per your convenience. Maybe breakfast, maybe lunch, maybe dinner. You will see a remarkable change in your body in terms of energy. Because your energy will be saved. What is your energy is doing right now? It is busy in digesting. So you are consuming all the energy in terms of digestion. But when you want to preserve it for your health purpose, which will detoxify your body, so you need to skip a meal. So you can skip any meal as per your convenience. And the second thing is that avoid milk. So this is a controversial statement which I have stated, but milk is a silent killer. There are a lot of books you will find on Amazon. Milk is a silent killer. And there have been a lot of instances जहाँ पे patient ने milk drink किया and they have controlled their cholesterol levels. You can see yourself. Just 15 days, don't take milk and milk products and see the changes in your body. Remarkable changes will be there. And a lot of studies have found that body has got immense power of cleaning the disease itself. So if you are thinking that you are taking diabetic medicine and medicine is taking care of diabetes, not so. It is being excreted from your body because your liver doesn't recognize the synthetic things. Liver recognize only the natural things. So all the natural food you take, I mean, ladies in the room must have experienced taking iron supplements. What happens after taking iron supplements? It gets excreted. You get black stool when you take iron supplement. Why so? When you take natural iron, it doesn't get excreted, it gets absorbed. So you need to take the natural remedies for all the deficiencies. So like, see the horse. Horse is the most powerful animal. And we count all the powers in terms of horsepower. So what is the meal of the horse? Chana, sometimes, and green grass. All the proteins, carbohydrates, minerals, vitamins, everything are being supplied by this grass. It doesn't mean that you eat that as well, but I'm talking about the power of green vegetables. They are so powerful. They can supply abundant things in your body. So one thing, avoid milk. Second thing, skip a meal. Skip any meal as per your convenience for 15 days only. If you find any kind of benefits, continue it, otherwise discontinue it. As per Ayurveda, we should take only one meal. And since last 4-5 years, I haven't taken more than 2 meals. Now I'm trying to convert into a one meal only. And I have observed my energy is now 20x, which was used to, I mean, very down at when I was taking 3 meals in a day. So since morning, I have taken only lunch here only. And I mean, your system is so calm. You feel so light. Try this for 15 days. And if you find any kind of benefits, then continue. Second perspective.
Just for the information of the audience, if you go to Anil's house, he doesn't have fan, he doesn't have AC in the home, and he sleeps without it. Without fan. So, I mean, his idea is that in the beginning it will be difficult for you, but your body actually should not do that. You know, it gets adjusted.
So I'm telling you the science behind this. There is a science behind this. I mean, your body is having AC itself. It is inbuilt AC in your body. This is the AC. Your breath is AC. So you can change the temperature by breathing it alternatively. So this is the coolest one. This is the warmest one. If you activate this nostril, right nostril, so you will be able to fight cold. So this is a beautiful science. This is called Swar Vigyan. So we'll take it in the next session or some other day. So there's a science. I mean, in breakfast, if you take fruits, so that supply a lot of water element. And if your cellular water is high, you don't feel like sitting in AC or fan, because you are supplying abundant of water, and water is a temperature lowering agent. Ideally, you should skip dinner, ideally, as per Ayurveda rules, because digestive fire is not activated after 6. So all meals to be taken prior to 6. That will be very beneficial. Yeah. Same concept. You have to, I mean, there should be a window of 16 hours not eating anything. So any 16 hours as per your choice. But if you talk about ideal situation of Ayurveda, so they say skip dinner or take dinner at 6. Nothing. No milk. कई लोगों को रात को दूध पीने के अलावा नींद नहीं आती है. Please don't take milk. If you want to take milk, dilute it. So there are different, I mean, different concepts as well, because the supply and demand gap is huge. Even then, everybody is getting milk. So you need to understand. And WHO also has published a study that India will be having highest cancer patient by 2025 just because of milk. The adulterated milk is increasing like anything. So avoid milk. It is adulterated. Milk is not in the dictionary of naturopathy. Okay. So 2 concepts we learned: skip any meal, skip milk, and take lot of water and watery food. What is watery food? Salads and fruits, because they supply minerals and vitamins, which is not supplied by your food. So 3 concepts understood. Any question on this? Okay. Yeah, so there is a solution. No, not chodo. There is a solution. So you need to soak all the fruits in baking soda and apple cider vinegar for 5-10 minutes. It will clean all the, adulteration up to 70%, not 100%. But you will be in safeguard by the negative impact of this urea and all. Correct? And every fruit to be taken prior to food, hard food, because they are digested in 15 to 45 minutes and your food gets digested after 18 hours. So you have to take food, fruits first, then food. हमारे इंडिया में क्या होता है कि गेस्ट आते हैं तो हम खाने के बाद फूड सर्व करते हैं. That is dangerous. Right? So these are the few concepts of naturopathy. Now coming on to the mindfulness. So you need to take the mindfulness in account by eating slowly. You can chew your bite 32 times. It will be very difficult, but you will see the results immediately. Immediately, not 15 days. Because your carbohydrates are getting digested in the mouth itself. So you are lowering the workload of your intestine and liver. So spend a lot of time in chewing. Right? These are the basic things you need to take care of. Now on the meditation part. So meditation is necessary. We talked about happiness. कई लोगों ने बोला कि यार ये बुक्स में जो लिखा हुआ है कि खुशी अंदर से आती है वो हो नहीं सकता, लेकिन हो सकता है. It is quite possible कि आपका aggression जो है ना वो कम हो जाएगा with the help of meditation. I have seen the results. मैंने भी विपश्यना किया है and it's a life-changing event. Someone was saying that he was not convinced, but I have changed my life. Because see, problems will be there, but suffering can be different. You may not suffer as previously with the meditation help. Please do the meditation on daily basis. It will do a remarkable thing for your entire body, your brain, your focus, and it will lead to success. So are you ready to experience the meditation? Okay. So just follow my guidelines. Whenever I will say relax any body part, that means you need to take control out of that body part, right? Drop, I will say drop your shoulder means relax your shoulders. Then I will say come to your Sahasrara chakra. Come means your focus will be on Sahasrara chakra. This is Sahasrara chakra, top of your head. And this is the energy center which is connected to the universal power. So we will experience the abundant energy right now in next 10-12 minutes. So sit in a comfortable position, all phone to be silent mode, not on vibration. No movement, please. Okay. Sit in a comfortable position, close your eyes. Relax your ankle. Relax your calf muscles. Relax your knee joints. Relax your thighs. Relax your waist region. Relax your stomach. Relax your chest region. Relax your neck region. Relax your facial muscles. Relax your eyes. And relax your mind. Just relax thoroughly. You must be getting thoughts. Let them come. You just keep on relaxing. Now, entire concentration on your nostrils. You just have to do one thing. Just observe your natural breath. The oxygen is entering into the nostrils and carbon dioxide is coming out of the nostrils. This is the natural phenomenon of life, and you are observing life itself. Just keep observing. Your mind has to do one thing only, the observation of breath. If you are getting any kind of thoughts, just drag your mind to the nostrils again. It has to perform one task only, the observation of breath. This is the beautiful moment where you are relaxing completely, physically and mentally. You have reduced your thoughts drastically. Just keep on observing your breath. Now, entire concentration on Sahasrara chakra at the top of your head, where powerful energy is flowing out of your Sahasrara chakra. This is the universal energy, the energy of the creation itself. The abundant flow is happening at Sahasrara chakra. This is a liquid silver color energy emitting out of your Sahasrara chakra. This is a powerful energy. And it is spreading around your head. This is the energy of the universe, and this is the universal power of creation. You are observing that energy flowing down further to your forehead. Feel that energy around your forehead, flowing down further to your eyes, to the nose, to the cheeks, to ears, to the lips. It is covering your face area. This is the beautiful universal energy. This is making you happier and healthier, releasing happy hormones within you. Just enjoy the touch of this energy around your face. Flowing down further to your neck region. Feel the energy around your neck region. At your shoulders. Flowing down further to your chest region. Entering into your heart muscles. Removing excessive cholesterol from your heart muscles. Making your heart stronger. This energy is flowing down further to your stomach, to small intestine, to large intestine, making your digestive system strong enough to digest anything. This is the healing energy which is flowing powerfully around your body, making your lungs clearer, increasing the oxygen supply. This is flowing down further to your spleen, to the liver, removing excessive fat from your liver. Now you are feeling lighter and lighter. This is the rarest moment of your life where you are connected to the universal power itself. This is the universal energy of the creation which has created you, me, and this universe. This is a liquid silver color energy flowing around your body, flowing down from your arms to your palms. Feel this powerful energy around your palms. energy is now traveling to your waist region, to your thighs, to the knee joints, to the calf muscles, to the feet, to ankle. Now you are a bundle of energy from head to toe. Feel this beautiful and rarest moment of your life. Enjoy the touch of this energy. This is the powerful universal energy, and you are connected to the universal power itself. You are universal itself. Enjoy the touch of this energy around all your body parts. Flowing down fast from your Sahasrara chakra and spreading around your body. Making you healthier, happier, releasing happy hormones within you. Just keep enjoying this touch of energy. Be in this state for a few more minutes. And if you want to open eyes, slowly open your eyes. Want to remain in this state for a few more minutes, you can. So this is called healing meditation. When you are suffering from any kind of disease, you can perform this meditation without naming the disease or naming the word disease. As I stated, it is making you healthier. So you will state that I am becoming healthier. No negative words, just positive words. Have you felt those vibrations? You people are sleeping. No, it is quite normal. Because you have slept in this kind of environment, which is not sleep conducive. So that means your brain was relaxing like anything. So initially it happens, but as you practice it, you enjoy this beautiful meditation technique. And this is the worldwide accepted technique invented by Gautam Buddha, wherein you want to concentrate only on breath. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge and for this peaceful meditation too. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Kavita Khandelwal to share her insights.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you so much. I am an energy healer. तो आज हम एनर्जी की बात करेंगे. What is happiness? What is happiness? Happiness is an emotion, state of mind. We have other issues, other emotions like sadness, anger, fear, doubt, worry, anxiety, joy. So we'll talk about energies. एनर्जी हमें दिखती है किसी को भी, बट यू कैन फील. आपको पता चलता है कि मैं अंदर से खुश हूँ, ठीक है. आपको पता चलता है कि मैं अंदर से परेशान हूँ, मुझे स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, मुझे एंजाइटी हो रही है. क्यों ऐसा हमें क्यों लगता है? जब हम फिजिकल बॉडी को देख रहे हैं तो जो चीज हमें दिख नहीं रही है उससे आप कैसे फील कर पा रहे हैं? बिकॉज वी आर एनर्जी बीइंग्स ऑल्सो. जिस तरह से हमारी विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी बिलियंस एंड ट्रिलियंस ऑफ सेल्स से बनी हुई है, उसी तरह से एनर्जी पार्टिकल से भी हम बने हुए हैं. इसके दो एस्पेक्ट हैं. फर्स्ट इज विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी जो हमें दिख रही है, दूसरा है इनविजिबल एनर्जी बॉडी. विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी को आप हील कर सकते हैं फूड थेरेपी, योगा एंड अदर हीलिंग मोडालिटीज, मेडिसिन, आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन या होम्योपैथी मेडिसिन. बट अगर आपको इनविजिबल बॉडी को ट्रीट करना है तो उसके लिए आपको कुछ एनर्जी हीलिंग मोडालिटीज को यूज करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. और जब कभी हमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम होती है तो वो सबसे पहले हमारी एनर्जी बॉडी में आती है, उसके बाद आपकी फिजिकल बॉडी के अंदर आती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, अगर हम दो लोगों को लेते हैं, सेम एज ग्रुप के लोग हैं, दोनों ही लंबे टाइम से जंक फूड खा रहे हैं, बट एक बच्चा बीमार हो जाता है, एक नहीं होता है, ठीक है. अगर हम उनके इमोशंस को चेक करेंगे तो हमें पता चलेगा कि एक बहुत ही काम पीसफुल रहता है और दूसरा अलग स्टेट में रहता है, उनके इमोशंस अलग है, ठीक है. अब ये जो विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी है वो क्या है? एक कार है हमारी जो हमें दी गई है. अगर मैं आपसे पूछती हूँ कि हु आर यू, तो आप क्या बोलते हैं? हु आर यू? योर नेम. हम अपने आप को अपने नाम से पहचानते हैं, बट क्या एक्चुअली में आप वही हैं जो आप बोल रहे हैं? मैं अगर आपको बोलती हूँ मूव योर हैंड, मूव योर हैंड करिए, ठीक है. क्लोज योर आईज, इनहेल एंड एक्सहेल स्लोली. आर यू योर हैंड? क्या आप अपना हाथ है? क्या आप अपना हाथ है? नहीं. अपनी ब्रीथ आप है? सांस है आप? नहीं. अपनी आईज है आप? नहीं. यानी ये विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी आप नहीं है. ये जो विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी आपको दिख रही है वो आप नहीं है. आप क्या है? आत्मा, सोल. सोल इज इमोर्टल. ये सुनने में बड़ा हमें मजा आता है इसको सुनने में ना, लेकिन ये सीक्रेट है कि सोल इज इमोर्टल. और आपकी इस विजिबल बॉडी को जो आपका ड्राइवर है वो है आपकी सोल. और फ्यूल क्या है इसका? फ्यूल क्या है? एनर्जी. कौन सी वाली एनर्जी? नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव? नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव दोनों चलाती है. जब आपका ड्राइवर एंगर होता है तो आपका डेस्टिनेशन कैसा होता है? धमाकेदार. और जब आपका ड्राइवर हैप्पीनेस होता है तो आपकी लाइफ कैसे चल रही होती है? स्मूथ, फुल ऑफ जॉय, ठीक है. अगर हम चाहते हैं कि हमारा ड्राइवर हमारे कंट्रोल में हो तो आपको किसको कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा? इमोशंस को. माइंड इज फिजिकल बॉडी का एक पार्ट है माइंड, ठीक है. जब हम बात करते हैं सबकॉन्शियस माइंड, तो वो इनविजिबल माइंड है हमारा. 100% माइंड की जो कैपेसिटी है, 10% हमारा कॉन्शियस माइंड जो अभी हम यूज कर रहे हैं, जो हम बोल रहे हैं, और 90% सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में है. और एक बीच में आता है उनका एक चौकीदार, गार्ड, क्रिटिकल माइंड. तो अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप कभी लाइफ में दुखी ना हो तो आपको वो फाइल अपने अंदर अपलोड नहीं करनी है, ठीक है. जैसे अभी सर ने बोला कि आप केवल पॉजिटिव वर्ड्स को यूज करें मेडिटेशन के टाइम पे, क्योंकि जब आप इस स्टेट में होते हैं, ठीक है, तो आपका जो लॉजिकल माइंड है वो रिलैक्स हो जाता है, उसको छुट्टी मिल जाती है थोड़ी देर की, क्लियर. और आपका जो सबकॉन्शियस माइंड है वो एक्टिव हो जाता है. और सबकॉन्शियस माइंड हमेशा वर्ड्स को पहचानता है, वो नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव को नहीं पहचानता है. अगर आप बोलेंगे डिजीज तो वो डिजीज को मैनिफेस्ट करेगा. आप बोलेंगे हैप्पीनेस, प्रॉस्पेरिटी, गुड हेल्थ, तो वो उसे मैनिफेस्ट करेगा. तो ये जो ड्राइवर है ये हमारे कंट्रोल में है. अब इसे कंट्रोल कैसे किया जा सकता है? अपनी थॉट्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए हम रेगुलर मेडिटेशंस कर सकते हैं. सिंपल मेडिटेशन जो अभी मिस्टर अनिल परचारी ने जो करवाया, और दूसरा मेडिटेशन जो हम प्राणिक हीलिंग में इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं उसे हम बोलते हैं ट्विन हार्ट मेडिटेशन। ट्विन हार्ट, हमारे पास एक ही विजिबल फिजिकल हार्ट है, बट मैं चक्रास की बात कर रही हूँ। ये जो एनर्जी बॉडी है हमारी, ये हमारी एनर्जी पार्टिकल्स से बनी हुई है। जिस तरह से विजिबल फिजिकल बॉडी के अंदर हमारे ऑर्गन्स हैं, लंग्स है, लीवर है, किडनी है, स्प्लीन है, और अगर कोई भी ऑर्गन फेल होता है तो हमारी बॉडी में कोई ना कोई डिजीज मैनिफेस्ट होनी शुरू हो जाती है। इसी तरह से हमारी एनर्जी बॉडी डिफरेंट डिफरेंट एनर्जी चक्रास से बनी हुई है। एनर्जी चक्रास आर पावर स्टेशन, और ये चक्रास हमारे फिजिकल ऑर्गन्स के साथ इनविजिबल नाड़ी से कनेक्टेड है, जो हमें दिखती नहीं है। क्लियर? और चक्रास का फंक्शन क्या है? ये बाहर से प्राण शक्ति लेते हैं। अल्टीमेट सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी सन। सन से जो प्राण शक्ति हम ले रहे हैं वो हमारे चक्रास के थ्रू हमारे ऑर्गन्स को सप्लाई की जाती है। ठीक है? अब यहाँ पे हमारा एक फिल्टर प्लांट है बॉडी के अंदर। ठीक है? ये जो फिल्टर प्लांट है, तो जितनी भी इन्वायरमेंट में एनर्जीज आप ले रहे हैं उसमें जो गुड और बैड एनर्जी है वो सब फिल्टर होके आपके अंदर जाती है। एक टाइम तक आपका फिल्टर प्लांट बहुत स्ट्रांगली काम करता है। आप किसी भी कितने भी स्ट्रेसफुल इन्वायरमेंट में काम कर रहे हो, आपके अंदर केवल फ्रेश प्राणा एंटर कर पाता है। पर एक टाइम के बाद जब लाइफ में बहुत तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स आनी शुरू हो जाती है, तो ये फिल्टर प्लांट वीक हो जाता है, और उसके बाद हमारे आसपास जितना भी स्ट्रेस है, एंजाइटी है, फियर है, डाउट है, वरी है, वो सब एंटर होना शुरू हो जाता है। कोविड टाइम में आप लोगों ने नोटिस किया कि 50+ लोगों को फियर ज्यादा था, 16 को थोड़ा कम था, उससे नीचे वाले लोगों को और थोड़ा कम था। रोकते थे ना बच्चों को घर से निकलने के लिए, पर वो नहीं रुकते थे। हमको लगता है वो लापरवाह है, लापरवाह है थोड़े, बट साथ ही साथ उनमें फियर फैक्टर भी कम है। ठीक है? क्योंकि एक एज के साथ जब हम बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम से डील करते हैं लाइफ के अंदर, तो उस टाइम पे ये सारी चीजें हमारे अंदर स्टोर होनी शुरू हो जाती है, हमारे चक्रास के अंदर स्टोर होनी शुरू हो जाती है। और चक्रा का फंक्शन जब मेल फंक्शन होता है, तो वो सारा इम्पैक्ट हमारे ऑर्गन्स के ऊपर आता है, और धीरे धीरे हमें पता चलता है कि अब हमें फूड डाइजेस्ट नहीं हो रहा है, डायबिटीज हो रही है, बीपी हो रहा है, माइग्रेन हो रहा है, हेडेक हो रहा है, और कई तरह की प्रॉब्लम। तो प्राणिक हीलिंग इज बेसिकली एनर्जी हीलिंग मोडालिटी, नो टच नो ड्रग थेरेपी, जिसमें हम केवल इन चक्रास को क्लीन कर सकते हैं इजीली, और इन्हें एनर्जाइज कर सकते हैं। तो आप इसको एक बार एक्सपेरिमेंट को करना चाहेंगे कि एनर्जी है क्या एक्चुअली में? ठीक है, प्लीज प्लेस योर हैंड्स, दोनों हाथ आमने सामने रखिए, एक हाथ से दूसरे सेंटर को प्रेस करिए। जब हम किसी चक्रा को इस तरह से प्रेस करते हैं तो वो एक्टिव हो जाता है। फिर लेफ्ट वाले को, फिंगर्स को, यहाँ हमारे मिनी चक्रास भी होते हैं। आपने कैलेंडर में देखा है ना, लक्ष्मी जी के हाथ से धन वर्षा होती रहती है। कितने लोग लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करते हैं? क्यों? क्या मिला? नहीं मिला, एनर्जी मिली। ठीक है? आपके मांगने के साथ, जैसे अभी आपने मेडिटेशन में किया, आपने क्राउन चक्रा, सहस्त्रार चक्रा को एक्टिवेट किया, तो आपने जैसे ऐसा इंटेंशन किया कि आई एम रिसीविंग एनर्जी, तो आप एनर्जी का डाउनपोर होना शुरू हो गया एक्चुअली में। तो जो लोग उसको फेथफुली एक्सेप्ट करते हैं उनके अंदर वो चला जाता है, और जो उसे सोचते हैं कि ये कुछ नहीं है, फालतू की चीज है, वो वेस्ट हो जाता है। ठीक है? तो इसी तरह से हर दीपावली पे जब आप पूजा कर रहे हो तो आपके अंदर धन वर्षा हो रही है। आप सोच रहे हैं मुझे लाल मर्सिडीज चाहिए, तो वो आपको दे दी गई है। अब आपको क्या करना है? उसके लिए बैठना नहीं है, उस एनर्जी को यूज करना है। ठीक है? आपको अपने आप वो टाइम और वो लोग, वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलेंगी जहां आपको विश मैनिफेस्ट करने का मौका मिलेगा। ठीक है? बट उसके लिए बहुत सारी चीजें, दूसरी फैक्टर्स भी उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाते हैं। आपका गुड कर्मा, साथ साथ आपके एनर्जीज, आपका ट्रस्ट। अगर आपने खुद ने या एक ब्लॉकेज, इनर लिमिटेशंस हमने क्रिएट की हुई है, नहीं 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 नहीं, लाल मर्सिडीज मुझे नहीं मिल सकती, मारुति मिलेगी, इतना तो मैं सोच ही नहीं सकता। होता है ना कई बार हमारी लाइफ में हम इतना सोच ही नहीं पाते, वो हमारी इनर लिमिटेशंस होती है। और ये सारी कहाँ होती है? हमारी इनविजिबल बॉडी में होती है। इनविजिबल बॉडी से अगर हम अपने लिमिटेशंस को रिमूव करना सीख जाते हैं एक बार, तो उसके बाद आपकी जो इच्छाएं हैं, आपके जो गोल्स है, लाइफ के जो टारगेट्स हैं, वो इजीली हैप्पीली आप अचीव कर पाते हैं। तो बहुत सिंपल है, एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखते हैं सबसे पहले कि एनर्जी जिसके बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं, क्या ये एक्चुअली में एग्जिस्ट करती है। चलिए, दोनों हाथों को आमने सामने रखिए, अपनी टंग को ऊपर पैलेट पे कनेक्ट करिए, होल्ड करेंगे, ऊपर कनेक्ट करेंगे, और अपने हाथों को धीरे धीरे खींचिए और आगे लेकर आएंगे, और अपना पूरा ध्यान अपनी हथेली के बीच में, यहाँ हमारे हैंड माइनर चक्रास हैं, उनके ऊपर फोकस करेंगे। कोशिश करेंगे कि हमको क्या फील हो, ठीक है? क्लोज योर आईज, स्लोली मूव योर हैंड्स बैक एंड फोर्थ, slowly. ना पूरा ध्यान अपने हथेलियों के बीच के चक्रास में रखिए, अपने हाथों को धीरे धीरे आगे धीरे धीरे पीछे तकाएं, हाथों पे से कंट्रोल छोड़ दीजिए, अपना हाथ अपने आप आगे और पीछे जाने दो। You feel something? Which feel it? Yeah. Something warm? Something vibrations? Different feelings हो रही है हमें? कुछ प्रेशर जैसा फील हो रहा है? एक पॉइंट से आने के बाद हाथ आगे नहीं जा रहा, ना? तो जब आप दो पानी की पाइप पकड़ते हैं हमेशा पानी की धार वहां से निकल रही होती है, तो जब वो जिस जगह पे जिस पॉइंट पे वो मिलती है वहां एक फाउंटेन जैसा क्रिएशन होता है। तो ऐसे ही हम अभी क्या कर रहे हैं, एनर्जी सप्लाई कर रहे हैं दोनों हाथों से, जिस पॉइंट पे वो एनर्जी मिल रही है वहां पे एक फाउंटेन जैसा क्रिएशन हो गया, तो दिस इज एनर्जी। और हम क्या कर सकते हैं, इस एनर्जी को ले सकते हैं, हम एनर्जी को दे सकते हैं। हम सब लोग हिंदुस्तानी हैं, पैर छूते हैं, सब छूते हैं, आशीर्वाद लेते हैं, ठीक है? क्यों लेते हैं, क्यों देते हैं, क्या मैकेनिज्म है इसके पीछे? एनर्जी ट्रांसफर कैसे हो रहा है? क्योंकि हम जब किसी के फीट टच कर रहे हैं तो वहां से हम अगर इंटेंशन रखते हैं तो अच्छे से उस एक्सपीरियंस को एब्जॉर्ब करते हैं जो उस पर्सन ने अपनी लाइफ टाइम में अचीव किया है, ठीक है? और जो पर्सन आपको दे रहा है आशीर्वाद, जो ब्लेस कर रहा है आपको, वो अपने सारी ब्लेसिंग्स आपको दे रहा है, वो तभी मिलती है आपको जब आप उसको लेते हैं। रिसीविंग इज इम्पोर्टेंट। तो जब कोई आपको आशीर्वाद दे, ब्लेस करे, तो प्लीज एक्सेप्ट इट। मन में बोल ले एक बार कि मुझे, मैं सब एक्सेप्ट कर रही हूँ, कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तो ऐसे ही जब आप पूजा पाठ करते हैं, कोई भी दूसरे प्रैक्टिसेस कर रहे हैं, उस टाइम रिसीविंग मोड में रहें कि आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि ये कौन क्या दे रहा है, सहस्त्रार चक्र हमको क्या दे रहा है, तो एटलीस्ट आप रिसीव कर लो उसको एक बार। हो सकता है महीने, 2 महीने, साल, 2 साल बाद आपको पता चले कि आपको कुछ मिला है, क्योंकि ये इनविजिबल वर्ल्ड है, हमको नहीं पता चलेगा कि हम क्या कर रहे हैं। बट हमारे पास इस तरह के पेशेंट्स के सारे टेस्टिमोनियल्स हैं जो आईसीयू में थे और डॉक्टर्स ने जिनको जवाब दे दिया था कि अब ये वापस नहीं आ सकते, 10-20% चांसेस है, बट उन चक्रास को हील करके उनको हम वापस लेकर आए हैं। और वर्ल्ड वाइड प्राणिक हीलिंग प्रैक्टिस की जा रही है। आप अगर गूगल सर्च करेंगे, यूट्यूब पे सर्च करेंगे, तो उसमें आपको मिलेगा। एंड इट्स नॉट हीलिंग मोडालिटी, इट्स अ वे ऑफ लाइफ। कि जैसे ही आप इसको प्रैक्टिस करना शुरू करते हैं, आपके अंदर की एनर्जी ट्रांसफॉर्म होनी शुरू हो जाती है। अब आपके कोई फ्रेंड अगर है, आप जयपुर में रहते हैं सारे लोग मोस्टली, ठीक है? तो हमारे फ्रेंड्स कहाँ रहते हैं, कौन से लोग हमारे फ्रेंड्स होते हैं? मोस्टली जो आसपास हैं, जिनके साथ आप काम कर रहे हैं, जिनके साथ आप रह रहे हैं, ठीक है? अब अगर हम किसी ऐसे नेगेटिव प्लेस पे रह रहे हैं जहां पे, या ऐसा समझिए कि आप जयपुर में रह रहे हैं और आपको फ्रेंड बनाना है यूके में, तो या तो आपको वहां जाना पड़ेगा या उनसे कनेक्ट होना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? पर उसके लिए क्या चाहिए आपको? मनी, फ्यूल, पैसा चाहिए जाने के लिए, ठीक है? इसी तरह से अगर हम अपनी लाइफ में बड़े बड़े सपने अचीव करना चाहते हैं तो हमें भी पैसा चाहिए। पैसा कहाँ से मिलेगा हमें? वो वाला जिससे हम अपने सपने पूरे कर पाए, गुड कर्मा एंड पॉजिटिव एनर्जीज। जब आपके ऑरा के अंदर, ये जो हमारा इनविजिबल बॉडी है उसे हम ऑरा बोलते हैं, एथरिक डबल बोलते हैं, एथरिक एनर्जी बॉडी बोलते हैं, ये जब फुल ऑफ पॉजिटिव एनर्जीज हो जाता है तो हम सेम एनर्जीज को अट्रैक्ट करते हैं। लाइक अगर कोई यहाँ से आता है अंदर और आप उसे नहीं जानते हैं, तो क्या वो यहाँ रुकेगा? नहीं रुकेगा, देखेगा और चला जाएगा, ठीक है? अगर कोई आपको यहाँ आ रहा है और आपका फ्रेंड है तो आप उसे बोलेंगे प्लीज बैठिए। तो ऐसे ही हमारी एनर्जी के अंदर जब कोई फाइल डाउनलोडेड होती है एंगर की, फियर की, वरी की, सैडनेस की, और एनवायरनमेंट में भी वो सेम एनर्जीज है, तो वो इजीली आपका सबकॉन्शियस माइंड स्टोर करना शुरू कर देता है, ट्रैक करना शुरू कर देता है। क्लियर? और जब हमारे क्रिटिकल माइंड के पास कोई ऐसी फाइल आती है कि इस पर्सन को जीवन में हैप्पीनेस चाहिए, तो वो ढूंढता है जाके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड के अंदर कि हैप्पीनेस वाली फाइल है क्या यहाँ पे, बट उसे नहीं मिलती है, क्योंकि वहां पे कौन सी वाली फाइल अपलोड हो चुकी है, नेगेटिव वाली। क्लियर? तो वो हैप्पीनेस आपके पास आती है और वापस चली जाती है। अगर हम चाहते हैं कि हमारी लाइफ में हैप्पीनेस रहे तो हमको अपने इमोशंस को कंट्रोल करना सीखना पड़ेगा, और ये बहुत सिंपल है। प्राणिक साइकोथेरेपी एक टेक्निक है जिसमें हम अपने हाथों से अपने चक्रास को क्लीन करते हैं और फ्रेश तरह से उन्हें एनर्जाइज करते हैं। तो उसके बाद हमारे चक्रा के अंदर किसी भी तरह का ट्रॉमा, फियर, फोबिया, चाइल्डहुड नेगेटिव मेमोरीज, प्रोग्रामिंग, कोई भी ऐसा शौक जो हमने कभी स्टोर किया था जाने अनजाने, वो सब हम निकाल देंगे। और उसके बाद जब ऑरा एकदम पॉजिटिव होना शुरू हो जाता है तो लाइफ में अपने आप चीजें मैनिफेस्ट होनी शुरू हो जाती है, जो आप चाहते हैं वो आपको मिलना शुरू हो जाता है। एक छोटा सा मेडिटेशन और करना चाहेंगे 5 मिनट का। काम योर बॉडी, रिलैक्स योर माइंड। चलिए, प्लीज सिट स्ट्रेट, क्लोज योर आईज। आज का दिन ऐसा ही है। टैप योर हार्ट चक्रा, ये हमारा हार्ट चक्रा है। टैप योर क्राउन चक्रा। जब चक्रा को आप टैप करते हैं तो ये ओपन हो जाता है, ठीक है। एंड मेंटली अफर्म, आई एम रिसीविंग एनर्जीज, आई एम रिसीविंग एनर्जीज। क्लोज योर आईज, रिलैक्स योर बॉडी, रिलैक्स योर माइंड। इनहेल स्लोली एंड एक्सहेल स्लोली। लंबी गहरी सांस लें, लंबी गहरी सांस छोड़ें। अपना पूरा ध्यान अपनी आती और जाती सांसों पर रखें। लंबी गहरी सांस लें, लंबी गहरी सांस छोड़ें। अब मैं 5 काउंट करूंगी और आप अपने आप अपनी पूरी बॉडी को लूज रिलैक्स कर देंगे। 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Loose, limp, relax. Relax your body. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. Visualize करें आप एक टनल के अंदर जा रही हैं। टनल में जो स्मेल आ रही है, जो भी खुशबू आ रही है, उसे फील करने की कोशिश करें। टनल का वॉल कैसा है, फ्लोर कैसा है, पिक्चर कैसी है, उसे देखने की कोशिश करें। आगे बढ़ते जाएंगे। Now I will count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1। आप एक गोल्डन रिंग के नीचे खड़े हैं। जैसे जैसे आप ब्रीथ इन ब्रीथ आउट कर रहे हैं, ये गोल्डन एनर्जी आपके अंदर आती जा रही है। आपके पैर के तलवों से ऊपर की ओर आ रही है। इनहेल, एंकल, इनहेल, आपकी नीज तक आती है। इनहेल, आपका लोअर पोर्शन पूरा इस गोल्डन लाइट में भर गया है। Take another deep breath. Inhale, lower back, stomach. यहाँ जितना भी ट्रॉमा, फियर, फोबिया आपने स्टोर किया है, वो सब डिसॉल्व हो गया है, चला गया है बाहर। इनहेल, गोल्डन लाइट ऊपर आती जा रही है। आपके liver, lungs, pancreas, stomach, large small intestine, reproductive organs, kidneys, spinal cord, shoulder, right arm, left arm, heart, thyroid, parathyroid glands, thymus gland, voice box, bronchi tube, windpipe, सब golden light से भर गए हैं. They are being cleansed, energized thoroughly. Inhale, exhale. धीरे धीरे लाइट आपके पूरे चेहरे के ऊपर आ गई है. आपके आंख, नाक, कान सब क्लीन होते जा रहे हैं. They are being cleansed, energized, लाइट धीरे धीरे आपके माइंड में आ गई है, कॉन्शियस सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में आ गई है. यहाँ जितनी भी नेगेटिव इमोशंस हमने स्टोर किए हैं वो सब डिसॉल्व हो रहे हैं. Conscious subconscious mind are being healed. Are being filled with positive energies, with love, peace, happiness, inner joy, trust, faith, self-love, good self-esteem, good self-image. विजुलाइज करिए आपके सामने आपका ड्रीम है, जो भी आपका गोल है, सपना है, आप उसकी ओर चलते जा रहे हैं. आपको सही लोग, सही अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलती जा रही है. उस खुशी को महसूस करिए जब आप उस गोल को अचीव कर लेते हैं. स्माइल, आपके चेहरे पे वो स्माइल दिखनी चाहिए. स्माइल करें. मन ही मन अफर्म करें, आई एम सुपर रिसेप्टिव, सुपर कंडक्टिव all the energies coming from Supreme God. I'm super receptive. I'm full of gratitude. Thank you, God. Thank you. Now I will count 3 to 0. Previous energies को अपने आसपास से अपने अंदर गैदर होते हुए देखिए. 2 पर एब्सॉर्ब करें, 1 पर अंदर महसूस करें और 0 पे अपनी आईज ओपन करें. 3, 2, 1, 0. Open your eyes. Massage your palms. Massage your face. आपका ड्राइवर प्लीज बना सामने साइड. तो जब कभी भी हमें स्ट्रेस होता है, एंजाइटी होती है, आप अपने ड्राइवर को चेंज कर दीजिए. इट्स वेरी इजी, बहुत बड़ी टेक्निक नहीं है. 5 मिनट के लिए बैठिए, अपनी बॉडी को, माइंड को रिलैक्स करिए और अपने ड्राइवर को चेंज कर दीजिए. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you.
Sharma for this valuable insights. As we are coming to the end of the session, we would like to honor all the speakers with the memento. I would like to invite Daneshwar Sharma sir to present the memento to Ms. Kavita Khandelwal. Now, I would like to invite Niranjan Rajpurohit sir to present the memento to Mr. Anil Parshani. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Daneshwar Sharma for the final vote of thanks.
Thank you, and I can understand the stress on the word final. So I feel very grateful and absolutely thankful that we have leaders like Shivas Jaipuria ji, Professor Prabhat Pankaj, who are seriously thinking about happiness. Because as we have witnessed that many of the speakers have said that they have visited many universities and B schools. Even Karan Behar was also discussing this thing. Even he has visited around 50 plus international universities also. He has never seen anybody talking about happiness. I am also thankful to my co-convener and anchor and panel moderator, Niranjan sir also, for being the great support in organizing this entire conclave. Himanshu and his entire team, all my faculty colleagues, staff colleagues, students, volunteers, MRC team, I am thankful, and they say that to be happy, you must show your gratitude. So by doing this activity, I feel that I have become very happy. Thank you very much. We have arranged another high tea, and that's the end of the program. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone.